Serafina Ashgrove returned from the Sanctum Healing Ward with a death sentence in her pocket and found her husband's old Alliance bride hanging above the hearth in his private chamber. Before she could tell Obsidian Drake that Ashheart Corrosion had given her 4 months to live, he would defend a portrait more fiercely than he had defended his wife in 6 years. If the universe intended to kill her, it had chosen a remarkably petty Tuesday to begin. Ashheart Corrosion, the healer had said that morning, turning the crystal diagnostic sphere in his weathered hands. Inside it, Serafina's blood sample pulsed with threads of dark silver. Beautiful, actually, if you didn't know what it meant. The decay has already entered your bloodstream and begun affecting your optic channels. I estimate 4 months. Perhaps 5 if you avoid all magical exertion. Serafina sat very still on the examination bench. The leather was cold beneath her palms. She counted 3 cracks in the ceiling plaster before she trusted her voice. "And if I don't avoid magical exertion?" The healer looked at her then. His eyes held the particular pity reserved for those who had already decided their answer. 2 months, maybe less. At the door, a young apprentice healer named Ellen Vale pretended not to listen and failed completely. She was freckled, sharp-chinned, and still young enough to be angry at cruelty before she remembered to be afraid of rank. When Serafina rose, Ellen silently tucked an extra vial of pain tonic into her glove and looked away, as if mercy were a clerical error. She nodded once, precisely the way she did everything. Then she stood, smoothed her heavy wool cloak, charcoal gray, because apparently that was the only color the universe would permit today, and walked out without paying. Not because she couldn't afford it, but because she'd forgotten, which was worse. The cold hit her face like a slap. Good, she needed it. 4 months. She had spent 6 years as the contractual wife of Obsidian Drake, Duke of the Black Dragon Eyrie, Lord of the Dragonbone Mines, Commander of the Sky Cavalry, and Chairman of the Dragon Gold Merchant Consortium. 6 years of being invisible in her own home. 6 years of whispers behind fans. Poor thing, married above her station, he never touches her. Did you see the way she sat alone at the midwinter feast? 6 years of watching her husband look through her as if she were made of glass too thin to bother seeing. The cruelest part was that it had not begun as a prison. In the first winter after their contract, Obsidian had once stepped between her and a courtier's insult with such fierce, awkward tenderness that Serafina had believed he might love her as she loved him. He had looked at her then as if no other woman in the world had ever mattered. That memory was why the betrayal still had teeth. She had spent 6 years, and the universe had decided that was enough. Fine. But she would tell him first. Not because she expected comfort, she had stopped expecting that approximately 4 years ago, but because there were practical matters. The marriage contract had clauses about illness, about inheritance, about the disposition of assets. She was, despite everything, a woman who believed in clean paperwork. The Black Dragon Eyrie sat atop Ironvein Mountain like a crown of obsidian and dragonbone, its towers carved from the living rock, its halls heated by veins of dragonfire that ran beneath the floors like molten blood. It was beautiful in the way that prisons could be beautiful. All sharp edges and expensive silence. Serafina passed through the lower gates without challenge. The guards barely glanced at her. She had learned in 6 years to move through the Eyrie like smoke, present enough to avoid being locked out, absent enough to avoid being noticed. It was a skill that had served her well in her other life, the one nobody here knew about. The one that was killing her. She climbed the central staircase to the Duke's private wing, her boots leaving wet prints on the dragonbone steps. The halls were quiet at this hour. Most of the Eyrie's residents were at the evening meal in the Great Hall, which Serafina had stopped attending 2 years ago after the incident with the soup. The soup had been poisoned, mildly. She had noticed before drinking it. Nobody had believed her. The door to the Duke's bedchamber was ajar. She pushed it open. The room was vast, all dark stone and black silk, heated by a fireplace large enough to roast a horse. Above the fireplace hung a portrait she had never seen before, or rather, a portrait that had been moved from storage to this most prominent position. It showed a woman, golden hair like sunlight through honey, blue eyes wide and dewy, lips curved in a smile so gentle it looked almost apologetic for existing. She wore white, naturally, because women like that always wore white. Celestine Brightmore. The Duke's former betrothed, the woman his family had once displayed as the perfect future Duchess before the alliance dissolved. The one whose painted perfection had haunted their marriage bed more effectively than any actual ghost could have managed. Serafina stared at the portrait. Something cold and sharp pressed behind her sternum. Not grief, not jealousy, just the bone-deep exhaustion of a woman who had walked into yet another room that wasn't really hers. She should not have touched the frame. She knew that. But her vision flickered, just for a moment, the edges going gray, and she reached out to steady herself, and her fingers brushed the gilded edge of the portrait. "Don't." The voice came from behind her, low, cold, resonant, the kind of voice that made lesser nobles stammer and serving girls drop their trays. Obsidian Drake stood in the doorway of his private bath, his dark hair damp, a high-collared black shirt fastened at his throat, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her hand with an expression that might have been anger or might have been contempt. With him, they often looked the same. He was beautiful. She had never denied that. Tall and broad-shouldered, with the sharp bone structure of old dragonblood aristocracy and the particular grace of a man who could shift into something enormous and winged. His jaw was cut glass. His cheekbones could slice paper. Even after 6 years of marriage to him, Serafina occasionally caught herself thinking what a waste before her rational mind caught up. "I wasn't," she began. "Touching her portrait with your grubby little fingers?" He crossed the room in 3 long strides, took her wrist, and moved her hand away from the frame. His grip was not gentle. "I had it restored. The oils on skin can damage the pigment." Serafina looked at her hand. It was perfectly clean. She had scrubbed it raw in the sanctum washroom after the diagnosis, a compulsive habit she'd developed to hide the faint gray discoloration that Ashheart corrosion left on the fingertips. "I came to talk to you," she said. Her voice was steady. She was proud of that. "About what?" He released her wrist and turned away, adjusting his cuffs with the precise irritation of a man interrupted during his evening routine. "If this is about the household budget again." "I'm ill." He paused for exactly 1 second. Then he continued adjusting his cuffs. "You're always claiming some ailment or another. Last month it was headaches, the month before fatigue. If you want attention, Serafina, there are less tedious ways to get it." The cold thing behind her sternum pressed harder. "This isn't." "Is this because of the portrait?" He turned to face her, and now his expression was clear. Contempt, edged with something almost like satisfaction. "You saw Celestine's portrait and decided to manufacture an illness for sympathy? How predictable." "Obsidian. It's your grace in this wing." His silver eyes were flat. "We discussed this." They had not discussed it. He had decreed it. 3 years ago, after she had made the mistake of calling him by name at a banquet, and he had looked at her as if she had publicly urinated on the tablecloth. Serafina drew a breath. The air tasted faintly metallic, her own blood, she realized. The corrosion was active today. She swallowed it. "Your Grace," she said, and the words tasted like copper and ash. "I have been diagnosed with Ashheart corrosion. The decay has entered my blood and my optic channels. I have approximately 4 months." Silence. Obsidian studied her face the way one studies an insect that has landed on one's sleeve, with mild interest and absolute indifference to its survival. Ashheart corrosion, he repeated. A disease of runesmiths and sealcasters, which you are not. She said nothing. Unless you've been secretly practicing forbidden magic behind my back. Have you? His voice sharpened. Have you been dabbling in things beyond your station again? Beyond her station. She was the last living heir of the Ashgrove rune line, a bloodline so ancient it predated the Dragon Aeries themselves. She could trace, cast, and break dragon rune contracts that would make his court smiths weep with inadequacy. She had single-handedly saved his empire 6 years ago. But he didn't know that. And she was not going to tell him today. Never mind, she said quietly. I apologize for disturbing your evening. She turned to leave, made it 3 steps before. Seraphina. She stopped, did not turn. If you're going to be ill, he said, his tone as casual as discussing weather, do it in the East Wing. I have guests arriving tomorrow, and I don't need you looking pathetic in the main halls. She left without another word. The guests arrived not the next day, but that very night, a dramatic entrance through the Aeries sky gates that woke half the household. Seraphina, lying awake in her cold corner chamber in the East Wing, heard the commotion through the walls. Running feet, excited whispers, the heavy beat of wings in the landing courtyard. By morning, the entire Aerie was buzzing. Celestine Brightmore had returned. Not alone. She came with a child, a small boy of perhaps 4 years, with silver blonde hair and wide blue eyes, and this was the detail that had set every tongue in the Aerie wagging, the ability to produce a flicker of blue dragon flame from his tiny palms. Seraphina heard about it from her maid, Marta, the only servant still assigned to her wing, a sturdy woman of 50 who disapproved of everything equally, and therefore couldn't be called biased. Claims the boy is his grace's blood, Marta said, setting down a tray of toast and weak tea with rather more force than necessary. Born after she left, she says. Raised in secret to protect him from enemies, she says. She sniffed. If you ask me, which nobody does, a woman who hides a child for 4 years has more to hide than a child. Seraphina did not eat the toast. Her appetite had been failing for weeks, another symptom she had been carefully hiding. She drank the tea, which tasted like nothing. Where is the boy now? Main nursery. Already been given the blue silk suite, a personal nurse, and 3 new outfits from the Duke's own tailor. Marta's mouth was a thin line. You, meanwhile, have 1 maid and a leaking ceiling. The ceiling isn't leaking. It will be. I've seen the stain. Give it 2 weeks. Seraphina dressed carefully. Heavy charcoal wool, high collar, long sleeves. She pinned her dark hair back with the simple iron clasp she wore daily, avoiding the ornate dragon crest jewelry that had come with the marriage contract and sat untouched in its velvet case. She checked her reflection, pale but composed. The gray discoloration hadn't reached her face yet. Good. She would need to see the boy. Not because she was jealous, she was dying. Jealousy required a future. But because something about the claim did not add up. Black dragons produced black dragon fire. The Obsidian bloodline had never, in 800 years of recorded history, produced blue flame. But she would need to be careful. The Aeries residents already saw her as the unwanted wife. If she questioned the child's parentage openly, she would look like exactly what they expected, the bitter woman trying to eliminate a rival's offspring. She left her chamber and walked toward the main wing. The corridors were busier than usual, servants scurrying with fresh linens, courtiers clustering in doorways to whisper. They fell silent as she passed, then resumed at twice the volume behind her. She found the scene in the winter garden. Celestine Brightmore sat on the carved stone bench beneath the frost roses, wearing a gown of white that somehow wasn't wrinkled despite her night of travel. Her golden hair fell in perfect waves. Her skin was porcelain. Her expression was one of fragile bravery, the look of a woman being very strong about something very difficult. The boy sat at her feet, playing with a set of dragon bone figurines. He was beautiful, Serafina admitted. Silver blonde hair, enormous blue eyes, chubby cheeks flushed pink. He made small sounds as he played, and occasionally a tiny lick of blue flame curled from his fingers. Obsidian stood beside Celestine. Not sitting, he never sat in public with anyone, but close enough that his shadow fell across her. His hand rested on the bench back behind her shoulder. Not touching her, but close. He was looking at the boy with an expression Serafina had never seen on his face before. Something soft, something wondering, something that might, in a less frozen man, have been called hope. He had never looked at Serafina like that. Not once. She stopped in the garden archway, took it in, filed it away in the small, cold compartment in her chest where she kept things that hurt too much to examine. Celestine noticed her first. Those blue eyes widened with perfectly calibrated surprise. "Oh, you must be." She looked at Obsidian with a flutter of concern. "I didn't know we would be interrupting." "You're not interrupting anything," Obsidian said flatly, without turning to look at Serafina. "Serafina, this is Celestine Brightmore and her son Lucian. He may be my heir." Maybe. At least he had that much caution still. "How wonderful," Serafina said. Her voice was perfectly level. "Welcome to the Eyrie, Miss Brightmore." Celestine smiled, tremulous, grateful, as if Serafina's welcome meant the world. "Please, call me Celestine. I do so hope we can be friends." She reached out a delicate hand. "I know this must be difficult for you." Serafina looked at the outstretched hand, then at Celestine's face. The smile was flawless. The eyes were calculating. She shook the hand, brief, professional. "Not difficult at all," she said. "I hope you find the Eyrie comfortable." She turned to leave, and her vision flickered. Just a moment. Just the edges going gray, the world tilting sideways. She caught herself on the archway, knuckles white against the stone. "Are you quite well?" Celestine's voice, sweet with concern that carried perfectly across the garden. Obsidian did not turn around. "Perfectly," Serafina said, and walked away. 3 days passed, each worse than the last. Celestine established herself in the Eyrie with the efficiency of a military campaign disguised as helplessness. She needed a larger room. The boy had nightmares without windows. She needed different food. Her constitution was delicate. She needed Serafina's personal sitting room for the boy's lessons. It had the best morning light. Obsidian granted every request without consulting his wife. The boy, Lucian, was paraded before the court daily. His blue flame was displayed, admired, exclaimed over. "A true dragon child," the nobles murmured. "Look at those eyes, just like his Grace's mother's side." Nobody seemed to remember that Obsidian's mother had been a black dragon whose eyes were silver, not blue. Serafina watched. She said nothing. She noticed things. She noticed that Lucian's blue flame flickered oddly, not the steady burn of natural dragon fire, but the stuttering pulse of a flame sustained by external fuel. She noticed that Celestine's delicate wrists bore faint powder marks where something had been regularly applied and wiped away. She noticed that the boy flinched when Celestine touched his shoulder in a certain way. She noticed, but she could not yet prove. On the 4th day, Celestine made her first real move. It happened in the Great Hall at the noon meal. Serafina had come to retrieve a book she'd left on her usual side table. She no longer ate in the hall, but she occasionally sat there to read during off hours when nobody would bother her. The hall was crowded today, some minor celebration for the boys' official presentation to the court. Serafina was crossing the hall toward the side table when Celestine appeared from behind a pillar, carrying a tray of sweets. Their paths intersected. Celestine stumbled, a graceful, floating stumble, the kind that looked effortless, and went down. The tray scattered. Celestine hit the floor with a cry that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Every head turned. "She pushed me," Celestine gasped, one hand clutching her ankle. Tears, actual glistening tears, filled her blue eyes. The Duchess, she cast something at my feet." The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. Guards appeared. Obsidian materialized from wherever he'd been lurking, his face thunderous. "Serafina." His voice cut through the noise like a blade. "What did you do?" She looked at him. He was already decided. She could see it in his eyes, the verdict rendered before the trial. Of course he would believe the weeping golden woman over the gray, silent wife who had never given him tears. The old Serafina, the one from 6 years ago, fresh-faced and still hoping, might have stammered a denial, might have begged him to listen, might have dissolved into the pleading, desperate creature he clearly expected her to be. The current Serafina did none of those things. She removed the iron ring from her left index finger, her ash print ring, the only visible tool of her true craft, and pressed it to the stone floor. A pulse of gray light spread outward from the point of contact, thin as spider silk, illuminating the floor like frost on glass. Everywhere it touched, previously invisible marks became visible, footprints of residual spell energy, glowing faintly gold. The courtiers gasped. There, clearly visible on the floor, was a neat line of trip hex energy. It originated not from Serafina's path, but from directly beneath Celestine's own feet. The woman had hexed herself, tripped herself, thrown herself down, and blamed it on the silent wife standing 6 feet away. The glowing marks faded after 3 seconds. Ash print diagnostic traces were not permanent, but 3 seconds was enough. Half the court had seen. Celestine's tears dried remarkably fast. Her expression shifted, just for a heartbeat, from wounded innocence to something sharp and furious before the mask slid back. I don't understand what that was," she whispered. "Some kind of illusion? Obsidian, she's casting things?" "It was a diagnostic reveal," said a voice from the crowd. Old Magister Thornwell, the Ares senior arcanist, pressed forward. His rheumy eyes were sharp. "Shows the origin point of recently cast hexes. Can't be faked." The hex came from under her. He pointed at Celestine, not from the Duchess. Silence. Obsidian looked at the floor where the marks had been, then at Celestine, then at Serafina. He said nothing. He did not apologize. He turned and walked away. Celestine was helped up by her supporters, she still had plenty, and whisked off to her rooms with much fluttering concern. The court dispersed, buzzing. Serafina stood alone in the great hall. Her vision flickered again, longer this time. She pressed her palm against the cool stone of the pillar until the grayness receded. Then she walked to the side table where Lucien's silver water cup had been left among the lunch debris. She turned it over. With a movement so small no one would notice, she pressed her ash print ring to the cup's inner base, leaving a blood trace marker that would activate when the cup was next used. The marker would read the child's blood composition through any liquid he drank from it. In 3 days, it would have enough data to determine exactly whose bloodline Lucien carried. She set the cup back, walked away. Let the blood speak for itself. Part 2. Dead Eggs and Living Things. The snow began that evening, heavy, wet, blanketing the mountain in white that turned the Ares black stone dramatic. Serafina left through the servants' gate at dusk, pulling her hood low. She had an appointment at the Sanctum Healing Ward for a follow-up examination, and she was not going to let anyone see her go. The path down from the Eyrie to the city was treacherous in snow, but she knew every step. 6 years of lonely walks had made her an expert on this particular mountain. She moved quickly, her boots finding purchase on the icy stones by memory more than sight. Her right eye had developed a persistent gray haze that no amount of blinking could clear. The appointment was brief and brutal. The corrosion had advanced since Tuesday. The healer adjusted his estimate downward, 3 months, perhaps 3.5. "Is there anything?" Serafina began. "The only known treatment requires a source of white gold dragon fire," the healer said gently, "which, as I'm sure you know, has been extinct for over a century. I'm sorry, Your Grace." She nodded, thanked him, left. The snow had thickened while she was inside. The streets were almost empty, merchants packing up early, lanterns sputtering in the wet wind. Serafina pulled her cloak tighter and turned toward the mountain path. She almost missed it. A pile of refuse beside a merchant's cart. Broken crates, soiled straw, the usual detritus of market day. But something in the pile caught the fading lantern light. A curve. A smooth, oval shape, gray and dull, half buried in dirty snow. An egg. Serafina stopped. It was large, roughly the size of a melon, and completely unremarkable. Gray shell, hairline cracks webbing its surface, no luminescence, no warmth, no sign of the inner fire that marked a living dragon egg. A dead egg. Worthless. That's why the merchant had tossed it with the trash. She should keep walking. She had 3 months to live, a marriage to dissolve, a secret identity to protect, and absolutely no time for. Thump. She felt it through her ash print ring. Not heard, felt. A vibration so faint it was barely distinguishable from her own heartbeat. But there, undeniably there. A heartbeat. Inside the egg. Tiny, struggling, almost gone. "Oh, for..." Serafina pressed her hand to her face. "No, absolutely not." Thump, thump. "I am dying. I don't have time to..." Thump, thump. "This is ridiculous. You're probably going to die anyway. We'll die together in my cold room and they'll find us both frozen in 3 months like some pathetic..." Thump. She picked up the egg. It was heavier than it looked, and cold, so cold that even through her gloves she could feel the chill radiating from its shell. She tucked it inside her cloak, against her chest, where her own body heat might do something. The heartbeat steadied slightly. "I'm not keeping you," she informed the egg. "I'm merely preventing you from dying in garbage, which is the bare minimum of decency. Don't get attached." The egg did not respond, obviously. It was an egg. She carried it home. The east wing of the Eyrie was cold, as always. Serafina's chambers consisted of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small private study, all furnished in the Eyries' leftover pieces that nobody else wanted. The heating runes in this wing had been temporarily reduced 3 years ago during a budget dispute and never restored. She set the egg on her bed, surrounded by pillows, and covered it with her spare wool blanket. Then she fed the fireplace until the room was warm enough that her breath no longer fogged. Then she sat and stared at the egg. "Well," she said, "now what?" The egg sat, gray, silent, cracked. Serafina touched her ring to the shell. Gently, carefully, a whisper of diagnostic magic. The heartbeat was there, slow but steady. The egg was alive. The cracks weren't decay, they were stress fractures, possibly from impact when it was discarded. The creature inside was... She frowned. The diagnostic couldn't get a clear reading on the species. Dragon, certainly, but the subsignature was muddled, as if something was actively obscuring it. Self-camouflage? In an unborn creature? "Aren't you interesting?" she murmured. The egg gave no reply. She fell asleep beside it that night, one hand resting on its shell. In the morning, she found it had somehow rolled 3 inches closer to her, pressing against her hip. She chose not to examine this too closely. Over the next week, the egg developed what Serafina could only describe as a personality. When she was in the room, it was perfectly still, silent, inert. The picture of a dead egg that happened to not be dead. The moment she left, Marta confirmed this with increasing bewilderment, it became active. "It was vibrating when I came in to change the linens," Marta reported, arms crossed. "And it had rolled off the bed entirely. Found it in the wash basin." "The wash basin?" "In a nest of your clean small clothes, which it had apparently knocked off the shelf." The next day, Serafina returned from a walk to find the egg had somehow shoved itself into her medicine box, displacing 3 bottles of the pain tonic she was supposed to take daily. The bottles were lined up on the bedside table in a neat row, as if arranged by invisible hands, or by an egg repeatedly butting them into position. "Are you reminding me to take my medicine?" Serafina asked it, feeling only slightly insane. The egg was perfectly still, perfectly innocent, not at all alive. She took the medicine. On the 3rd day, she returned to find a small package from Obsidian on her bureau, a guilt gift, probably. Some trivial trinket sent by a secretary to maintain appearances. She hadn't opened it before she left. When she came back, the package was under the bed, far under the bed, pushed into the dustiest corner against the wall. The egg sat on the bureau in the package's place, serene as a church. "Did you..." Serafina looked at the egg, looked under the bed, looked back at the egg. "How do you even move? You don't have legs." The egg did not dignify this with a response. On the 5th day, something remarkable happened. Celestine sent one of her maids to Serafina's wing, ostensibly to deliver an invitation to tea, actually to snoop. Serafina was out. Marta was in the laundry. The maid entered freely and began opening drawers. According to Marta, who returned partway through, the egg began vibrating so violently that it bounced off the bed, rolled across the floor at alarming speed, and struck the maid's ankle with sufficient force to send her stumbling backward into the door frame. The maid fled. The egg rolled itself back to the bed and settled into its pillow nest with the air of a job well done. "Your egg," Marta said that evening, "is possessed." "It's not my egg." "It pushed a grown woman out of your room." "It's slightly my egg." On the 7th day, the cracks in the shell shifted. Serafina didn't notice at first. She was reviewing the blood trace data from Lucien's cup, which was yielding increasingly interesting results. But when she glanced over, the hairline fractures had rearranged themselves. They formed unmistakably a pattern, an expression. Specifically, the dragon rune symbol for eye-rolling contempt. Serafina stared at it for a long time. "Were you making a face at something specific?" she asked slowly, "or is this a general commentary?" The cracks shifted. Now they formed, she was not imagining this, a pattern that loosely resembled droopy eyelids and a curled mouth, like a miniature sneer. From the corridor outside, Serafina could hear the distant sound of Celestine's tinkling laugh. "Ah," Serafina said, "the laugh." The egg cracks formed something that might have been a nod. "I agree," Serafina said. "It is insufferable." She went back to her data. The egg settled smugly in its pillows. Obsidian found out about the egg 9 days after its arrival. He came to the East Wing, a rare event that startled Marta so thoroughly she dropped a water pitcher, ostensibly to inform Serafina that her household budget would be further reduced to accommodate Lucien's needs. He delivered this news standing in her doorway without entering, his gaze sweeping the room with the distant assessment of a landlord inspecting a property he planned to sell. His eyes landed on the egg. "What is that?" Serafina did not look up from her book. "An egg." "I can see it's an egg. Why is there a cracked, dead egg in your bedchamber?" "It's not dead." Obsidian stepped into the room, first time in months, and approached the bed. The egg was very still, very gray, very unremarkable. But the cracks were visible, and to someone like Obsidian, who had grown up around dragon eggs, they looked wrong. "This is a reject," he said flatly. "Where did you get it?" "The street." "You picked up a street egg." His voice carried the particular disbelief of the very privileged. "Serafina, do you understand what could be incubating in a discarded egg? Parasite worms, blight mites, corruption spawn. It has a heartbeat." "Many parasites have heartbeats." He reached for the egg, and the egg pulsed. A single flash of heat, brief but intense, that made Obsidian snatch his hand back. He stared at his palm. Across the inside of his fingers, faint as a watermark, a pattern of white gold scales had appeared. They faded after a moment, leaving his skin unmarked. The room was very quiet. "That," Obsidian said carefully, "should not have happened." Serafina had seen it, filed it. White gold, not black, not blue, white gold, a color that had not been seen in dragonkind for over a century. "It's just an egg," she said mildly. "Probably reacting to your dragonfire proximity. You know how unstable damaged eggs can be." Obsidian looked at her. For the first time in a long while, his expression held something other than contempt, uncertainty. It lasted only a moment before his usual mask reassembled. "Get rid of it," he said. "I'll send someone with a purification basin tomorrow. It's clearly contaminated." "No." The word dropped like a stone into still water. Obsidian's eyes narrowed. "No?" "No." Serafina set down her book, stood. She was a tall woman, not as tall as him, but enough that she didn't have to crane her neck when they were this close. "You will not touch this egg. It is a potential threat to the Eyrie. It is a potential life that someone threw away because they couldn't be bothered to look closer." Her voice was level, but something in it had shifted. An edge, a hardness she usually kept hidden. "I'm familiar with the experience." A muscle in Obsidian's jaw tightened. "If you're implying—" "I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you, this egg stays. If your purification squad comes near it, they'll lose the use of their hands for a week." "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise." She held his gaze, steady, unflinching. "You have your heir now, don't you? The golden boy with blue fire. What do you care about one gray egg in a wing you never visit?" Obsidian stared at her. Something flickered in his silver eyes, surprise maybe. She had never spoken to him like this. In 6 years, she had been quiet, accommodating, invisible. The sudden steel in her voice was clearly unexpected. "Fine," he said at last through his teeth. "Keep your dead egg. But if it hatches something that threatens my household—" "At least if it hatches something dangerous," Serafina said, picking up her book again, "it'll be honestly dangerous. Not dressed in white and calling itself family." Obsidian went very still. His mouth opened, closed. He turned on his heel and left without another word. The egg, in the silence that followed, emitted a tiny pulse of warmth against Serafina's hip, almost approving. "Don't start," she told it. Part 3. The Dissolution. 2 weeks after Celestine's arrival, Serafina finished her preparations. The blood trace data from Lucien's cup was complete. The results were exactly what she'd suspected. The boy's dragon flame signature bore zero compatibility with the Obsidian bloodline. Not partial, zero. Whatever lineage Lucien carried, it was not Obsidian Drake's. But she did not reveal this immediately. She was not stupid, and she was not impulsive. If she made the accusation now, it would look like jealousy, like desperation, like the unwanted wife trying to eliminate her replacement. Instead, she sealed the data into the cup's base, a self-activating ash print that would release its findings when examined by the Ares matriarch, Old Lady Obsidian Drake the Elder. The matriarch was many things: imperious, traditional, occasionally cruel, but she was not stupid, and she would not ignore blood evidence. Serafina placed the cup in a velvet pouch and locked it in her desk. Then she took out the document she had been drafting for 3 days. A petition for dissolution of the Dragon Blood marriage contract. In the dragon aristocracy, marriage contracts were not simple unions. They were binding magical agreements sealed in the contract flame basin, enforceable by ancient dragon law. Breaking one required either mutual consent or proof of irreparable breach. Serafina had spent 6 years gathering evidence of breach. She had enough. She reviewed the document one final time. It asked for no wealth, no property, no title, no compensation, just freedom. She signed it with her blood name, the real one, not the diminished version on the public marriage contract, and sealed it with her ash print ring. Then she went to find Obsidian. He was in his study. Celestine was there too, of course, curled in the window seat with Lucien, reading to him in her soft golden voice. The picture they made was deliberately beautiful. The family unit, the future, the life Obsidian could have, if not for the inconvenient existing wife. Serafina knocked, entered without waiting for permission. "I need 5 minutes of your time," she said, alone. Obsidian looked up from his desk with visible irritation. "Whatever it is, it can wait." "It cannot." She held up the document. "This is a formal petition for dissolution of our marriage contract. It requires your acknowledgement." The room went silent. Celestine's reading stopped. Lucien looked up with wide eyes. Obsidian set down his pen very slowly. "Leave us," he said to Celestine. His voice was flat. Celestine gathered Lucien with visible reluctance and visible satisfaction barely hidden, and swept out, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Obsidian stood, came around the desk, took the document from Serafina's hand and read it in silence. "You're asking for nothing," he said at last. "Correct. No settlement, no property, no ongoing support. I want freedom, not money." He looked at her. His expression was strange, not angry, which she'd expected. Something else. Something almost like insult. "This is about Celestine," he said, "not a question. It is about the 6 years preceding Celestine. You're jealous. You've been jealous since she arrived, and now you're using a dissolution petition as... what? Leverage? A threat? You think if you wave this in my face, I'll send her away?" Serafina took a slow breath. The gray was creeping at the edges of her vision again. "I am not asking you to send anyone away. I am asking you to let me leave." "No." He tossed the document onto his desk. "I'm not playing this game." "It isn't. You married into the Aerie. You took my name. You benefit from my protection, my wealth, my..." "Your protection?" The word came out sharp enough to cut. When have you ever protected me? When was the last time you entered this study and thought I should check on my wife? When was the last time you remembered I existed without someone reminding you? He stared at her. I'm dying, Obsidian. Her voice cracked. Just barely. Just once. I told you that. 12 days ago, you told me to do it in the East Wing where no one would see. That is what you call protection? Something shifted in his face. The faintest flicker of, not guilt, not yet, but something close to the precursor of guilt, if guilt were a seed that needed much longer to germinate. You were exaggerating, he said, but his voice was less certain. You're always. Sign the paper or don't. I'll petition the matriarch directly if you refuse. She turned and left. He did not sign it. In the days that followed, Celestine moved with increasing boldness. She installed herself in the main wing as if she were already mistress. She directed servants. She rearranged furniture. She chose menus. She sat in Seraphina's chair at formal dinners, the one beside Obsidian's, and nobody corrected her. She also began sending Seraphina small, deliberate humiliations disguised as requests. Would Seraphina mind organizing the linen closet in the guest wing? The nursery needed fresh flowers. Could she arrange them? The dragon flame breakfast required a specific rare tea that only grew in the lower markets. Would Seraphina fetch it? Seraphina completed none of these tasks. She simply didn't respond to the requests, which drove Celestine to a particular white-lipped fury that she hid behind concerned sighs to the court. I do worry about her. She seems so withdrawn. Is she eating properly? The egg, during this period, seemed to develop opinions about Celestine. Every time her name was mentioned within earshot, or when her signature perfume drifted down the East Wing corridor from a passing servant, the shell cracks would rearrange into what Seraphina had come to recognize as the egg's disgusted expression, a pattern resembling narrowed eyes and a turned-down mouth. You've never even met her, Seraphina told the egg one evening. The cracks rearranged themselves emphatically. Fair point. I suppose the perfume is evidence enough. Celestine's next move involved Lucian and the egg. It happened on a day when Seraphina was reviewing trade reports in her study, a habit she maintained despite having no official role in the Ares finances. She liked to know things. Knowledge was armor. The door burst open. Lucian ran in, small and blue-eyed and propelled by the particular momentum of a 4-year-old who has been aimed at a target. Behind him came Celestine, breathless and performatively worried. Lucian, no, darling, come back. She grabbed the doorframe, one hand pressed to her heart. I'm so sorry, Duchess. He just ran off. He wanted to see your chambers. Children are so curious. Lucian, oblivious to the script, had already spotted the egg. His eyes went round. Egg! He tottered toward the bed with arms outstretched. Pretty egg. Can I hold it? Seraphina stood. Careful. But Lucian had already grabbed the egg with both hands, and nothing happened. No flash, no burn, no defensive pulse. The egg sat perfectly still in the child's arms, as docile as a stone. Lucian grinned, clutching it to his chest. Celestine's eyes sharpened. This was not what she'd expected. Seraphina could see the calculation shifting behind those pretty blue irises. She'd clearly been hoping the egg would react badly, would shock or burn the boy, providing evidence that the contaminated egg was dangerous and should be destroyed. But Seraphina had planned for this. 3 days ago, she'd laid a softening charm on the egg's outer shell, not to change its nature, but to ensure that any accidental contact would be cushioned. If someone tried to manufacture the egg hurt the air incident, the egg would feel no harder than a pillow. Lucian was now hugging the egg like a stuffed toy, showing no inclination to release it. "Mine," he declared. "No, darling, give it back." Celestine reached for the egg. Lucian dodged. Azur. A Sunstoro. Romantically, Glinsby used the sash, a village gravitate about Great Azur. Serafina watched with something that might, in a healthier woman, have been amusement. The boy clearly had no malice. He was 4, acting on 4-year-old impulse. Whatever Celestine had planned, the child wasn't playing along. "Lucian," Serafina crouched to his level, "the egg needs to stay warm. Would you put it back on the bed for me? You can visit it again later." Lucian considered this. "Promise?" "Promise." He set the egg down with surprising gentleness, patted it twice, and ran back to Celestine. As he passed his mother, Serafina noticed something. The boy's hands, which had been clutching the egg, bore no trace of blue flame. Not even a flicker. Every other time she'd seen Lucian hold something, his excitement triggered small bursts of dragon fire. It was, according to Celestine, involuntary, yet with the egg, nothing. Interesting. Serafina looked at the boy's wrists. There, fading quickly but briefly visible in the warm light, were faint powder marks. The same marks she'd noticed on Celestine's wrists. Blue flame powder, applied externally, making the boy appear to produce dragon fire he could not actually produce on his own. She said nothing, filed it, added it to the growing collection of truths she would deploy at the right moment. "We'll let you rest," Celestine said sweetly, ushering Lucian out. "Do take care of yourself, Duchess. You look so pale lately." The door closed. The egg's cracks reformed into what was unmistakably a rude gesture. "Language," Serafina said. Part 4. Hatching. The night the egg broke open, Serafina was dying. Not metaphorically, not slowly. Dying right then in the sharp and immediate sense, her vision gone entirely gray, her chest filled with the grinding pressure of ash-heart corrosion in full attack, her body curled on the cold floor of her bedchamber because she hadn't made it back to the bed. She'd been fine at dinner, or as fine as she ever was. Then the pain hit like a hammer between her shoulder blades, and her legs gave out, and she'd gone down hard enough to bruise her knees on the stone floor. The egg was screaming. Not literally, eggs couldn't scream, but it was producing a vibration so intense that the water glass on the bedside table had shattered. The shell was glowing white-hot, the cracks spreading and widening, liquid light pouring through them like molten metal. Serafina crawled toward it. Her hands left gray-smeared trails on the floor. The corrosion was leaking through her skin now, painting everything she touched with ash. Her vision was nearly gone, the world reduced to blurs and brightness. "Don't!" She reached the bed, got her hands on the egg. It was burning, searing, but she pressed her ash-print ring against the shell anyway, feeding it her own blood magic in a desperate attempt to stabilize whatever was happening inside. The shell cracked. Not the gentle hatching of a baby dragon, the explosive fracture of something immensely powerful, forced through too small a container. The shell blew apart. White gold fire erupted upward, scorching the canopy of her bed, washing across the ceiling in a wave of light so bright it burned through even her failing vision. Heat, brilliance, the smell of ozone and old magic. Then silence. Serafina blinked. Her vision was returning, slowly, the gray receding as if pushed back by the residual warmth in the air. She was still on the floor beside the bed, surrounded by shell fragments that glowed faintly platinum in the darkness. On the bed where the egg had been sat a man. There was, embarrassingly, not a stitch of clothing involved. 3 frantic minutes, 1 thrown cloak, 1 overturned chair, and a very firm order through the door about imaginary alchemical fumes later, the impossible stranger sat wrapped from shoulders to ankles in Serafina's heaviest wool cloak. His hair was pale as moonlit ash, his eyes opened gold, and his first hoarse words were, "You're the heartbeat." "You were the egg," Serafina said flatly. "I was in the egg," he corrected. "The egg was merely temporary housing." "For how long?" He tilted his head. That movement, the slight angle, the faintly curious regard, was so like the egg's habit of rolling toward interesting sounds that Serafina felt a strange jolt of recognition. "A while," he said. "Time is difficult to track when you're busy not dying." She should ask more questions. She should demand explanations. She should probably be terrified. A strange, impossibly beautiful man had just materialized in her bedroom from an egg she'd been sleeping next to for weeks. Instead, what she said was, "Are you going to die if I stop looking at you for 30 seconds? Because I need to find you clothes." His mouth curved, just slightly. A smile that was less innocence and more quiet delight, as if she had said exactly the thing he'd been hoping to hear. "I will endeavor to survive your absence." She did not dignify this with a response. She went to the wardrobe, pulled out the largest shirt she owned, one of Marta's that had been mixed in with the laundry, and a pair of loose trousers from her own collection, the ones she wore for physical work. "These will be short on you," she said, tossing them to him, "but they'll have to do until morning." He dressed with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had never learned to be modest, or perhaps someone so ancient that modesty was a concept he'd once invented and grown bored of. The shirt stretched across his shoulders. The trousers ended above his ankles. He looked ridiculous. He also looked like something out of a legend. Even in borrowed, ill-fitting clothes, wrapped in a too-small cloak, with shell dust still in his hair, he radiated a quiet, devastating presence that made the air in the room feel heavier. Serafina crossed her arms. "Name." "Ah." He looked at her. Something cautious entered those gold eyes, the first hint that behind the bemusement there was calculation. "You may call me Seren. It's close enough." "Close enough to what?" "To what I once was." "That's not an answer." "No," he agreed pleasantly. "It isn't." She studied him. He met her gaze without flinching, without the defensive bravado that usually accompanied secrets, or the evasive dart of someone constructing a lie. He simply looked at her, gold eyes steady, and allowed her to look back. "Fine," she said at last. "Seren, you hatched in my room. That makes you my responsibility until I decide otherwise. You will sleep." She pointed to the window seat, which was padded but narrow. "There. You will not leave this room until I determine that you're safe to be around. You will answer my questions when I ask them, and you will never appear improperly dressed in my presence again." He considered the window seat, looked at her, looked at the window seat again. "It seems," he began. "It seems perfectly adequate for someone who spent the last several weeks as a 9-inch egg." Another curve of his mouth. "Fair." He settled himself on the window seat with fluid grace, pulling the cloak around himself like a blanket. He was too long for it. His feet hung off the end, but he curled without complaint, making himself small. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for keeping me warm." Serafina turned off the remaining lamp. In the darkness, she could still see the faint glow of white gold from his skin, like moonlight captured in flesh. "Don't thank me yet," she said. "Tomorrow we'll have problems." "We already have problems," he said, "but yours are worse than mine, and you haven't told me about them." She was silent for a long moment. "Good night, Seren." "Good night, heartbeat." She did not sleep, but she did, for the first time in weeks, feel like the room contained something alive besides her own slow decay. Part 5. The Mask of Weakness. The first 3 days with Saren in the East Wing were an exercise in controlled chaos. He was, on the surface, everything a displaced, newly hatched person should be. Confused, grateful, compliant. He wore the borrowed clothes without complaint. He ate the food Marta brought without asking for better. He slept on the window seat without mentioning that it was 3 feet too short. He said please and thank you and I don't want to be a burden with such consistent sweetness that even Marta, immune to all charm, occasionally brought him an extra bread roll. It was, Serafina reflected, an absolutely masterful performance. Because she noticed things. She noticed that his confusion was selective. He was baffled by modern cutlery, but instantly understood the defensive runework on her door. She noticed that his compliance was strategic. He deferred to her on every decision, but somehow always ended up positioned between her and the window, the most defensible spot in the room. She noticed that when guards passed in the corridor, his gold eyes tracked their footsteps, cataloging them, and noted the family crests embroidered on the one guard's collar when the door briefly opened for Marta. She noticed that he was not weak, not confused, not harmless. But she also noticed that he had not, in 3 days, made a single move that could threaten her. His performance was aimed outward, at the household, at the situation, at the careful maintenance of being too pathetic to threaten. With her, when they were alone, the mask thinned. Not vanished, thinned. "You're watching me figure you out," she said on the 3rd evening, not looking up from her book. He was on the window seat, ostensibly dozing. His eyes opened, gold, clear, not at all sleepy. "Is it working?" he asked. "The helpless act?" "The letting you feel safe act." She set the book down. "I felt safe before. You were an egg. Eggs are inherently non-threatening. And now? Now you're a 6-foot-something man with reflexes that suggest military training, eyes that catalog every person who enters this corridor, and a magical signature I cannot read even with direct diagnostic contact." She folded her arms. "So I feel intrigued and cautious, but not unsafe." Something shifted in his expression. The faint amusement that was his default melted into something more genuine, something closer to surprise. "You're not afraid of me," he said. "Not a question." "Should I be?" He was quiet for a moment, then, "No, but most people would be." Most people didn't spend 6 years married to a man who can turn into a 12-ton flying lizard. My threshold for intimidating is calibrated differently. He laughed, quiet, unexpected, genuine, a sound that seemed to surprise even him, as if he hadn't made it in a very long time. "I like you," he said, simply, directly, as if stating a fact about the weather. Serafina felt heat rise to her face. This was absurd. She was dying. She was 31. She had been married for 6 years to a glacier in man form, and she was blushing because a pretty creature said "I like you" with the directness of a child. "Go to sleep, Saren." "As you wish, heartbeat." On the 4th day, the Aerie discovered his existence. It was inevitable. The explosion of light during his hatching had been seen, and while Serafina's dropped lamp excuse had bought time, the servants talked. Rumors spread. A strange man in the Duchess's chambers, a flash of white fire, sounds in the night. By noon, the whispers had reached Obsidian. He came to the East Wing with 2 guards and the expression of a man who has been personally insulted by the universe. Serafina opened the door before he could knock. She'd heard his footsteps on the stairs. "What?" Obsidian said, looking past her into the room where Seren sat on the window seat in his too small clothes. Is that? A guest, Serafina said. A guest. Obsidian pushed past her. The guards followed. Seren looked up with an expression of wide-eyed uncertainty, the helpless mask sliding into place so smoothly it was almost undetectable. Where did he come from? Obsidian demanded. The egg. Silence. The egg, Obsidian repeated. Yes, it hatched. He was inside, as eggs do. Obsidian turned to stare at Seren. Seren stared back with precisely calibrated vulnerability, a young man alone in a strange place, wearing borrowed clothes, clearly malnourished, obviously helpless. That's impossible, Obsidian said. Dragon eggs don't produce. He gestured vaguely at Seren's very human-looking form. Some do, Serafina said. Ancient bloodlines sometimes. I don't know what I am, Seren said softly. His voice trembled, exactly the right amount. I don't remember much. Before the shell, it's all dark. I just know she... He looked at Serafina with an expression of such transparent gratitude that Marta, standing by the door, actually softened. She kept me warm. She kept me alive. Obsidian's jaw tightened. He looked at Serafina. How convenient. A mysterious man emerges from your mysterious egg just as you file for dissolution. You expect me to believe this isn't staged? I expect nothing from you, Serafina said. I stopped expecting things from you years ago. A muscle jumped in Obsidian's cheek. He'll be questioned, Obsidian said. The court arcanist will examine him. If he's a threat... He is my guest. Serafina's voice went flat. The honey nut cakes stood in a 6-tier tower at the edge of the feast table, and Soot had already noticed them. Serafina Voss stood at the far end of the great hall of Ashenmere Keep, dressed in her only formal coat, a dark wool surcoat with a high collar that hid the scar running from her left ear to her collarbone, and she held a black cat against her chest like a soldier holds a shield. The cat's name was Soot. Soot did not care about the betrothal feast. Soot cared about the honey nut cakes. The Winter Flame Feast was the single largest social event of the Southern Noble calendar, a night when every Dragon Rider family from the Amber Coast to the Greyvale Marshes gathered under enchanted firelight to announce alliances, seal marriages, toast military victories, and most importantly, show off. The Great Hall of Ashenmere Keep had been decorated in red and gold silk banners, each one embroidered with the twin flame crest of House Hareth. Dragonfire candelabras hung from iron chains bolted to the vaulted ceiling, casting everything in a warm amber glow that made even the ugliest lord look halfway tolerable. Long tables ran the length of the room, loaded with roast venison, spiced wine, crystallized ginger, and towering over it all, the honey nut cake display, which was meant to be served after the betrothal announcement. The betrothal announcement. Serafina shifted her weight from one boot to the other. Her boots were military issue. They had mud on them. She had not had time to clean them because she had ridden 6 days straight from the northern frontier to be here. And when she had arrived at the keep 3 hours ago, the servants had looked at her as though she were a stray dog that had wandered in through the kitchen. No one had prepared a room for her. No one had laid out a dress. No one had told her that the seating arrangement had been changed and her place at the head table had been given to someone else. She had found all of this out by standing in the doorway of the great hall and watching a red-haired woman in a scarlet silk gown take the chair beside Aldrich Hareth, the chair that was supposed to be hers. Aldrich. Herr Betrothed. Her former betrothed, apparently. She watched him now from across the room. Aldrich Hareth was, by any honest measure, a handsome man. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a strong jaw and dark copper hair swept back from a high forehead. He wore a formal military coat of deep crimson with gold braiding at the shoulders, and on his chest, Serafina's fingers tightened around Soot. On his chest, he wore 3 medals: the Iron Fang for holding the Greyvale Bridge, the Silver Gate for the defense of Thornwall, and the Winterflame Star for the 3-day siege of Dragonfire Pass. Those were her medals. She had earned every single one of them on the frontier, leading her cavalry through fire and blood and frozen mud, and Aldrich Hareth had taken them off her record and pinned them to his own coat like decorations for a feast. Soot's ears flattened. The cat could feel the tension in her arms. "Easy," Serafina murmured. Her voice was low and quiet, the kind of voice that did not carry in a crowded room, which was fine because no one in this room was listening to her anyway. She had known something was wrong when the letters stopped. For 2 months before the feast, Aldrich's correspondence had gone from warm to formal to non-existent. His last letter had been 3 lines long. "The Winterflame feast will proceed as planned. Your presence is expected. Wear something appropriate." She had not owned anything appropriate. She still didn't. The surcoat was clean. The boots were not. The cat was well fed, which was more than she could say for herself. She had given her last ration biscuit to Soot somewhere around the 4th day of riding because the cat had looked at her with those enormous golden eyes, and she was apparently incapable of saying no to a small animal with fluffy ears. This was the great irony of Serafina Voss. She could say no to a charging warhorse, a collapsing siege wall, a screaming battalion of enemy soldiers, and a Dragonfire bombardment that had turned the entire eastern flank of Dragonfire Pass into a lake of molten stone. She could not say no to a cat that wanted a biscuit. "Commander Voss." The voice came from behind her. She turned. A steward in House Hareth livery stood at her elbow, looking deeply uncomfortable. He was young, maybe 20, with a thin mustache he was clearly very proud of and a nervous habit of pulling at his cuffs. "Lord Hareth requests that you come to the front of the hall," the steward said. "He wishes to make an announcement." "I know what the announcement is," Serafina said. The steward blinked. You do?" "It's a betrothal feast. He's going to announce a betrothal." She paused. "It's just not going to be ours." The steward's face went through a complicated sequence of emotions. Confusion, then realization, then pity. Then the particular kind of discomfort that occurs when a young man realizes he has been sent to fetch a woman to her own humiliation, and he does not have the rank to refuse the errand. "I'm sorry," he said very quietly. "Don't be." Serafina adjusted Soot in her arms. The cat had begun to purr, which meant it had spotted something interesting, probably the honey nut cakes. "Lead the way." The walk from the back of the hall to the front was approximately 40 paces. It felt like 40 miles. Serafina kept her eyes forward, her chin level, her shoulders square. She had learned a long time ago that the way you carry yourself matters more than what you're wearing, and what she was carrying right now, beneath the calm exterior, beneath the mud-caked boots and the high-collared surcoat and the purring cat, was a cold, heavy certainty that settled in her stomach like an iron weight. He was going to reject her publicly, in front of everyone. She had considered briefly not coming to the front of the hall. She had considered leaving, walking out the door, mounting her horse, and riding back to the frontier where the people who loved her were waiting, and the only thing that tried to humiliate her was the weather. But Aldrich had her command token. He had her transfer orders. He had her war medals, and, as of tonight, he was going to have her cavalry. The female cavalry of Dragonfire Pass, the Iron Maidens, the common soldiers called them, was technically a noble-sponsored military unit, and the sponsorship was tied to the betrothal contract. If the betrothal dissolved, sponsorship reverted to the male party's house, which meant that if Aldrich rejected her tonight, House Hareth would take command of the 63 women she had trained, bled with, frozen with, and dragged out of burning siege lines with her own hands. She was not going to let that happen. She reached the front of the hall. Aldrich stood on the raised dais where the head table was set, and beside him sat the red-haired woman in the scarlet gown. Up close, the woman was striking. High cheekbones, sharp green eyes, skin like porcelain, and a bearing that suggested she had never in her life carried her own luggage. Her gown was cut from silk so fine it seemed to breathe, and at her throat hung a pendant of red dragon scales set in gold. Red dragon blood. Old money. The kind of family that traced their lineage back to the first dragon rider packs and never let anyone forget it. The woman looked at Serafina. Her gaze moved from the mud-caked boots to the military surcoat to the black cat, and her expression arranged itself into something that was not quite contempt, but was definitely not respect. "Serafina," Aldrich said. His voice was warm. That was the worst part. He sounded exactly the way he had sounded when he had asked her to marry him. Gentle, steady, sincere. As though what he was about to do was reasonable. As though she would understand. "Aldrich," she said. "I'm glad you came. I wanted you to hear this from me." "I'm hearing it." He took a breath. The hall had gone quiet. 300 nobles, dragon riders, military officers, and their assorted attendants were watching. The dragonfire candelabras flickered. Someone at a nearby table set down their wine glass with a soft clink. "The betrothal between our houses," Aldrich said, "will not proceed." A murmur rippled through the hall. Not surprise. Serafina could tell from the way the murmur moved that most of the guests had already known. They had been told before she arrived. The announcement was not for them. It was for her. "I have the highest respect for your service to the kingdom," Aldrich continued. "Your courage on the frontier is beyond question. But a marriage is not a battlefield, and I must choose a partner who is suited to—" He hesitated, searching for the right word. "Say it," Serafina said. Aldrich's jaw tightened. "I will not marry a blood-stained battle axe." The hall went completely silent. Soot stopped purring. Serafina looked at Aldrich Herath, at the man she had loved for 3 years, the man she had written letters to from frozen siege camps, the man she had imagined building a life with when the wars were over. And she felt the last thread of that love snap cleanly, like a bowstring cut with a sharp knife. It did not hurt the way she expected. It hurt the way an old wound hurts when you finally pull the stitches out. A bright, clean sting, and then nothing. "All right," she said. Aldrich blinked. He had expected tears. Everyone in the hall had expected tears. The red-haired woman had already arranged her face into an expression of gracious sympathy, the kind of look a woman gives another woman when she wants the audience to see how merciful she is. "All right," Aldrich repeated. "You don't want to marry me," Serafina said. "I heard you. I understand the words. They were not complicated." A ripple of uncertain laughter moved through the nearest tables. Aldrich's expression shifted. He had rehearsed this moment, she could tell, and her reaction was not following his script. "Serafina, I know this is difficult." "It's not difficult. You said no. I don't beg." She turned to leave, and that was when the ring box appeared. It was sitting on the edge of the head table, a small velvet box in deep red, positioned next to the red-haired woman's wine glass. The new betrothal ring, the replacement. Aldrich must have had it ready, waiting for the moment the old betrothal was formally dissolved so he could announce the new one. Soot saw the box. Soot was a cat. Cats do not understand the social significance of betrothal rings. What cats understand is that small objects on the edges of tables are inherently suspicious and must be investigated. Before Serafina could react, Soot launched himself from her arms, landed on the white tablecloth with the grace of a small, furry cannonball, and trotted directly toward the ring box. His long black tail swept behind him like a banner. "Get that animal," the red-haired woman started. Soot's tail caught the ring box. The box tumbled off the edge of the table. The lid popped open, and the ring, a ruby and gold band that probably cost more than Serafina's entire military salary, rolled out, bounced twice on the stone floor, arced upward in a glittering red trajectory, and landed directly in the center of the six-tiered honey nut cake tower. The hall watched in collective, horrified silence as the ring sank slowly into the top tier, leaving a small crater in the honey glaze. The red-haired woman stared at the cake. Aldrich stared at the cake. 300 nobles stared at the cake. Soot sat down on the tablecloth, curled his tail around his paws, and began to wash his face. The red-haired woman stood up. Her scarlet gown rustled. She looked at the cake tower, then at Aldrich, then back at the cake tower. My ring is in the cake. I can see that, Aldrich said through his teeth. Well, get it out. Aldrich turned to a steward. Get the ring. The steward looked at the cake tower. The tower was 6 tiers high, glazed in honey, studded with candied nuts, and the ring was somewhere in the top tier, buried under 2 inches of almond paste and sticky glaze. There was no way to retrieve it without destroying the display. My lord, if I may, the steward began. I'll get it myself, the red-haired woman said, and she reached into the top tier of the cake with both hands. Her fingers, adorned with 3 gold rings and a dragon scale bracelet, sank into honey glaze up to the second knuckle. She dug. Honey oozed between her fingers. Almond paste stuck to her bracelet. A chunk of cake fell and landed on the tablecloth with a wet splat. The entire Southern Dragon Rider aristocracy watched Lady Virena Ashcliffe of the Red Dragon bloodline fish through a honey nut cake with both hands, while her new betrothed stood beside her, looking as though he wanted the floor to open and swallow him. Serafina, standing at the foot of the dais with no cat and no ring and no betrothal, felt the corner of her mouth twitch. It was not a smile. Serafina Voss did not smile in public, but it was close. Got it, Virena announced, pulling the ring free. Honey dripped from her fingers onto the scarlet silk of her gown. She held the ring up triumphantly, and then noticed the honey. On her hands, on her bracelet, on her gown, on the edge of her chin, where she had accidentally touched her face. A single candied almond was stuck to her left earlobe. Aldrich closed his eyes. At the nearest table, someone made a noise that might have been a cough, but was definitely a laugh. It was at this precise moment, while Virena Ashcliffe was standing at the head table with honey on her chin and an almond on her ear, while Aldrich Hareth was visibly reconsidering every life decision that had led to this moment. And while Soot was calmly eating a piece of cake that had fallen on the tablecloth, that a man at one of the side tables reached for the black cat. Filthy animal, the man muttered. He was a minor lord, red-faced from wine, with the thick hands of someone who had never done manual labor, but liked to pretend he had. Someone should drown it. His hand closed around Soot's scruff. Soot yowled. Serafina moved. She did not think about it. 3 years on the frontier had burned away the gap between thought and action. Her body moved the way a blade moves when the hand is trained, and she was across the distance in 2 steps, one hand catching the man's wrist, the other sweeping the scabbard of her sword across the back of his knees. The minor lord went down. His knees hit the stone floor with a crack that echoed through the silent hall. His wrist was locked in Serafina's grip, bent at an angle that was not quite painful, but was 1 degree away from it. She plucked Soot from his other hand, tucked the cat against her side, and held the man's wrist for 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Long enough for every person in the hall to see that she had not struggled, had not hurried, had not broken a sweat. Then she let go. The man scrambled backward, cradling his wrist. The laughter died. The hall was silent again, but it was a different kind of silence now. Not anticipation, not amusement. This was the silence of 300 people remembering, all at once, that the woman standing at the foot of the dais was not a rejected bride. She was the blade of the gate, the woman who had held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days with 63 cavalry soldiers against a force 5 times their number, and the only reason half of them were alive to attend this feast was because she had stood between their lands and destruction and refused to move. Serafina set Soot on her shoulder. The cat settled there like he belonged, his tail curling around the back of her neck. She looked up at Aldrich. "My sword," she said. Aldrich stared at her. "What?" "My sword, my frontier command token, my war medals, and the transfer order for my female cavalry." "Serafina, this is not the time. You dissolved the betrothal. The sponsorship clause is void. My cavalry is mine. My medals are mine. My command token is mine. I want them back, now." "The transfer has already been processed." "Processed by whom?" Aldrich's mouth opened and closed. Beside him, Virena was wiping honey from her fingers with a cloth napkin and watching the exchange with the sharp attention of a woman who has realized that the evening's entertainment has changed direction. "The transfer was filed with the Southern Military Authority this morning," Aldrich said carefully. "The cavalry of Dragonfire Pass has been reassigned to House Herath's direct command." "This morning," Serafina repeated, "before the betrothal was dissolved, before you announced it tonight." Another murmur. This one was different, darker, uneasy. Filing a military transfer before the formal dissolution of a betrothal was technically legal, but it was also the kind of move that made people look at you sideways, because it meant you had planned the rejection in advance and moved to seize the military assets before the other party could object. Aldrich had planned this. He had planned to reject her, and he had planned to take her cavalry, and he had timed it so that by the time she found out, the paperwork would already be done. Serafina felt her disaster sense pulse. It came the way it always came, a cold wash across the back of her skull, a ringing in her ears like a distant bell, and then the lines. She could see them, faint golden threads overlaid on the real world, marking stress points, weak links, imminent failures. It was not magic, not exactly. The military physicians had called it hypervigilance, a survival adaptation from too many years of anticipating siege collapses and ambush angles. Serafina called it useful. Right now, the lines were showing her something interesting. The Great Hall's Winterflame hanging frame, a massive iron and oak decorative structure suspended from the ceiling above the dais, hung with banners and dragonfire lamps, was supported by 4 chains. 3 of the chains were solid. The 4th, the secondary support chain on the far left, was not. She could see the stress fracture running through the 3rd link. She could see the slight sway that indicated the bolt had worked loose. She could read the path of the falling frame as clearly as a battlefield map. If the chain failed on its own, the whole structure would swing sideways, crash into the dais, and take out the head table, the cake display, Aldrich, Virena, and approximately a dozen other nobles. 3 breaths. Serafina drew her sword. The hall gasped. Aldrich stepped back. 2 guards near the dais reached for their weapons. Serafina did not attack anyone. She turned, measured the angle, and threw. The sword spun through the air in a clean arc and struck the weakened secondary chain, 2 links above the stress fracture. The chain snapped, not where it was about to fail, but where she had cut it, at a controlled point. The hanging frame lurched, swung on its remaining 3 chains, and came down at a controlled angle, crashing into an open area to the right of the dais where no one was standing. It landed on the Dragonbone display. House Herath's Dragonbone display was a large glass and oak case positioned at the edge of the dais, filled with what Aldrich's family claimed were authentic, ancient dragon bones recovered from their ancestral territory. The bones had been a centerpiece of the family's prestige for 3 generations, proof of their dragon rider heritage and their connection to the old wars. The hanging frame smashed through the glass case, the dragon bones scattered across the stone floor, and as they scattered, something became very clear to everyone in the hall. The bones were fake. They were carved from cattle bone and painted with mineral dust to look like dragon scale marrow. The paint flaked off on impact, revealing the pale yellow of ordinary cow femurs beneath. Silence. Deep, absolute, mortifying silence. A repair craftsman near the far wall, a thin, nervous man in a leather apron who had been standing by in case any of the decorations needed adjustment during the feast, went pale. "The maintenance funds," someone said. A lord from a nearby table, standing up, pointing at the scattered fake bones. House Herath received a grant from the Southern Military Authority for the upkeep of the Dragonbone collection 3 years running. Where did the money go? All eyes turned to Aldrich. Aldrich's face had gone from furious to bloodless. He looked at the fake bones, then at the craftsman, then at Seraphina, who was standing in the wreckage with her hand out. Her sword had embedded itself in the wooden frame. She pulled it free, checked the edge, and sheathed it. "Your maintenance grants were embezzled," she said, "by your household, and those," she nodded at the fake bones, "are cow." The craftsman, under the combined gaze of 300 nobles, cracked. "It was Lord Herath's steward," he blurted. "He told me to replace the bones 2 years ago and keep silent. The maintenance funds went to the household treasury. I have the receipts. I kept them. I kept all of them." The hall erupted. Seraphina walked through the chaos. She stepped up onto the dais, past the shouting nobles and the horrified stewards and the scattered fake dragon bones, and she stopped in front of Aldrich. He was taller than her. He had always been taller than her. But right now, with the wreckage around them and the truth about his family's fraud spreading through the hall like fire through dry grass, he seemed smaller than she had ever seen him. "My sword," she said again, "my command token, my war medals, and my cavalry transfer order. I'm taking them now." "You can't. The betrothal is dissolved. Your sponsorship claim is void because it was filed before formal dissolution, which violates Article 12 of the Southern Military Code. Your family's maintenance fraud gives me grounds to petition for immediate return of all military assets held under false pretenses. I will have my cavalry back tonight, or I will file a formal grievance with the Southern Military Authority tomorrow morning, and I will bring the craftsman, his receipts, and every person in this hall who just watched your fake dragon bones fall apart." Aldrich looked at her. For a moment, just a moment, she saw something in his eyes that might have been regret, or it might have been the realization that he had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. "Fine," he said. He turned to his steward, a different steward, not the thin man in the apron, but the head of household, a stocky man with a gray beard and panicked eyes, and gave a short, sharp order. The steward hurried away and returned with a leather chest. Inside the chest were her command token, a bronze disc stamped with the seal of Dragonfire Pass, her war medals, the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winterflame Star, all 3 of them, the real ones, not the copies Aldrich had been wearing on his coat, and the cavalry transfer order still unsigned. Seraphina took the chest. She tucked it under her arm, the same way she held Soot, firmly, protectively, with the certainty of someone who would not let go. She looked at the medals on Aldrich's coat, the copies. He was still wearing them. She did not say anything about them. Not yet. She turned and walked down from the dais. The hall parted for her like water. Chapter 2. The Dragon in the Snowstorm. She made it as far as the courtyard before the shaking started. It was not fear. It was not sadness. It was adrenaline. 3 years of it, all the adrenaline she had been storing up since the day she rode south from the frontier, condensed into a single tremor that started in her hands and worked its way up to her shoulders. Soot meowed and pressed his face against her neck. "I know," she said. "I know." The courtyard of Ashenmere Keep was wide and cobblestoned, surrounded by high walls and open to the sky. Snow was falling, fat, heavy flakes that caught the light from the keep's windows and glowed like sparks. The air smelled of cold iron, wood smoke, and the faint sulfur tang of dragon fire that always lingered around Dragon Rider estates. Serafina set the leather chest on a stone bench, sat down beside it, and held her cat. She breathed. In, out, in, out. The way she had taught herself to breathe after battle, when the killing was done and the survivors were counting bodies and the world was too loud and too bright and too alive. She was not going to cry. She had made that decision somewhere between the dais and the courtyard door, and she was going to hold to it because she was Serafina Voss, the Blade of the Gate, and she did not cry in courtyards while holding a cat and a box of medals. She was going to sit here for 5 minutes. She was going to breathe. And then she was going to find a horse, ride to wherever her cavalry was bivouacked, show them the command token, and take her soldiers back. That was the plan. For approximately 90 seconds, the plan was enough. 90 seconds was how long it took for the snowstorm to change. Serafina felt it before she saw it, a pressure drop, sudden and immense, like the air had been punched. The snow stopped falling. The flakes hung in the air for a heartbeat, suspended, and then the wind hit. It came from the north, and it carried with it a sound that Serafina had heard only once before in her life, during the siege of Dragonfire Pass, when the enemy had deployed their war dragons against her position. Wings. Enormous wings, beating against the storm. She stood. Soot dug his claws into her shoulder. The leather chest fell off the bench. She didn't pick it up. The sky above Ashenmere Keep split open. A dragon came through the clouds. It was not like the war dragons she had fought on the frontier. Those were young drakes, 30 feet from nose to tail, fast and vicious but manageable. This was something else entirely. This was an ancient, and it was vast. Its wingspan blotted out the snow. Its scales were black as obsidian, but shot through with fissures of molten gold that glowed like lava cracks in cooling stone. Its eyes were burning amber, each one the size of a tower shield, and they swept the courtyard with the focused, predatory intelligence of a creature that had been alive longer than the castle it was landing on. It descended through the snowstorm like a falling mountain, and every dragon in the keep's stable, 6 young drakes, 2 war mounts, and a courier breed, screamed and pressed their bellies to the floor. The ancient dragon landed on the keep's outer wall. The stone groaned under its weight. Frost cracked. Mortar dust sifted down. It folded its wings, slowly, deliberately, the way a king closes the doors of his throne room, and looked down at the courtyard. At Serafina. At the black cat on her shoulder. At the leather chest on the ground. The dragon's enormous head tilted. Its molten gold eyes narrowed. Then the air around it shimmered, the way heat shimmers above a forge, and the dragon was gone. In its place, standing on the outer wall with one boot on the stone and one hand resting on the parapet with absolute ease, was a man. He was tall, not tall the way Aldrich was tall, with the broad-shouldered, carefully maintained build of a southern nobleman who spent his mornings in the training yard and his afternoons being fitted for clothes. This man was tall the way a blade is long, lean, dangerous, built for speed and precision and the particular kind of violence that does not announce itself before it arrives. His hair was black, shot through with streaks of dark gold that caught the firelight from the keep's windows. His skin was tanned to a deep bronze, marked with faint lines at the jaw and temples that might have been age or might have been something else entirely. His eyes were dark gold, vertical pupilled, and they caught the light the way a predator's eyes catch the light in the dark. He wore a long coat of black leather and dragon scale, belted at the waist with a chain of dark iron, and at his throat hung a pendant of raw obsidian set in molten gold. He smelled, even from 20 feet away, even through the snow and the wood smoke, of cold iron, volcanic ash, and something deep and hot and old, like the heart of a mountain. He looked at Serafina. She looked at him. Soot hissed. The man jumped down from the wall. It was a 20-foot drop. He landed on the cobblestones without a sound, straightened, and walked toward her with the unhurried pace of someone who has never once in his very long life needed to rush. "You're bleeding," he said. His voice was low, smooth, and carried an undertone of heat, not warmth precisely, but the kind of radiant energy that comes off cooling metal. It was the voice of someone who was used to being listened to and did not particularly care whether you wanted to or not. Serafina looked down. He was right. During the incident with the hanging frame, a shard of glass from the Dragonbone display case had sliced through the cuff of her surcoat and opened a thin cut across her forearm. She hadn't noticed. "It's shallow," she said. "I didn't say it was deep." He stopped 3 paces from her. Up close, the vertical pupils were more pronounced and the scent of volcanic ash was stronger. "I said you're bleeding. In a courtyard, alone, holding a cat and a box of medals. After your betrothed just called you a blood-stained battle axe in front of 300 people. You were listening." "I was landing on the roof. Sound carries." Serafina studied him. Her disaster sense was quiet. No golden lines, no ringing, no cold wash. Whatever this man was, her instincts were not reading him as an immediate threat, which was either very reassuring or very alarming. "Who are you?" she asked. "Kaeldrith," he said. "Kaeldrith of the Obsidian Reach." A pause. "Some people call me the Dragon King of the North." "The Black Gold Ancient," Serafina said. She had heard of him. Everyone on the frontier had heard of him. The oldest living Dragon King, ruler of the volcanic dragon nest in the far north, where the fire veins ran hot beneath the stone, and the dragon eggs slept in beds of molten rock. He was a legend. He was also apparently real and standing in front of her in a snowstorm. "You know my title," he said. "Good. Then you know I don't come south for small reasons." "What's your reason?" "Dragon Fat Wax tribute from the Amber Coast hasn't arrived in 3 seasons. Frontier battle records have been altered, and the fire veins in my dragon nest are behaving in ways that concern me." His dark gold eyes moved from her face to the leather chest on the ground. "I came to inspect. I landed here because the feast gave me an audience. And I stayed because I saw a woman control a room full of armed nobles with a scabbard and a thrown sword, prevent a structural collapse before anyone else noticed the fault, expose a fraud, and reclaim her military assets, all while holding a cat." Soot, from Serafina's shoulder, gave a smug chirp. "I have questions about the frontier battle records," Kaeldrith said. "And I have a problem in the north that requires someone with sharp eyes, fast reactions, and—" he glanced at the cut on her arm, "a tolerance for getting hurt." "Are you offering me a job?" "I'm inviting you to the Northern Dragon Nest to investigate the fire vein abnormalities. Your disaster sense is well known on the frontier." "My disaster sense is well known everywhere," Serafina said flatly. "The Southern nobles call me a disaster bringer." "The Southern nobles call you many things. Most of them are inaccurate." He stepped closer, not aggressively, but with the deliberate, measured movement of someone testing a boundary. "I watched you in that hall, Commander. You saw the chain 3 breaths before it failed. You chose the angle that would bring the frame down safely. You controlled the collapse. That's what disaster sense does." "No, that's what you do with disaster sense. The ability is a tool. The judgment is yours." His eyes held hers. "Come north. Bring your cat. Bring your sword. Bring your cavalry transfer order if you need it processed by an authority higher than the Southern Military Code." Serafina considered this. She considered the fact that she was standing in a snowstorm with no horse, no lodging, no allies in the southern court, and a freshly dissolved betrothal. She considered the fact that her cavalry was still technically under House Herath's jurisdiction until the transfer order was formally reversed. She considered the fact that the man standing in front of her was the most powerful Dragon King on the continent, and he was offering her exactly what she needed: a position, an authority, and a reason to leave the South behind. She also considered the fact that he was objectively the most striking man she had ever seen, and she was absolutely not going to think about that right now. Conditions, she said. His eyebrows rose. Conditions. I bring my cat, my sword, and my cavalry transfer order. I receive an independent tent, a military position, and direct access to the fire vein sites. I am not a maid. I am not a collectible. I am not a decoration for your court. I will work as a military officer, or I will not work at all. Kaeldrith looked at her for a long moment. The snow fell around them. The wind caught his coat and hers, sending them snapping in opposite directions, his black, hers dark gray, both of them sharp against the white. Then the corner of his mouth curved. It was not a smile. It was the expression of someone who has found something rare and is deciding how much to let the owner know it. Agreed, he said. All conditions. Then I accept. Good. He turned toward the keep gate. We leave at dawn. Try not to bleed on my dragon. He walked away into the snow. Soot, on Seraphina's shoulder, made a low, contemplative sound. The sound a cat makes when it is not entirely sure what just happened, but is willing to go along with it as long as there is food involved. Seraphina picked up the leather chest, held it against her side, and looked at the keep behind her. Through the windows, she could see the winter flame feast continuing. The shouting, the chaos, the scattered fake dragon bones. She could see Aldrich at the head table, trying to restore order. She could see Virena wiping honey from her hands. She could see the stewards scrambling. She turned her back on all of it. Let's go find a warm corner, she told Soot. We have an early morning. Chapter 3. The Departure. Dawn came gray and cold, and Seraphina met it standing in the courtyard with her old campaign chest on one shoulder, her sword on her hip, her command token in her coat pocket, and Soot in a sling she had fashioned from a spare horse blanket. The sling had been necessary because Soot, upon being introduced to the concept of early morning departures, had expressed his displeasure by going completely boneless and refusing to support his own body weight. He was currently draped in the sling like a furry black sandbag, his golden eyes half closed, his tail hanging over the edge. She had found him 18 months ago in the ruins of a farmstead east of Dragonfire Pass. The farmstead had been hit by a raider skirmish, one of the small, vicious attacks that came every few weeks along the frontier. Too small to warrant a full military response, but too deadly for the farmers to handle alone. By the time Seraphina and her cavalry arrived, the house was burned, the family was dead, and the only living thing in the wreckage was a kitten. He had been tiny, a palm-sized scrap of black fur and fury wedged under a collapsed roof beam, hissing at the fire. She had reached into the wreckage, pulled him out, and tucked him inside her armor, against her chest, where he had immediately stopped hissing and started purring. He had not left her side since. He did not solve mysteries. He did not rescue people. He did not perform tricks or carry messages or do anything remotely useful in a military context. He was a cat. He slept 18 hours a day. He complained about food. He hated loud noises. He liked hiding inside her cloak, and he had an unerring instinct for sitting on the most important document in any room. He was the only thing in her life that did not require her to be strong, and she loved him with a kind of fierce, uncomplicated devotion that she could not seem to direct at anything else. Commander. The voice came from the keep gate. Seraphina turned. They were standing in a line by the gate, 7 women in cavalry armor, their horses behind them, their faces set in the particular expression of soldiers who have made a decision and will not be talked out of it. Seraphina recognized every face. Lieutenant Marin Arsk, her heavy armored shield commander, built like a stone wall, calm as deep water, and capable of evacuating a civilian column through hostile territory with the efficiency of a woman sorting laundry. She had a wide jaw, brown hair cropped short beneath her helmet, and the kind of steady brown eyes that made frightened people stop running and listen. Captain Dagna Vale, her mounted archer, outgoing, sharp-tongued, and possessed of a laugh that could be heard across a battlefield. She had bright red-brown hair, a spray of freckles, and a gap between her front teeth that she refused to hide because, as she said, it gives my insults better airflow. Dr. Thessaly Cade, the military physician, cold-faced, ruthless with a suture needle, and the only person in the cavalry who had ever made Serafina sit down and submit to a medical examination by threatening to put a laxative in her field rations. She was thin, precise, with steel gray hair pulled back tight and spectacles that she peered over the top of when she wanted someone to feel judged. Behind them were 4 more: Sergeant Hala, the horse handler, Corporal Wynne, the scout, Private Lara, the youngest member of the unit who had joined at 17 and was now 20 and looked like she might cry, and Private Rost, who never looked like she might cry because her face appeared to have been designed specifically to discourage emotion. "What are you doing?" Serafina asked. "Standing in the snow," Dagna said. "What does it look like?" "It looks like 7 soldiers who are supposed to be in their bivouac." "We were in our bivouac," Marin said. "Then we heard what happened at the feast. Then we heard Lord Harith was going to fold us into his household guard. Then we decided we'd rather freeze." "The transfer order hasn't been processed," Thessaly cut in. "I checked. His steward filed it, but the Southern Military Authority hasn't countersigned. The order is in administrative limbo, which means we're not technically under anyone's command right now." She adjusted her spectacles. "We chose to be here." Serafina looked at them. 7 women in armor, standing in the snow at dawn, who had walked away from their warm billet and the certainty of House Hareth's protection to stand in a courtyard with a disgraced commander and a cat in a blanket sling. "I can't promise you anything," she said. "I'm going north. The Dragon King has offered me a position in the volcanic nest. I don't know what I'm walking into." "You never know what you're walking into," Dagna said cheerfully. "That's literally every mission we've ever been on. Remember Thornwall? You told us we were going to check on a grain wagon, and we ended up fighting 40 men in a mudslide." "It was 36, Serafina said. "See? You always round down. Makes everything sound more manageable." Young Private Lara stepped forward. Her eyes were bright, and her chin was set with the kind of determination that only the very young can produce. "Commander, you taught me how to hold a sword. You taught me how to ride in formation. You pulled me out of the river at Greyvale when my horse went down. I go where you go." Private Rost said nothing, but she gave a single, firm nod, which from Rost was equivalent to a standing ovation. Serafina felt something crack in her chest. Not painfully, but like ice breaking on a river in spring, letting the current through. "All right," she said. "Mount up." They rode. The road north from Ashenmere Keep wound through frozen fields and bare oak forests, and as they passed through the village at the base of the keep, Serafina saw them. The people. They stood by the road, not a crowd, not a planned assembly, just ordinary people who had come out of their homes in the early morning cold to watch the cavalry pass. A salt-selling widow named Bren, whose grain wagon Serafina had saved from raiders 2 winters ago, stood by her market stall with a bag of dried meat and a loaf of bread, which she pressed into Dagna's hands as they passed. An Oldgate craftsman named Torvald, who had been at the 3-day siege and knew the truth about what had happened there, stood at the village crossroads and saluted as Serafina rode by. Not the formal military salute, but the old frontier salute, fist to chest, that meant "I remember what you did." A one-armed veteran named Paul, who had lost his arm at Greyvale and had kept Serafina's old command token for her when Aldrich Stewart had tried to confiscate it months ago, stood in his doorway and called out, "Give them hell, Blade!" A tavern mistress named Gerta, who had kept hot soup ready for the cavalry every time they rode through, pressed a wrapped clay jug of spiced cider into Serafina's hands and whispered, "You come back, you hear? You come back and we'll have a real feast. not like that noble circus. And a boy, maybe 10, dark-haired, thin, with the sharp, watchful eyes of someone who had learned too young that the world was dangerous, ran alongside Serafina's horse for 50 yards, keeping pace with the determination of a child who has decided that this is important. "You saved my mother," he shouted. "At Thornwall. She said to tell you. She said—" He was running out of breath. "She said you're the bravest person she ever met, and she's sorry she couldn't come today, because she's minding the goats." Serafina looked down at him. She reined in her horse for one moment, leaned down and said, "Tell your mother I remember her. Tell her the goats are more important than seeing me off. And tell her—" She paused. "Tell her to stay warm." The boy beamed, fell behind, and stood in the road waving until the cavalry was out of sight. They rode on. Behind them, the snow began to fall harder. Ahead of them, the sky was dark, not with clouds, but with wings. The black gold ancient dragon descended through the snowstorm like a falling star. His wingspan cast a shadow across the road that turned the morning into twilight. The cavalry horses whinnied and shied. Only Serafina's mount held steady, because Serafina's mount had been trained on the frontier and had seen worse. The dragon did not land. He flew low overhead, his molten gold fissures casting amber light across the snow, and then he was past them, climbing north, opening the path. Dagna, riding beside Serafina, stared after the dragon with her mouth open. "Commander," she said. "Yes." "That's the Dragon King." "Yes." "The black gold ancient Dragon King." "Yes, Dagna." "He's very large." "He's a dragon." "He's very handsome." Serafina gave her a flat look. "What?" "I'm stating facts. Enormous, powerful, molten gold fissures. Also," Dagna leaned in with the expression of a woman who is about to make a terrible observation, "I saw him in human form last night through the window. Commander, he looked at you like you were the last sword in the armory, and he needed to go to war. He looked at me like I was a useful military asset." "Sure, that's what I said. Exactly what I said." Thessaly, riding on Serafina's other side, adjusted her spectacles and said nothing, which was her way of saying everything. Soot, in his sling, slept through the entire exchange. They rode north. Part 2. The Northern Dragon Nest. Chapter 4. The Obsidian Reach. The Obsidian Reach was not what Serafina had expected. She had expected a cave, a large, hot, smoky cave full of dragons, because that was what the word nest suggested. And in the frontier military briefings, the Northern Dragon Nest had always been described in terms that made it sound like a particularly well-organized furnace. What she found was a city. The Obsidian Reach was built into the caldera of a dormant volcano, or mostly dormant, because the fire veins still ran hot beneath the stone, sending plumes of sulfurous steam through natural vents in the rock, and keeping the entire basin warm enough that flowers grew on the inner slopes in the dead of winter. The city itself was carved from black volcanic stone, tiered in concentric rings that climbed the inner walls of the caldera like the seats of an amphitheater. Bridges of dark iron and dragon bones spanned the gaps between levels. Towers of obsidian glass caught the light from the fire veins below and scattered it in amber and gold across the buildings. And everywhere dragons. They roosted on the upper ledges, dozens of them in colors that ranged from deep charcoal to mottled bronze to pale silver. Young drakes chased each other through the steam vents. A massive gray-blue female lay coiled around a clutch of eggs on a heated stone platform, her tail curling and uncurling with the slow rhythm of deep sleep. Hatchlings, tiny, scaly, and absurdly cute, tumbled over each other on the lower ledges, making sounds that were halfway between a purr and a kettle whistle. Soot, who had woken up approximately 5 minutes before arrival, took one look at the dragons, flattened his ears, and retreated to the deepest possible point inside Serafina's cloak. This is the Obsidian Reach, Kaeldrith said. He had shifted back to human form at the caldera's rim, stepping out of the dragon shape the way a man steps out of a coat. He stood beside Seraphina at the edge of the first tier, the volcanic wind catching his black and gold coat, and gestured at the city below with the casual propriety of someone showing off a particularly impressive garden. Your quarters are on the third tier, independent, as agreed. Your cavalry can billet on the second tier. There's a barracks carved into the east wall that's been empty since the last border garrison rotated out. The fire vein sites are accessible from the sixth tier down. I'll have maps sent to your quarters. Where's the hatchery? Seraphina asked. Kaeldrith looked at her. You want to see the hatchery first? You said the fire veins are behaving abnormally. The hatchery is where the fire veins are most concentrated. If something's wrong with the veins, the eggs are the first thing at risk. He studied her for a moment. The volcanic light caught his vertical pupils and made them glow. The hatchery is at the bottom of the caldera, he said. 7th tier. The temperature down there can crack iron. Most humans can't tolerate it for more than a few minutes. I held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days. I can handle heat. You held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days because you're stubborn, not because you're fireproof. Those are the same thing on the frontier. Something shifted in his expression. Not quite amusement, not quite admiration, but something in the territory between the two that made his dark gold eyes warm by a degree. I'll take you down tomorrow, he said. Tonight, settle in, feed your cat, rest. I don't need rest. Commander Voss, he stepped closer. Not aggressively, but close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him. A dry, volcanic warmth that had nothing to do with the air temperature and everything to do with whatever burned beneath his human skin. You rode 6 days south, survived a public humiliation, prevented a structural collapse, reclaimed your military assets, rode 3 days north, and you're standing in a volcanic caldera arguing with me about whether you need sleep. I've been alive for a very long time. I know what exhaustion looks like. What does it look like? Like a woman who hasn't blinked in 90 seconds because she's afraid that if she closes her eyes, she'll fall asleep standing up. Seraphina blinked. He was right. She had not blinked. She was exhausted. Bone deep, marrow deep. The kind of tired that lives beneath the adrenaline and waits for the moment you stop moving. Fine, she said. Tomorrow. Good. He turned to leave, then paused. Your cat is looking at me. Soot had emerged from the cloak just enough to stick his head out and fix Kaeldrith with a long, unblinking golden stare. It was the stare of a cat who is evaluating a new presence in his territory and has not yet decided whether it constitutes a threat or simply an inconvenience. Kaeldrith looked back at the cat with the same expression. Your cat has very strong opinions, he observed. He has strong opinions about everything. He once stared down a warhorse. Did the warhorse blink first? The warhorse left the stable. Something that was almost a laugh crossed Kaeldrith's face. He turned and walked toward the upper tiers, his coat catching the volcanic wind, and Seraphina watched him go. Dagna appeared at her elbow like a red-haired ghost. He was flirting with you, Dagna said. He was talking about my cat. Commander, that man turned himself into a dragon to fly us here. He gave you independent quarters. He asked about your cat by name. He stood close enough to melt your buttons. That is flirting. He was assessing my tactical value. Tactical value? Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Thessaly, who had somehow materialized on Seraphina's other side, the physician had an unsettling ability to appear without being heard, adjusted her spectacles and said, Your pupils are dilated. It's dark. We're in a caldera. Your pupils were not dilated in the caldera. They became dilated when the Dragon King stood close to you. That's a medical observation, not a romantic one. It's both, Thessaly said, and walked away to find the barracks. Dagna grinned, slapped Seraphina on the shoulder, and followed. Seraphina stood alone on the first tier of the obsidian reach, holding a cat in a blanket sling, and stared at the volcanic city below. "I am not going to think about this," she told Soot. Soot purred. It sounded skeptical. Chapter 5. The Hatchery. The next morning, Kaeldrith took her down. The descent to the 7th tier was exactly as uncomfortable as he had promised. The temperature rose with every level, and by the time they reached the 6th tier, Seraphina could feel the heat through the soles of her boots. The air tasted of sulfur and hot stone. Fire veins, visible here as glowing orange-gold lines running through the black volcanic rock, pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light that reminded her of a heartbeat. Soot had been left in the quarters, under the watchful eye of Private Lara, who had volunteered for cat duty with an enthusiasm that suggested she had found her true military calling. Kaeldrith walked ahead, and Seraphina noticed that the heat did not seem to affect him. His coat was open at the throat, his sleeves pushed back, and the fire vein light played across his skin in a way that made the gold in his hair glow and his vertical pupils contract to thin, sharp lines. "The fire veins feed the hatchery," he said as they descended the final staircase, a narrow spiral carved into the living rock, wide enough for one person. He went first. She followed. The walls pressed close, and the heat was a physical presence, thick and heavy. They've been stable for centuries. 3 months ago, they started fluctuating. Random surges, pressure drops, temperature spikes. The eggs are sensitive to changes in the fire vein flow. If the flow destabilizes, the eggs stop developing, Seraphina finished, or they develop wrong. He glanced back at her. "You know about dragon egg incubation?" "I know about siege logistics. Same principle. If the supply line is disrupted, the endpoint suffers." They reached the bottom. The hatchery was a vast, cathedral-like chamber carved from the heart of the volcano. The ceiling soared 100 feet overhead, ribbed with natural stone formations that looked like the inside of a dragon's ribcage. The floor was smooth and warm to the touch, heated from below by the fire veins that converged here from every direction, their glowing lines running across the stone like a map of golden rivers. And in the center of the chamber, arranged in concentric circles on heated stone platforms, were the eggs. 37 dragon eggs. Each one was roughly the size of a large wine barrel, smooth-shelled and colored in deep jewel tones: emerald, sapphire, ruby, topaz, and 3 that were the same obsidian black shot with gold as Kaeldrith's scales. They sat in depressions carved into the stone, each one positioned precisely above a junction of fire veins, drawing heat and energy from the volcanic flow. They were beautiful. They were also silent. Seraphina walked to the nearest egg, a deep emerald one, its shell gleaming in the fire vein light, and placed her palm against it. Nothing, no vibration, no pulse, no heartbeat. "When did they stop?" she asked. 12 days ago. Kaeldrith's voice was different down here, lower, rougher, with a vibration beneath the words that she could feel in her chest. He was closer to his dragon nature here, in the heart of his nest, and it showed. All 37 within the same hour. The adult dragons felt it. They've been restless since. "All at the same time," Seraphina repeated. "That's not natural degradation. That's interference." "I know." She closed her eyes. She let her disaster sense open. It came slowly this time, not the sharp, sudden pulse of imminent danger, but a gradual unfolding, like opening her eyes underwater. The golden lines appeared, overlaid on her vision, tracing paths through the stone, the fire veins, the eggs, the air itself. She saw the fire veins. She saw the flow. She saw where the energy should be moving, smooth, rhythmic, feeding each egg junction with a steady pulse of volcanic heat, and she saw where it wasn't. There was a blockage. Deep beneath the hatchery floor, at the convergence point where the major fire veins met, something was disrupting the flow. The golden lines in her vision twisted around it like water around a stone in a river, and the energy that should have been feeding the eggs was being diverted, pulled sideways, redirected, siphoned off through a channel that didn't belong. Someone had built a channel into the fire veins, deliberately, recently. And the energy that was being siphoned through that channel was not clean volcanic heat. It was something darker, hotter, and wrong. A resentment fire, heavy with the psychic residue of violent death, the kind of spiritual contamination that accumulated on battlefields where many people had died badly. She knew that energy. She had felt it at Dragonfire Pass, at Thornwall, at Greyveil. It was the death energy of southern frontier soldiers, the ones who had died in battles that should never have happened, in sieges that could have been prevented, under commanders who had ignored her warnings. Someone had gathered that death energy and pumped it into the dragon nest. Her eyes snapped open. Golden cracks flickered across her irises, bright enough to cast light on her own cheeks. The ringing in her ears was sharp and immediate. "The fire veins have been sabotaged," she said. "There's an artificial channel beneath the convergence point, redirecting energy, and the energy being pushed through it is resentment fire, battlefield death energy, from the southern frontier." Kaeldrith went very still. "How much?" he asked. "Enough to poison 37 eggs." "Source?" "Someone collected it. Gathered it from the frontier battlefields. Dragonfire Pass, Thornwall, probably Greyveil too. Concentrated it. Built a channel to inject it into your fire veins." She pressed her palm harder against the silent egg. "If the hatchlings absorb that energy, they won't develop normally. They'll hatch feral, aggressive, uncontrollable." "Someone is trying to weaponize my hatchlings." "Yes." The air in the hatchery changed. The heat, which had been oppressive but stable, suddenly surged, a wave of raw thermal energy that rolled across the chamber like a physical blow. The fire vein lines in the floor flared from amber to white gold. The stone groaned. Seraphina's disaster sense screamed. She looked at Kaeldrith. He was standing 10 feet away, and he was not human anymore, not fully. His eyes had gone entirely gold, pupilless and blazing. The air around him shimmered with heat distortion. His hands, at his sides, were clenched into fists, and from between his fingers, molten gold light seeped like blood from a wound. He was angry. And when a black gold ancient dragon king was angry inside his own volcano, the volcano noticed. "Kaeldrith," Seraphina said. The heat surged again. A crack appeared in the stone floor near his left boot, and fire vein light poured through it. "Kaeldrith." She walked toward him. The heat was intense. She could feel it on her face, on her hands, pressing against her like a wall. Her disaster sense was showing her the lines. The stress fractures spreading through the hatchery floor, the fire vein pressure building beneath the stone, the eggs, still silent, still dark, but now sitting in a chamber that was rapidly becoming a furnace. If he didn't pull back, he would damage the nest himself. She reached him. She was close enough to touch. The heat was almost unbearable. Her skin felt tight, her eyes stung, her lungs ached with every breath. She put her hand on his arm. The contact broke through. His eyes snapped to hers, gold on gold, his blazing and featureless, hers threaded with the fine golden cracks of her disaster sense. For a moment they stood like that, inches apart, her hand on his arm, his volcanic fury contained by the pressure of her fingertips. The heat receded. Slowly, like a tide pulling back, the temperature in the hatchery dropped. The fire veins dimmed to their normal amber. The crack in the floor sealed itself, the stone closing over the light like a healing wound. Kaeldrith's eyes contracted, the vertical pupils returning, the gold settling from blaze to burn. He looked at her hand on his arm, then he looked at her. You walked into that, he said. His voice was rough, raw, like metal scraped against stone. You were about to crack your own hatchery floor. And you thought the correct response was to walk closer to the thing that was cracking it. The correct response was to interrupt you before you damaged your own eggs. I interrupted you. By touching me. By touching you. He stared at her. The silence stretched. The fire veins pulsed beneath their feet, slow and steady, back to their regular rhythm. Most people run, he said finally. When I lose control, most people run. I don't run, Serafina said. I'm not built for running. I'm built for standing in front of things. Something crossed his face. Complex, layered, not entirely readable. He looked at her hand, still on his arm. She realized she had not let go. She let go. We need to find the artificial channel, she said, as though she had not just touched a man who had been 2 degrees from erupting a volcano. I can trace it with my disaster sense, but I'll need time, and the heat down here will limit how long I can maintain the sense without overloading. How long? 20 minutes, maybe 30 if I pace myself. Then we work in shifts, 20 minutes on, 40 off. I'll regulate the temperature around you. You can do that? I am the volcanic dragon nest, the fire veins answer to me. When I'm not, he paused, cracking my own floor. Was that self-deprecation? From the ancient dragon king? That was almost humble, Serafina said. Don't get used to it, he said, and turned toward the deeper tunnels. They worked. For 3 days, Serafina descended into the hatchery and traced the artificial channel through the fire veins. It was painstaking work. Her disaster sense could show her the lines of corruption, but the channel was cleverly hidden, threaded through natural faults in the volcanic rock, so that it would be invisible to anyone who didn't have the ability to see stress fractures 3 breaths before they happened. Kaeldrith stayed with her every session. He regulated the temperature, keeping a bubble of tolerable heat around her, while the rest of the hatchery ran hot. He watched her work with the focused attention of a predator studying something it cannot quite categorize. Not prey, not threat, but something else, something that occupied a space in his taxonomy that he had not previously known existed. On the 2nd day, he brought her water without being asked. On the 3rd day, he brought her water, a field ration biscuit, and tucked in beside the biscuit, a small dried fish. For the cat, he said when she looked at him. Soot isn't here. I know, for later. She took the fish. She put it in her coat pocket. She did not say thank you, because on the frontier, you did not thank people for doing sensible things. You just noted that they were sensible people and adjusted your estimation of them accordingly. Her estimation of Kaeldrith adjusted upward. Chapter 6. The Dragon Scale Cloak. On the evening of the 3rd day, the temperature in Serafina's quarters dropped. The obsidian reach was normally warm. The fire veins kept the entire caldera at a comfortable temperature year-round. But the fire vein disruption was affecting the upper tiers too, and by nightfall, the 3rd tier quarters were cold enough that Serafina could see her breath. Soot had burrowed under every blanket on the bed and formed a ball of black fur and displeasure at the center, from which only the tip of one gray ear protruded. Serafina was at her field desk, reviewing the maps of the fire vein system that Kaeldrith's staff had provided, when there was a knock at the door. She opened it. Kaeldrith stood in the corridor, holding something large and dark and iridescent draped over one arm. The fire veins on this tier are running cold, he said. This should help. He held out the object. It was a cloak, a long, heavy cloak made from dragon scales, each one the size of her palm, black as midnight and shot through with fine veins of dark gold. The scales overlapped like armor plating, but they were flexible, shifting and sliding over each other with a whispered rasp. The inside was lined with dense, dark fur. Not decorative fur, but the kind of thick, insulating underfur that kept Arctic animals alive in killing cold. At the collar, a heavy obsidian clasp shaped like a dragon's claw held the cloak closed. It was the most beautiful piece of clothing Serafina had ever seen, and she immediately evaluated it for tactical function. "Dragon scale," she said, running her thumb over the surface. "These are yours, shed scales. They're old. I have plenty." "What's the thermal rating?" Something flickered across his face. That expression again, the one that was not quite amusement. "I have never in my several hundred-year existence heard anyone ask about the thermal rating of a dragon scale cloak. I need to know if it's going to restrict my sword arm." "Try it on." She swung the cloak over her shoulders. The weight settled, heavy but balanced, distributed evenly, the dragon scale exterior catching the firelight and throwing off dark gold sparks. The fur lining was immediately, aggressively warm. She rolled her shoulders, tested the range of motion, and drew her sword experimentally. The cloak moved with her. The scales slid and adjusted, the weight shifting to accommodate the draw. She sheathed the sword. "Good," she said. "No restriction." Keldrith had not moved. He was standing in the doorway, watching her with an intensity that had nothing to do with thermal ratings. "The clasp is wrong," he said. "What?" "The shoulder clasp. It's sitting too low. Here." He stepped into the room. Before she could react, before she could process the movement, he was in front of her, his hands at her shoulder, adjusting the obsidian clasp. His fingers were warm. His face was very close to hers, close enough that she could see the fine, dark gold lines that ran through his irises, like fire veins in miniature. She could smell volcanic ash, cold iron, and something underneath both that was purely him, warm, metallic, dangerous. He fastened the clasp. His fingers lingered on the dragon scale collar for a moment that lasted one beat longer than necessary. "There," he said, his voice low. "Better." She looked at him. He was close. Very close. Close enough that if she leaned forward— "Will it affect my sword arm?" she asked. He looked at her for a long, unreadable moment. Then the corner of his mouth curved. "No, Commander. It will not affect your sword arm." He stepped back. He walked to the door. "Good night," he said. "Good night." He left. Serafina stood in her quarters wearing a dragon scale cloak that smelled like volcanic ash and the ancient Dragon King, and she did not understand why her heart was beating faster than it did in combat. Soot emerged from the blanket pile, observed the cloak, sniffed it, and sneezed. "It's just a cloak," Serafina told him. Soot gave her a look of absolute disbelief and went back under the blankets. The next morning, Dagna took one look at the cloak and whistled. "That's a dragon scale cloak." "Yes." "Those are his scales." "Yes." "Commander, in dragon culture, when a dragon gives someone a cloak made from their own scales, it's a territorial mark. It means the fire veins on the third tier are running cold, and he provided appropriate insulation." Dagna opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "You are," she said slowly, "the most tactically brilliant and romantically oblivious human being I have ever met." Marin, standing behind Dagna, gave a small nod of agreement. Thessaly, who was checking the medical supply inventory, did not look up but said, "Her pupils are dilated again." "It's morning," Serafina said. "The volcanic caldera has low ambient light. Pupil dilation is normal." "I've been tracking your pupil dilation for 3 days," Thessaly said, still not looking up. "It is specifically and exclusively correlated with the physical proximity of the Dragon King. That is a violation of medical ethics. I'm a military physician. My ethics are practical." Thessaly finally looked up, peering over her spectacles. "Commander, I have seen you face charging cavalry, collapsing siege walls, and a dragonfire bombardment without a change in baseline vitals. The Dragon King makes your pupils dilate, your pulse increase by 12 beats per minute, and your respiration shorten. These are not combat stress responses, these are attraction responses." "I am going to the hatchery now," Seraphina said, and left before anyone could measure anything else. Chapter 7: The Snow Ridge. The Fire Vein investigation was interrupted on the 5th day by a crisis. A flight of 8 young dragons, adolescents not yet fully trained, each one about 30 feet from nose to tail, had been scrambled by a set of orders that Kaeldrith had not issued. The orders, delivered by Messenger Hawk, bore what appeared to be his seal, and they directed the young dragons and their riders to patrol the northern Snow Ridge, a high mountain pass that separated the Obsidian Reach from the frozen wastes beyond. The problem was that the Snow Ridge was currently in the grip of a massive storm, a blizzard so intense that visibility was measured in feet, not miles. And a flight of young, inexperienced dragons in a blizzard was a recipe for collisions, disorientation, and avalanches. The problem beyond the problem was that the false orders had been deliberately designed to get those dragons killed. "Who has access to your seal?" Seraphina asked. They were on the first tier, and the wind was screaming over the caldera rim, carrying snow and ice. Below them, the dragon stables were in chaos, riders shouting, dragons screaming, handlers running. "3 people, Kaeldrith said. His voice was controlled, but beneath the control she could feel the heat building. "My Chancellor, my War Chief, and my Seal Keeper. All 3 are accounted for, and all 3 deny issuing the orders." "Then someone forged your seal." "The seal is dragon bone and obsidian. It can't be forged by anyone who doesn't have access to dragonfire." "Then someone with access to dragonfire forged it. How many people in your court can produce dragonfire?" He looked at her. The implication was clear: anyone with dragon blood. And dragon blood ran through half the noble families of the kingdom. "We'll find the forger later," Seraphina said. "Right now there are 8 young dragons in that storm, and they need to come home." "I'll go." "You can't go alone. You're too large. An ancient dragon in a blizzard creates turbulence. The young ones won't be able to fly near you without being thrown. You need someone on your back who can read the storm and direct the riders." "You're volunteering." "I'm the only person here who can see collision paths 3 breaths before they happen." They stared at each other. The wind howled. Snow whipped past them. The dragon stables screamed. "Get your sword," Kaeldrith said. He shifted. The transformation was faster than she expected. A rush of heat, a ripple of black gold scales expanding outward like a wave, and then the man was gone and the dragon was there, enormous and ancient and burning with inner fire. His obsidian scales caught the snow and melted it on contact, creating a haze of steam around his body. His molten gold fissures blazed. His eyes, vast, amber, slit-pupiled, looked down at her. He lowered his wing. Seraphina climbed. Dragon scale was not easy to climb. The scales were smooth, slick with snow melt, and the angle was steep, but she had climbed siege walls and river cliffs and the frozen chains of Dragonfire Pass, and she got to the top of his back in under a minute. The scales beneath her were warm. The heat radiated up through her boots, through the dragon scale cloak, into her bones. She knelt between 2 of the massive dorsal ridges, braced herself, and gripped the nearest ridge with both hands. "Go," she said. The black gold ancient dragon launched into the storm. The blizzard hit like a wall. Wind, snow, ice, everything at once, screaming around them with a force that would have torn a lesser rider from her mount. Seraphina pressed close to the dragon's back. Her eyes narrowed against the driving snow and opened her disaster sense. The golden lines exploded across her vision. She could see everything: the wind shear paths, the ice formation zones, the avalanche-prone slopes, the collision vectors of 8 panicked young dragons flying blind in the worst storm she had ever seen. "Left!" she shouted. "Left and down! There's a wind shear wall at 40 degrees!" Kaeldrith banked. His massive body cut through the storm like a blade through water, and they dropped below the wind shear into a pocket of relative calm. Ahead through the snow, Seraphina could see the first 2 young dragons, a blue-gray and a russet, circling in confusion, their riders clinging to their backs with the desperate grip of people who had realized too late that they were in over their heads. "Signal them," Seraphina called. "Your fire. Use your fire as a beacon." Kaeldrith opened his jaws. A stream of black gold dragon fire, controlled, focused, bright as a second sun, cut through the blizzard. The young dragons saw it. They turned toward it, their riders screaming with relief. 2 more, northeast, half a mile. Seraphina's disaster sense was tracking them all. She could see the collision paths. The russet was veering too close to the cliff face, and the blue-gray was drifting into the avalanche zone. "The russet is going to hit the cliff. 3 breaths!" Kaeldrith surged forward. His wings swept out, a wall of black gold scale and membrane that caught the russet dragon like a bird in a net and shoved it sideways, away from the cliff face. The russet shrieked, spun, and stabilized. Its rider, a young woman with ice in her hair and terror in her eyes, looked up at the ancient dragon with an expression of stunned gratitude. They found the 3rd and 4th dragons clustered together on a ledge, huddled against the wind. The 5th and 6th were higher up, above the worst of the storm, circling in wide arcs. The 7th was... "Down!" Seraphina screamed. Her disaster sense blazed. Golden lines shot across her vision, not the controlled, analytical lines she was used to, but bright, screaming alarm lines that converged on a single point directly ahead. Avalanche. The entire eastern face of the snow ridge was coming down, a wall of white, 100 feet high, moving faster than a galloping horse. The 7th dragon was directly in its path, and its rider was unconscious, slumped forward over the dragon's neck. Kaeldrith dove. The ancient dragon plunged through the storm with a speed that should have been impossible for something his size. The wind screamed. The snow blinded. Seraphina felt the gravity shift, felt her body lift from the dragon's back, and she grabbed the dorsal ridge with everything she had. They reached the 7th dragon 3 seconds before the avalanche. Kaeldrith's wings swept out again, this time not pushing but shielding, a canopy of black gold scale that covered the young dragon and its unconscious rider. The avalanche hit. Snow and ice slammed into the wing with a force that shook the ancient dragon's entire body. Seraphina felt the impact through the scales, through her bones, through her teeth. She slipped. Her left hand came off the dorsal ridge. The wind caught her, sucked at her, pulled her sideways, and for one horrible second she was sliding, her boots scraping across the scales, the blizzard reaching for her. Kaeldrith's wing caught her. Not the wing that was shielding the young dragon, the other one. It swept in from the side, curving around her body like a cupped hand, pressing her back against his scales. The membrane was warm, thin enough to see light through, and she could feel his heartbeat through it, a deep, slow, powerful thud that vibrated in her ribs. The avalanche passed. The wing opened. Seraphina was on her knees on the dragon's back, breathing hard, both hands locked on the dorsal ridge. "I'm fine," she said before he could ask. A deep rumble rolled through the dragon's body. It was not speech, dragons did not speak in their true forms, but it communicated clearly enough. "I know you're fine. I caught you." They found the 8th dragon last, a small bronze, barely more than a hatchling, shivering on a high ledge with its rider, a boy of no more than 16, who was trying very hard not to cry and failing completely. Seraphina directed all 8 dragons and their riders back to the Obsidian Reach, using her disaster sense to map a safe route through the collapsing storm. They flew in formation behind the ancient dragon, his fire lighting the way, his presence calming the young drakes enough to keep them flying straight. When they landed in the caldera, the riders stumbled off their dragons and dropped to their knees in the snow, shaking and exhausted and alive. Kaeldrith shifted back to human form. He was breathing hard. Even ancient dragons felt the strain of a blizzard rescue. And there was a cut on his left arm, just below the elbow, where a shard of ice had found a gap in his scales during the avalanche impact. "You're hurt," Seraphina said. "It's shallow." She took his arm, pushed back his sleeve, and looked at the wound. It was shallow, a clean cut, already closing, because dragon-blooded physiology healed faster than human, but it was still bleeding, dark blood with a faint golden sheen. She pulled a field dressing from her coat. She always carried one. 3 years on the frontier had taught her that, and began wrapping the wound. She worked quickly, efficiently, with the practiced hands of someone who had treated injuries in every possible condition: darkness, rain, mud, snow, and the screaming chaos of active battle. Her hands were not gentle, they were competent. "You treat wounds the way you treat armor," Kaeldrith observed. He was watching her hands. His voice had the low, rough quality it took on when he was close to the dragon's side, the heat vibration, the depth. "Your bones are harder than armor," Seraphina said, tying off the dressing. "I had to use twice the pressure." "Is that a compliment?" "It's a structural observation." He looked at her. She looked at him. The caldera wind blew snow between them. His arm was still in her hands. Her fingers were still on the dressing, still on his skin, warm, golden-sheened, radiating heat that she could feel through the bandage. "Commander Voss," he said. "What?" "You are, without question, the most peculiar woman I have ever met." "I've been told." "And I have existed for several hundred years. The competition was not insignificant." She let go of his arm. She stepped back. She adjusted the dragon scale cloak on her shoulders. The clasp was slightly loose from the flight, and she refastened it without thinking. He watched her fasten the clasp with an expression that, if she had been paying attention, she might have recognized as the look of a man who is falling and has decided not to fight it. She was not paying attention. Dagna was, though. From across the landing platform, the archer captain nudged Marin, pointed at the two of them, and mouthed, "He's gone." Marin nodded. Chapter 8: The Volcanic Observatory. 2 nights later, Seraphina could not sleep. The fire vein disruption was getting worse. Her disaster sense had been prickling all day, not the sharp alarm of imminent danger, but the low, persistent itch of something building, something growing, something that was not yet critical, but would be soon if they did not find and destroy the artificial channel. She got up, dressed, buckled on her sword, and went to the 6th-tier fire vein access point. She had been studying the vein maps for 3 days, and had identified a potential observation point, a natural chamber where several major fire veins converged, which would give her the best angle for tracing the artificial channel to its source. She had planned to go there tomorrow, during a scheduled session with Kaeldrith. But she could not sleep, and the itch would not stop, and she was a frontier soldier who had long ago learned that when her instincts said go, she went. The 6th tier was deserted at this hour. The corridors were dark, lit only by the amber glow of fire veins running through the walls. The air was hot and dry, tasting of sulfur and ancient stone. She found the chamber. It was larger than she expected. A natural cavern, roughly circular, with a domed ceiling of smooth black stone. The floor was glass smooth and warm. Fire veins ran through it in concentric rings, pulsing with slow amber light. But the chamber was not empty. Kaeldrith was already there. He was sitting on a stone bench carved into the far wall, one leg extended, one arm resting on his knee. The fire vein light played across his face, painting it in amber and gold. He was not wearing his coat. He was in a simple black shirt, sleeves pushed back, and the obsidian pendant at his throat caught the light and threw dark sparks across the stone. He looked up when she entered. His eyes glowed in the fire vein light. "Commander Voss," he said, "it's after midnight." "I couldn't sleep. The fire veins are getting worse." She looked around the chamber. The fire vein pattern was different from what the maps had shown. More complex, more beautiful, with rings within rings that formed patterns she did not recognize. "This isn't the observation point I planned to visit." "No," he agreed. "This is a different observation point." "What's it for?" A pause. The fire veins pulsed. "In dragon culture," Kaeldrith said, "this chamber is called the Eye of the Nest. It's where the fire veins converge to their deepest and most stable point. The patterns you see on the floor are nesting patterns, the flow signatures of every dragon who has ever bred in this volcano, going back 1,200 years. It's a breeding observatory. It's a mating observatory." Silence. "This is where dragon mates come," he continued, his voice very even, "to read the fire veins together and determine whether the nest is stable enough for a new clutch." Serafina looked at the chamber. She looked at the fire vein patterns. She looked at the stone bench. She looked at Kaeldrith. "I came here to inspect defensive lines," she said. "I know. I was going to trace the artificial channel." "I know. I did not know this was a mating observatory." "I know that too." She stared at him. The fire vein light was very warm. The chamber was very private. He was sitting on a bench that was designed for two. "Do you often invite military officers to inspect your mating observatory after midnight?" she asked. "I have never in my life invited anyone to this chamber," he said. "I was here alone. You walked in. On a direct route from the 6th tier access point, which happens to pass through this chamber, yes. A route that was on the map you gave me. The map I gave you showed all accessible chambers on the 6th tier. This is an accessible chamber on the 6th tier." "Kaeldrith." "Commander. Did you put this chamber on my map because you knew I would come here?" He looked at her for a long moment. The fire veins pulsed. His dark gold eyes held hers. "I put this chamber on your map," he said, "because you deserve to see the most beautiful part of my home. Whether you came at midnight or midday, alone or accompanied, for military inspection or personal curiosity, was entirely your choice." "I came for military inspection." "I see that. Your sword is buckled, your posture is operational, and you have not looked at the nesting patterns once, which suggests that you are in fact here for defensive assessment and not for the romantic ambiance of volcanic light on ancient dragon mating grounds." He was teasing her. The ancient dragon king of the northern volcanic nest was sitting in his own mating observatory after midnight, teasing her. "I do not understand romantic ambiance," Serafina said. "I've noticed. I understand defensive positioning, fire vein flow assessment, and the tactical implications of a convergence point. I've also noticed that. If you wanted to show me something romantic, you should have told me it was romantic. I would have adjusted my expectations." "And what would adjusted expectations look like, Commander?" She thought about it, genuinely, seriously, with the careful consideration she gave to every tactical problem. "I would have left my sword in my quarters," she said. Something shifted in his expression. The teasing edge softened. The dark gold eyes warmed, not with fire vein light, but with something internal, something that had nothing to do with volcanoes and everything to do with the fact that she had just told him, in her own blunt, literal, completely unromantic way, that she would have come unarmed if she had known he was waiting. "Next time," he said, "I'll tell you." "Good. Would you like to sit down?" She sat down on the stone bench beside him. It was, as she had noted, designed for two, Their shoulders were not quite touching. The fire vein patterns glowed on the floor in front of them, slow and beautiful and ancient. "Tell me about the nesting patterns," she said. "You want to discuss fire vein flow on a mating bench. I want to understand your home. The fire veins are your home. If I'm going to fix them, I need to understand how they work when they're healthy." He looked at her. She looked at him. "You are extraordinary," he said very quietly. "I'm practical. That's what makes you extraordinary." He began to explain the nesting patterns. She listened, asked questions, and did not notice that over the course of the conversation, their shoulders had started touching. Dagna, who had followed Serafina out of concern for her insomnia and was now crouched behind a corridor pillar with an excellent view of the chamber entrance, put both hands over her mouth and silently screamed. Chapter 9. Sparring. Serafina dealt with feelings the same way she dealt with everything else, by hitting something. The next morning, she went to the training ground on the second tier, a wide, flat arena carved from volcanic stone, edged with iron railings, and warmed by the ever-present fire veins, and she began working through sword forms. She was 3 forms in when Kaeldrith appeared. "Sparring?" he asked. "Drills. Drills are for soldiers who don't have partners. I'm offering to be your partner." She considered this. On the frontier, an invitation to spar was the highest compliment one soldier could pay another. It meant, "I trust you enough to fight you, and I think you're good enough to challenge me." She had not sparred with a partner since leaving the frontier, and her muscles were starting to remember it. "Rules?" she asked. "First, to disarm." "What are you using?" "My hands." She stared at him. "You're going to spar with me barehanded." "My hands and a small amount of dragon fire. I don't use blades." "That's a disadvantage." "Commander, I have been fighting since before your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother first picked up a stick. I don't need a blade." She adjusted her stance. He stepped into the ring. The sparring started clean. Serafina advanced with a standard guard, testing his movement, footwork, reaction time, reach. He was fast, faster than any human she had fought, with a fluidity that came from a body designed for combat across multiple forms. His hands moved like weapons, precise, controlled, and capable of redirecting her blade with fingertip pressure that should not have been physically possible, but was, because he was an ancient dragon wearing human skin, and the skin was mostly a suggestion. She pressed. He gave ground, just enough, just slightly, drawing her in. She recognized the tactic. It was the same tactic she used with inexperienced opponents. Let them think they're winning, then exploit the overextension. She did not overextend. She feinted high, struck low, and nearly caught his ribs with the flat of her blade. He caught the blade. Not with his hand, with a flash of black gold dragonfire that erupted from his palm, caught the sword's edge and pressed it down with a weight that felt like a mountain. The dragonfire was controlled, pinpoint precise, and it held her blade locked 2 inches from his torso. He stepped closer. Too close, much too close. His face was inches from hers. His breath was warm. His dark gold eyes were lit from within by the dragonfire still burning in his palm, and the vertical pupils were dilated, wider than she had ever seen them, and fixed on her with an intensity that had absolutely nothing to do with combat. "You're fast," he said. His voice was low, close. She could feel it in her chest. "You're cheating." "I never specified no dragonfire in the rules." "Dragonfire is not a hand. It comes from my hand. It counts." She tried to pull the blade free. He held it. The dragonfire flickered between them, casting amber light on both their faces, and he did not step back. "You're trying to disrupt my judgment," she said. He leaned in, a fraction of an inch, but she felt it like a thunderclap. "Is it working?" he murmured. Yes, it was working. Her pulse was elevated. Her breathing was short. The fire vein light and the dragon fire and the proximity were doing something to her autonomic nervous system that Thessaly would have had a field day measuring. She did not say any of this. A just dance, she said to herself, and she shifted her grip, dropped her weight, and drove the blade up and sideways with a twist that broke the dragonfire lock and almost caught him across the jaw with the flat. He ducked. His eyes widened. The dragonfire flickered out. Almost, he said. He was smiling now, not the controlled, cryptic curve she had seen before, but a genuine, surprised, delighted smile. The smile of someone who has not been nearly struck in the face for a very long time and has forgotten how exciting it is. Again? She said. Again. They sparred for an hour. By the end of it, she had almost disarmed him twice, and he had almost disarmed her 3 times, and neither of them had scored a clean win, which meant they were either perfectly matched or perfectly distracted. Serafina suspected it was both. Chapter 10. The Disaster Brand. The truth about Serafina's reputation came out on the 7th day. She had been tracing the artificial channel with her disaster sense, going deeper each session, pushing the ability further than she usually allowed herself. The sessions were intense. 20 minutes of focused concentration in a volcanic hatchery, her eyes threaded with golden cracks, her ears ringing, her body running cold despite the heat. On the 7th day, she pushed too far. The golden lines exploded across her vision, not the controlled analytical overlay she was used to, but a cascade, a flood, as if every stress fracture and fault line and imminent failure in the entire volcano had lit up at once. She saw everything. The cracked fire vein junctions, the blocked channels, the artificial sabotage, the thinning walls of the hatchery, the sleeping eggs, the restless adult dragons above, the structural weaknesses in the caldera rim, and something else. Something that stopped her breath. She saw Kaeldrith. Not the man standing 10 feet away, regulating the temperature around her. She saw the future. 3 breaths ahead, 5 breaths, 10. And in that future, the fire vein backlash reached a critical point, and the ancient Dragon King lost control, and the volcano woke, and the nest burned. The greatest disaster her sense had ever shown her was not an enemy, it was him. The vision shattered. The golden lines collapsed. The ringing in her ears became a roar, and the world tilted, and suddenly she was not in the hatchery anymore. She was at Dragonfire Pass, on the 3rd day of the siege, the walls crumbling around her, the fire raining down, and her soldiers were dying, and she could see every single death, 3 breaths before it happened, and she could not stop them all. She could never stop them all. Serafina. A voice. Not the siege. Not the fire. Hands on her shoulders. Warm. Steady. Serafina, come back. She blinked. The hatchery reformed around her. The eggs, the fire veins, the cathedral ceiling. She was on her knees on the heated stone floor, and Kaeldrith was kneeling in front of her, his hands on her shoulders, his face inches from hers. The golden cracks in her eyes were bright, bright enough to cast light on his face, bright enough that she could see their reflection in his dark gold pupils. The disaster energy was leaking out of her, spilling into the air around her like heat shimmer, and the fire veins in the floor were reacting to it, flickering, surging, destabilizing. I can see the fire bowls, she said. Her voice sounded far away even to her own ears. They're going to go out. One by one, I can see. The first fire bowl went out, then the second, then the third. The hatchery began to dim. Around them, the dragon egg attendants backed away. Even the hardened volcanic workers, men and women who lived their lives in the heat of the deep tiers, felt the wrongness in the air and retreated. Kaeldrith did not retreat. He moved closer. Black gold dragonfire bloomed from his hands, Not the aggressive combat fire he had used in sparring, but something deeper, older. A resonance fire that matched the frequency of the fire veins themselves. It flowed from his palms into the air around Serafina, meeting the disaster energy that was leaking from her and absorbing it, containing it, pressing it back. The fire bowls steadied. One by one, they relit. Kaeldrith's forehead was close to hers, not touching, but close enough that she could feel the heat of his skin, the rhythm of his breathing. His dragon fire wrapped around them both like a cocoon, black and gold, humming with a frequency that she could feel in her teeth. "Stay with me," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Not the pass, not the siege. Here, stay here." The golden cracks in her eyes began to fade. The ringing in her ears dimmed. The disaster energy pulled back, retreating into whatever deep place inside her it lived when it was not active. She was breathing hard. Her hands were shaking. She was cold, deeply, bone-achingly cold, despite the volcanic heat, despite the dragon fire, despite the warm hands on her shoulders. "I saw you," she said. "I know. The fire vein backlash. If it reaches critical, you'll lose control. The volcano. I know. You're the biggest disaster in this nest." He looked at her. His eyes were steady, dark gold, vertical pupilled, ancient. The dragon fire still flickered between them, its light painting both their faces in amber. "Yes," he said, "I am. And you invited me here knowing that. I invited you here because you are the only person alive who can see the disaster before it happens and do something about it." He paused. "Including the disaster that is me." They knelt on the hatchery floor, forehead to forehead, wrapped in dragon fire, and for one moment, one held breathless, impossible moment, neither of them moved. A dragon egg pulsed. They both turned. The emerald egg, the first one Serafina had touched 7 days ago, had pulsed. A single, faint throb of life, visible as a brief glow of green light through the shell. One heartbeat, then silence. But it had been there. The eggs were not dead. Serafina pulled back. The moment broke. The dragon fire faded. "We need to find the channel and destroy it," she said. Her voice was steady again, the commander's voice, the frontier voice, the voice that had held Dragonfire Pass. "Before the backlash reaches critical." "Agreed. And we need to talk about your loss of control." "Also agreed." A pause. "But perhaps not on our knees in the dark." She almost smiled. Almost. They stood. They left the hatchery. They did not talk about how close their foreheads had been, or how the dragonfire had felt, or how the moment had stretched between them like a wire about to snap. Dagna did not need to be told. She took one look at Serafina's face when she returned to the third tier and said, "Something happened. I had an overload." Something else happened. Serafina walked past her without answering. That night, she sat in her quarters with soot on her lap and the fire vein map spread across her desk, and she thought about the disaster she had seen. The ancient Dragon King burning his own nest. Not because he wanted to, not because he chose to, because the fire vein sabotage was destabilizing the volcanic system that he was connected to at a fundamental biological level. And when the system went critical, it would take him with it, dragging his ancient dragon fire out of his control and turning him into a weapon aimed at his own home. He was not just the powerful protector, he was also the danger. And she was the only person who could see it coming. "I'm going to fix this," she told Soot. Soot, who was lying on his back in her lap with all four paws in the air, made a sound that might have been agreement or might have been a request for belly rubs. She rubbed his belly. He purred. "I'm going to fix all of it." The next day, she began asking questions about the disaster brand. It was a name she had heard before. In the southern courts, in the whispered conversations that stopped when she entered rooms, in the letters that Aldrich had received from his noble allies. Disaster bringer, doom walker, the woman who calls the storm. The southern nobles believed that Seraphina's disaster sense caused the disasters she predicted. They pointed to the evidence. She had warned about the Greyvale Bridge failure, and the bridge failed. She had warned about the Thornwall siege, and the siege happened. She had warned about the fire at Dragonfire Pass, and the fire came. She was not the cause. She was the warning. But warnings that went unheeded looked, to the powerful men who had ignored them, like prophecies. And prophecies that came true were easier to blame on the prophet than on the men who had failed to act. Cealdrith found the records. He had access to military archives that the southern authorities did not know existed. Dragon Nest archives, maintained for centuries, that tracked every military action, every frontier dispatch, every warning issued, and every response given. The records were thorough, precise, and damning. The Greyvale Bridge, he said. They were in his study, a high circular chamber on the 5th tier, lined with shelves of volcanic glass and scrolls, warmed by fire veins that ran through the walls in elegant spirals. You filed a warning with the Southern Military Authority 48 hours before the collapse. You identified the structural fault. You recommended evacuation. The recommendation was rejected, Seraphina said. Lord Marin's household overruled it. They said the bridge was fine, and I was a hysterical woman with a dangerous reputation. Yes, I have Lord Marin's reply here. He held up a scroll. He used the word hysterical 3 times in one paragraph. Impressive commitment to a limited vocabulary. 32 people died on that bridge. 32 people died because a nobleman decided that his bridge was more important than a soldier's warning. Cealdrith set the scroll down. Thornwall. You filed a dispatch warning of the enemy approach, 7 days before the attack. The dispatch was intercepted. Not intercepted. Suppressed. Lord Herath's intelligence office received it. They chose not to forward it to the garrison commander because, he read from another scroll, because the source has a known tendency toward excessive alarm and the intelligence is assessed as unreliable. The source, Seraphina said flatly, meaning me. Meaning you. 86 soldiers died at Thornwall. They died because your warning was buried by the same man who stole your medals and tried to take your cavalry. The room was very quiet. Aldrich suppressed my warnings, Seraphina said. She had known. She had suspected at least. The timing had always been wrong. The response is always too slow. The excuse is always too convenient. But hearing it confirmed with documentation in a volcanic study lit by amber fire vein light, with the Dragon King's dark gold eyes watching her face, was different. It was worse. Every disaster they blame you for, Cealdrith said, was a disaster they could have prevented if they had listened to you. You were never the cause. You were the only person who saw it coming. She stood very still. Soot in the sling on her chest. She had brought him because the quarters were cold and she had not wanted to leave him alone, pressed his face into the crook of her neck. I need these records, she said. They're yours. I need them for a trial. I assumed as much. The Southern Military Authority will not give me a trial willingly. The noblemen who suppressed my warnings are the same ones who sit on the military court. Then you take the trial to a higher court. There is no higher court. There is one. Cealdrith leaned forward. The fire vein light caught the obsidian pendant at his throat. The Dragonbone Throne, the oldest court on the continent. It predates the southern kingdoms, the military authority, and every noble house that currently claims power. It judges oath-breakers, and every officer of the Southern Military Authority swore an oath when they took their position to act on frontier dispatches in good faith. You're offering me the Dragonbone Throne. I'm telling you it exists and that you have grounds to petition it. The decision to petition is yours." She looked at him, the ancient Dragon King sitting in his volcanic study, offering her the most powerful judicial tool on the continent as casually as if he were offering her a cup of tea. "Why are you helping me?" she asked. The question seemed to surprise him, not because it was unexpected, but because the answer was obvious to him and he had not realized it was not obvious to her. "Because you are right," he said, "and they are wrong, and I have existed long enough to find the combination of courage and injustice to be personally offensive." "That's very noble." "I'm not noble. I'm a dragon. We don't do noble. We do territorial, possessive, and occasionally vindictive." He paused. "In this case, I am being vindictive on your behalf, which is a distinction I am choosing to view as growth." She looked at him. He looked at her. "Thank you," she said. She meant it. She did not say thank you often. On the frontier, gratitude was a currency you spent carefully, and when she said it now, she meant every letter. Something shifted in his expression. The sharpness softened. The ancient, dangerous, flirtatious Dragon King looked, for one moment, like a man who had been told something he did not know he needed to hear. "You're welcome," he said. And then, because he was Kaeldrith and he could not let a sincere moment stand without testing its edges, "Do you always thank people with the same expression you use to acknowledge a well-built fortification?" "It's my only expression." "I've seen you use at least 2 others. One of them involves your eyebrow." "That's not an expression. That's a muscle spasm." "It's a very articulate muscle spasm." She left the study before she said something she could not take back. Part 3. The War. Chapter 11. Old Soldiers. The message arrived on the 9th day. A hawk from the south bearing the seal of House Harith, carrying a scroll that was not addressed to Seraphina but to Kaeldrith as Lord of the Obsidian Reach. Seraphina was not supposed to see it, but Kaeldrith's chancellor, a grizzled, one-eyed dragon rider named Varoth, who had fought in the old wars and had a deep, personal respect for frontier soldiers, brought it to her first. "You need to read this, Commander," Varoth said. His one good eye was hard. "Before the king does." Seraphina read it. The scroll was from Aldrich Herath. It was addressed to Kaeldrith, and it was phrased in the elaborate, carefully worded style of Southern diplomatic correspondence, which meant that every sentence was a weapon wearing a silk glove. The substance was this. Aldrich had detained 12 members of Seraphina's old cavalry, the soldiers who had not joined her at the Winterflame departure, the ones who had been in the bivouac when the transfer order was being disputed. He had taken them into House Harith custody, ostensibly for administrative processing, and he was holding them in the keep's lower garrison. He was not calling them prisoners. He was calling them guests under protective care. But the meaning was clear. He was using them as hostages. And the price for their release was simple. Seraphina must withdraw any petition to the Dragonbone throne, surrender her claim to the female cavalry's independent status, and publicly acknowledge that her military achievements had been performed under House Herath's command and authority. If she refused, the 12 soldiers would be court-martialed for desertion and sentenced under Southern military law, which permitted, among other punishments, public flogging and indefinite detention. Seraphina set the scroll down. Her hands were steady. Her face was calm. Inside her, something was burning. "How long have they been held?" she asked. "The hawk took 4 days to fly north," Varoth said. "So at least 4 days. Possibly longer if Herath waited before sending the message." "Who are the 12? Varoth named them. Seraphina knew everyone. Corporal Annis, who had taught new recruits how to ride in formation. Sergeant Bray, who had organized the grain supply at Thornwall. Private Kesley, who was 19 years old and had joined the cavalry because her mother had been killed by raiders, and Seraphina had found her hiding in a burned village and promised her she would never have to hide again. 19 years old. Serafina stood up. She walked to the window of the guest chamber where Veroth had found her, and she looked out at the volcanic caldera, the tiers, the bridges, the steam vents, the dragons on the upper ledges. "He's forcing a choice," she said. "My trial or my soldiers. That's the intent. If I withdraw the petition, they go free. But the truth about the suppressed warnings stays buried. The disaster brand stays on my record, and the cavalry becomes his permanently. Yes. If I continue the petition, he courts-martial them. 12 soldiers punished for my choices. Commander, how is the trial date set? The Dragonbone throne convenes in 14 days. Petition must be filed 7 days before. That gives you 1 week to decide. 1 week. 1 week to choose between her innocence and her soldiers' safety, between truth and loyalty, between the justice she deserved and the people she had sworn to protect. Serafina Voss looked at the volcanic sky and made her choice in 4 seconds. "I'm going to do both," she said. She went to Kaeldrith. She found him in the treasure chamber, a vast underground vault on the 4th tier where the Dragon King kept his hoard. Serafina had not been in the treasure chamber before, and her first thought upon entering was that it looked less like a vault and more like a museum that had been organized by someone with very specific tastes and absolutely no sense of moderation. Gold coins were stacked in precise towers along the walls. Gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds the size of eggs, were sorted by color and cut in shallow stone trays. Ancient crowns sat on velvet-lined shelves, each one labeled with a small obsidian tag that identified its origin and age. Battle banners, some of them centuries old, hung from the ceiling in protected glass cases. Dragon-scale armor from every era of Dragon Rider warfare was displayed on mannequins carved from volcanic stone. And in the center of the room, on a raised platform of polished obsidian, was a pile of molten gold treasures. Objects that had been partially melted by dragonfire and then cooled into new shapes, creating abstract sculptures of frozen metal that caught the fire vein light and glowed. Kaeldrith was sitting on the platform beside the molten gold pile, looking at it with the expression of a man who is trying to figure out what has changed and cannot quite identify the problem. "Someone has reorganized my treasure chamber," he said without looking up. "What?" "The gold coins. They were arranged by age and origin. Now they are arranged by denomination and weight." He pointed at the gemstone trays. "The gems were sorted by color. Now they are sorted by hardness and military utility, which gemstones can be used in dragon-scale armor and which cannot." He pointed at the battle banners. "The banners were arranged chronologically. Now they are arranged by tactical significance." Serafina looked at the room. She looked at the organizational system. She recognized it. "Marin," she said. "Your shield commander reorganized my treasure chamber." She reorganizes everything. She once sorted an entire captured enemy camp by tactical priority while the battle was still happening. She has sorted my hoard like a military supply depot. Kaeldrith looked at the molten gold pile with the expression of a man who has woken up to find his living room rearranged by a very efficient stranger. "I feel as though my nest has been conquered. I'll talk to her." "Don't. It's..." He paused, searching for the word. "Impressive? Unsettling, but impressive." "Kaeldrith." Something in her voice made him look up. The humor left his face. "What happened?" he asked. She told him. She showed him the scroll. She laid out the situation, the hostages, the demand, the timeline, the court-martial threat. She presented it the way she presented every tactical briefing, clearly, completely, without emotion. She did not need to add emotion. The facts were enough. Kaeldrith read the scroll twice. The second time, the air temperature in the treasure chamber rose by 5 degrees. "He is using your soldiers as leverage," Kaeldrith said. His voice was controlled, But beneath the control, the dragon was very close to the surface. To force you to abandon a legitimate petition, to silence you. Yes. And if you refuse, he'll have them flogged. Yes. No, Kaeldrith said. The word was flat, cold, and absolute. No, he will not. He stood. The fire vein light caught his eyes and turned them to molten gold. I will go south and retrieve your soldiers myself. No. He stopped. No? If you go south in your true form and take the soldiers by force, it's an act of war. The southern kingdoms will say the Dragon King attacked a noble household and kidnapped military detainees. You'll justify every fear they have about the northern nest. I don't care what the southern kingdoms. I do, because the Dragonbone throne requires legitimacy, and legitimacy requires that we do this by law, not by fire. She met his eyes. I will go to the trial. I will present my evidence. And when Aldrich tries to use my soldiers as leverage during the proceedings, I will take them back. How? By being better than he is, at everything. Kaeldrith looked at her for a long time. The gold in his eyes shifted, from fury to something more complex, more layered. Admiration, frustration. And beneath both, a fierce, possessive pride that he was not quite ready to name. You are infuriating, he said. I've been told. You are infuriating, and you are right, and I am going to help you whether you ask me to or not, because that man put his hands on your soldiers, and I want to watch you take them back. That's territorial. I'm a dragon. You said dragons don't do noble. We don't. We do vindictive. I am being very vindictive right now, and I am enjoying it enormously. Despite everything, despite the fear and the fury, and the cold tactical calculation running through her mind, Seraphina felt the corner of her mouth twitch. Fine, she said. Help. Good. He picked up the scroll, folded it precisely, and tucked it into his coat. We have 7 days. Let's make them count. Chapter 12, Virena. On the 3rd day of preparation, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Obsidian Reach. Virena Ashcliffe, the Red Dragon noblewoman, the woman who had been sitting in Seraphina's chair at the betrothal feast, the woman who had dug a ruby ring out of a honey nut cake with her bare hands, flew into the caldera on the back of a young red drake, wearing a traveling cloak of scarlet silk and an expression that suggested she had eaten something unpleasant and was trying to maintain her dignity about it. Seraphina met her on the landing tier. Commander Voss, Virena said. She dismounted from the drake with the practiced grace of a woman who had been riding dragons since childhood. Her red hair was windblown, her green eyes were sharp, and she held herself with the erect, shoulders-back posture of someone who had been taught that slouching was a moral failing. Lady Ashcliffe, Seraphina said. An awkward silence. The volcanic wind blew between them. Virena's scarlet cloak snapped in the heat. Seraphina's dragon scale cloak, black gold, Kaeldrith's scales, absorbed it. I am here, Virena said, because I have made an error in judgment, and I believe in correcting my errors before they become permanent. Seraphina waited. Virena took a breath. It was the breath of a proud woman about to say something that cost her dearly. House Hareth has been passing debts to my family. Aldrich's betrothal to me was not a love match or even a bloodline alliance. It was a scheme to transfer his family's military debts, false achievement records, and political liabilities onto House Ashcliffe. When I discovered this, I also discovered that several of the young dragon riders attached to my household have been reassigned, without my consent, to House Hareth's frontier garrison, the same garrison that is currently holding your soldiers. Seraphina's expression did not change. 3 of my riders, Virena continued, young, inexperienced, reassigned to a garrison that is, by all accounts, being used as a detention facility for women who committed the crime of being loyal to you. Her jaw tightened. I will not allow my people to be used as prison guards for his hostage scheme. What are you offering? Information. I know the garrison's layout, its guard rotation, and the legal grounds Aldrich is using to hold your soldiers. I also know that his petition to the Southern Military Authority for the court-martial has not yet been approved. The authority is stalling because several members are uncomfortable with the charges. She met Serafina's eyes, and I am offering an apology. Serafina looked at her. At the betrothal feast, Virena said, I sat in your chair. I wore the ring meant for your hand. I looked at you and I saw a crude battlefield woman who had no place in noble society. I was wrong. You are a commander, and I treated you as a rival, and that was beneath both of us. The volcanic wind blew. Apology accepted, Serafina said. Virena blinked. That quickly? I don't hold grudges. Grudges take time. I don't have time. She paused. You said you know the garrison layout. I have it memorized. Can you draw it? In detail. Come with me. She turned and walked toward the tactical chamber. Virena followed, her scarlet cloak streaming behind her. Behind them, Dagna leaned against the landing tier railing and watched them go. Well, she said to Marin, that's unexpected. The commander has a talent for turning enemies into allies, Marin said. Remember the supply master at Greyvale? She tried to have us arrested. 6 months later, she was running our grain line. That was different. That was logistics. This is, Dagna gestured at Virena's retreating back. This is a dragon-blooded noblewoman who had honey on her chin 2 weeks ago. People change. People with honey on their chin change faster. It's a humbling experience. Chapter 13. The Return South. On the 7th day, they flew south. The formation was unusual. The black gold ancient dragon at the head, carrying Serafina, Dagna, and Marin on his back. Behind him, Virena on her red drake. Behind Virena, 7 soldiers of the female cavalry, mounted on sturdy northern horses that had been trained to march through volcanic terrain and were therefore unfazed by almost everything. Thessaly rode with the cavalry, her medical kit strapped to her saddle, her spectacles firmly in place, and her expression suggesting that she expected to have patience before the day was over. Soot rode in his sling on Serafina's chest. He had adjusted to dragonback travel with the adaptability of a cat who has decided that if his human is going to do ridiculous things, he might as well be comfortable during them. They reached the southern court in 2 days. The Dragonbone throne was not located in Ashemere Keep. It was housed in a separate structure, an ancient stone amphitheater built into a hillside overlooking the Amber Coast, where the Dragon Rider packs had first been sworn centuries ago. The throne itself was carved from the bones of a great dragon who had died in the founding wars. A massive white-boned chair that sat at the center of the amphitheater, radiating a cold, ancient authority that made even the most powerful nobles uncomfortable. The southern court gathered. Lords, ladies, military officers, dragon riders, and their attendants filled the amphitheater's stone benches. It was the largest judicial assembly in living memory, and everyone knew why. Serafina Voss, the Blade of the Gate, was about to put the southern aristocracy on trial. Chapter 14. The Trial of the Dragonbone Throne. The amphitheater was full. Serafina stood at the center of the stone floor, in front of the Dragonbone throne, wearing her military surcoat, her sword, and the dragon-scale cloak that the ancient Dragon King had given her. Soot was in Lara's care, safely outside the amphitheater. This was not a place for cats. To her left stood her witnesses, Marin, Dagna, Thessaly, and the 4 cavalry soldiers who had ridden south with her. Behind them, in the public gallery, stood the people she had protected. Bren the Salt Widow, Torvald the Gate Craftsman, Paul the One-Armed Veteran, Gerda the Tavern Mistress, and the boy from the village, who had brought his mother this time, and his mother was crying before the trial even started. To her right stood Virena Ashcliffe, who had come not as a witness for Seraphina, but as a witness against Aldrich, a distinction that had caused a sensation when it was announced. Across the amphitheater floor, at the opposing advocate's position, stood Aldrich Harith. He was immaculate. Dark crimson coat, gold braiding, polished boots, every hair in place. On his chest he wore the 3 copied medals, the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winterflame Star. He stood with the confident posture of a man who believed he held all the leverage. Behind him sat 3 southern lords who had supported the suppression of Seraphina's warnings: Lord Marin of the Greyvale Bridge, Lord Vask of the Thornwall Garrison, and seated in the shadows of the upper gallery, watching with cold, calculating eyes, Lord Caden of the Amber Coast, the man Seraphina's investigation had identified as the architect of the Firevane sabotage. Kaeldrith was not in the amphitheater. This had been Seraphina's decision. The trial was hers. The evidence was hers. The fight was hers. She had asked the Dragon King to remain outside, and he had agreed, reluctantly, with the expression of a man being asked to wait while someone he cared about walked into a battle without him. "I'll be on the hillside," he had said, "if you need me." "I won't need you." "If you want me, I'll handle it." Seraphina. It was the first time he had used her name without the title. She had stopped walking. "Come back with your shield or on it," he had said, "but come back." She had looked at him, at the dark gold eyes, the vertical pupils, the face that was ancient and dangerous, and, in that moment, frightened for her. "I always come back," she had said. Now she stood in the amphitheater and faced Aldrich Harith across 20 feet of stone floor, and she began. "I petition the Dragonbone throne," she said. Her voice was not loud, but it carried, the voice of a woman who had shouted commands across burning battlefields and knew how to make silence listen. "I charge Lord Aldrich Harith, heir of House Harith, with the following: falsification of military records, theft of combat honors, suppression of frontier dispatches that resulted in the preventable deaths of soldiers and civilians, illegal seizure of an independent military unit, embezzlement of public maintenance funds, and the unlawful detention of 12 soldiers of the Dragonfire Pass cavalry." The amphitheater was very quiet. Aldrich stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression arranged in the confident, slightly patronizing calm of a man who has been told he will win and has not considered the alternative. "Commander Voss's charges are rooted in personal bitterness over a dissolved betrothal," he said. His voice was smooth, practiced, and deeply sincere. The voice of a man who had studied public speaking the way soldiers study sword work. "She was a fine frontier officer. I have always said so. But the dissolution of our engagement has understandably caused her distress, and that distress has manifested as—" "I present evidence item 1, Seraphina said. She did not wait for him to finish. On the frontier, you did not wait for the enemy to finish their charge before you responded. You cut them off at the point of maximum vulnerability. Varoth, who had insisted on serving as her legal courier despite having only one eye and a deep personal dislike for Southern courts, stepped forward and placed a leather folder on the stone evidence table. "This is the original dispatch I filed with the Southern Military Authority 48 hours before the collapse of the Greyvale Bridge," Seraphina said. "It identifies the structural fault, recommends evacuation, and is stamped with my command seal and the date." She opened the folder. The dispatch was there, yellowed, creased, authentic. Evidence item 2, a second folder. The response from Lord Marin's household rejecting the evacuation recommendation. The rejection is signed by Lord Marin's intelligence officer and uses the phrase excessive alarm to describe my warning. Lord Marin, in the upper gallery, shifted in his seat. Evidence item 3, a third folder, the Thornwall dispatch, filed 7 days before the enemy attack, received by House Harith's intelligence office, never forwarded to the garrison commander. She looked at Aldrich. Your signature is on the receipt log, Lord Herath. You received my warning. You chose not to act on it. 86 soldiers died. The amphitheater stirred. A murmur, low, dark, spreading through the benches like smoke. Evidence item 4. A stack of scrolls, each one sealed with the obsidian seal of the Northern Dragon Nest. Dragon Nest archive records confirming the full timeline of Frontier dispatches, their receipt, and the subsequent suppression of each warning by Southern noble households. These records, Aldrich began, were maintained independently by the Dragon Nest archive for over a century, Seraphina said. They cannot be altered, destroyed, or forged because they are inscribed in volcanic glass by dragonfire. They are the most reliable records on the continent. She presented the evidence methodically, precisely, without flourish. The disaster sense warnings, the suppressions, the deaths, the embezzled maintenance funds, confirmed by the craftsman's receipts, the fake dragon bones, the illegal cavalry transfer, filed before the betrothal dissolution. Aldrich's confidence began to crack. It was not obvious. He was too well trained for obvious. But Seraphina could see the cracks, the way his hands tightened behind his back, the way his jaw worked between sentences, the way his eyes moved, not to the evidence, but to the upper gallery, where the 3 southern lords were sitting with increasingly rigid expressions. He was looking for support. He was not finding it. Virena delivered her testimony next. The debts passed to House Ashcliffe, the young riders reassigned without consent, the hidden financial liabilities. She spoke with the cold, cutting precision of a woman who had been betrayed by an alliance she had entered in good faith and was not inclined toward mercy. The commoner witnesses spoke last. Bren the Salt Widow told the court about the grain wagon, how Seraphina's cavalry had ridden 12 hours through a snowstorm to intercept the raiders who were targeting the supply route, how the commander had personally driven the lead wagon through a blocked pass while arrows flew, how the grain had reached the city in time to prevent a famine. Torvald the Gate craftsman told the court about the 3-day siege of Dragonfire Pass, how he had been inside the gate when the enemy breached the outer wall, how Seraphina had ordered the evacuation of the civilian quarter before the wall fell, how she had held the inner gate with 18 soldiers for 6 hours until reinforcements arrived, how no civilian died. Paul the one-armed veteran told the court about Greyvale, how he had lost his arm covering the retreat, how Seraphina had carried him 2 miles to the medical tent, how she had written to his family to tell them he was alive when the Army's official casualty report listed him as dead. The boy's mother told the court about Thornwall, how the raiders had come in the night, how she had hidden her son in a root cellar, how the cavalry had arrived at dawn, and Commander Voss had personally cleared the house where the raiders were holding 3 families hostage, how the commander had found her son in the cellar, lifted him out, and said, "You're safe. I've got you." The mother was still crying. Most of the amphitheater was crying. Aldrich was not crying. Aldrich was standing very straight, his face white, his hands clenched behind his back, and his eyes fixed on a point somewhere above the Dragonbone throne, as though he could make this stop by not looking at it. Then he played his last card. "The 12 soldiers of the Dragonfire Pass cavalry," he said, his voice careful, "are currently in House Herath's custody. If Commander Voss continues this petition, if she insists on pursuing these charges, I will have no choice but to proceed with the court-martial. Desertion charges, under Southern military law." The amphitheater went silent. Aldrich looked at Seraphina. For the first time since the trial began, he looked directly at her. Not at her evidence, not at her witnesses, but at her. And in his eyes, she saw something that she had not expected. Pain. Real pain. The pain of a man who had loved a woman and lost her and was now trying to destroy her and could not quite understand how he had gotten here. "Seraphina," he said, and his voice cracked on her name. "Please, stop this. I'll release the soldiers. I'll return the cavalry. I'll withdraw the medals. Just stop." She looked at him. She looked at the man she had loved. The man who had written her letters, who had kissed her before she rode to the frontier, who had promised to build a home for them when the wars were over. "No," she said. Aldrich's face contorted. The pain turned to fury. "Then I'll give the order," he snapped. "The court-martial will proceed. Your soldiers will—" "Your soldiers," Serafina said, "are already free." She turned toward the amphitheater entrance. The great stone doors swung open. 12 women walked in. They wore cavalry armor, battered, road-worn, mud-splashed. They walked in formation, 2 abreast, with the straight-backed, level-eyed bearing of soldiers who had been through hell and come out marching. At their head walked Corporal Annis, who had a black eye and a split lip, and the expression of someone who had very much enjoyed earning both. Behind them walked 3 young dragon riders in the colors of House Ashcliffe. Virena's riders, the ones who had been reassigned to the garrison. They did not look like prison guards. They looked like people who had recently made a choice. The garrison guards received a direct order from Lady Ashcliffe withdrawing her household's riders from the facility, Virena said from her witness position. Without her riders, the garrison was undermanned. The remaining guards were given the option to maintain the detention or to step aside. They chose to step aside. "And your soldiers chose to walk out," Serafina said to Aldrich, "because they're soldiers, not prisoners, and they know the difference, even if you don't." Aldrich stared at the 12 women. He stared at Virena. He stared at Serafina. He reached for his sword. It was not a planned action. Serafina could see that in the way his hand moved, jerky and desperate, the movement of a man who had run out of options and was reaching for the only thing he understood. He drew the blade and took 1 step toward Bren the Salt Widow, who was standing in the witness gallery, unarmed and frightened. Serafina's disaster sense screamed. She moved. 3 breaths. That was all she needed. She crossed the amphitheater floor in 5 strides, caught Aldrich's sword arm, twisted the blade out of his grip with a technique she had learned on the frontier. Thumb on the wrist nerve, rotate, strip, and pinned him to the stone floor with her knee on his back and his own sword in her hand. The entire movement took less than 2 seconds. The amphitheater erupted. Serafina held Aldrich down. She did not hurt him. She applied exactly enough pressure to immobilize him and not a grain more, because she was a professional, and professionals did not use excessive force, even when the person beneath their knee was a man who had tried to steal everything she had built and then threatened to harm a defenseless widow. "Yield," she said. He struggled. She pressed harder. "Yield, Aldrich." He went still. "I yield," he whispered. She stood up. She kept his sword. She looked at the dragonbone throne. The throne was not empty. She had not noticed before. In the heat of the trial, in the chaos of evidence and testimony and combat, but the throne had been occupied throughout the proceedings by a presence that was not entirely visible. An ancient spirit, a resonance of the dragon whose bones formed the chair, a judgment force that had been watching and weighing and waiting. Now the throne spoke. Its voice was the sound of old bones grinding, of volcanic stone settling, of centuries of oath and consequence compressed into words. The petition is heard. The evidence is weighed. The oath breakers are named. The amphitheater fell silent. Lord Aldrich Hareth, falsification of records, theft of honors, suppression of dispatches, unlawful detention. The judgment is forfeiture of all false military achievements, return of all stolen honors, loss of noble military command. Aldrich, still on the stone floor, closed his eyes. Lord Marin of Greyville, rejection of a valid dispatch, negligence resulting in preventable death. The judgment is public acknowledgement of the failure and restitution to the families of the fallen. Lord Marin, in the upper gallery, gripped the stone bench with both hands. Lord Caden of the Amber Coast. The amphitheater's attention turned to the shadowed figure in the upper gallery. Lord Caden, thin, pale, with the cold, flat eyes of a man who had spent his entire career calculating costs and benefits, sat very still. Sabotage of the Northern Dragon nest fire vanes. Introduction of resentment fire into the hatchery. Attempted weaponization of dragon hatchlings. The judgment is loss of dragon rider status, annulment of noble oath, exile from all dragon-bonded territories. Lord Caden stood. His face was white. He opened his mouth to speak, and the dragon bone throne flared, a pulse of white bone light that filled the amphitheater, and Lord Caden's dragon rider insignia, a golden iron pin on his chest that signified his bond with his mount, cracked, split, and fell to the stone floor in 2 pieces. His dragon, a gray-green war mount roosting on the hillside outside the amphitheater, lifted its head, screamed once, and flew north without looking back. Lord Caden sat down. He did not speak again. The throne's light faded. Seraphina stood in the center of the amphitheater, surrounded by her soldiers, her witnesses, and the echoing silence of judgment. And she turned to Aldrich. He was standing now, slowly, painfully, with the careful movements of a man who has been knocked down in front of everyone he has ever known and is trying to find his feet. She looked at his chest, at the 3 medals, the copies, the stolen honors. "Return them," she said. He looked at her. His eyes were red. His jaw was tight. The pain in his face was raw and open and terrible. "Seraphina, return them." His hands shook. He reached up and unpinned the first medal, the Iron Fang. He held it for a moment, looking at it, and then he placed it in her outstretched hand. The Silver Gate. He unpinned it slowly, placed it beside the Iron Fang. The Winterflame Star. This one took longer. His fingers fumbled with the pin. He was shaking badly enough that the metal slipped twice before he caught it. When he finally freed it from his coat, he held it in his palm and stared at it as though he were trying to memorize it. Then he placed it in her hand. 3 medals, 3 battles, 3 victories that were hers, that had always been hers, that she had earned with her blood and her soldiers' blood and the blood of the enemies who had come to destroy everything she protected. She closed her hand around them. She did not humiliate him. She did not gloat. She did not say, "I told you so," or "You should have listened," or "You lost." She simply took what was hers, turned to face her cavalry, and held the medals up. The 12 rescued soldiers saluted. The 7 who had ridden south with her saluted. Marin, Dagna, Thessaly, Lara, Rost. They all saluted, fists to chests, the frontier salute. In the public gallery, Paul, the one-armed veteran, saluted with his remaining arm, tears running down his face. The boy's mother stopped crying, stood straight, and placed her hand on her chest. Seraphina pinned the medals to her own coat, where they belonged. Chapter 15. The Steward's Punishment. The trial's secondary judgments were administered the following morning. The steward of House Herath, the head of household, the stocky man with the gray beard who had facilitated the embezzlement of the Dragonbone maintenance funds, was brought before the Dragonbone throne for sentencing. His punishment was practical, uncomfortable, and deeply satisfying to watch. He was fitted with a full set of heavy volcanic fireproof work gear, the kind worn by the lowest-ranking maintenance workers in the Obsidian Reach, consisting of a thick leather suit with iron reinforcements, heat-resistant boots that weighed approximately 8 pounds each, a face shield of darkened glass, and heat-resistant gloves so thick that picking up a cup of water required both hands and significant concentration. He was then assigned to chain repair duty in the volcanic dragon nest for a period of 1 year. Chain repair duty involved descending into the hottest chambers of the volcano, where the fire veins ran just beneath the surface, and manually inspecting, repairing, and replacing the iron chains that supported the hatchery platforms, the fire vein access points, and the temperature regulation gates. It was brutally hot work, physically exhausting, and universally considered the worst job in the Obsidian Reach. The steward, sweating heavily inside his fireproof suit, was escorted out of the amphitheater by two of Kaeldrith's guards. As he passed Seraphina, she said, "The chains are important. Don't skip the maintenance." He did not respond. The face shield made it hard to tell whether he was glaring or simply trying not to faint from the heat. Chapter 16: The Oath Before the Throne. The amphitheater emptied slowly. The nobles filed out in small, stunned groups, speaking in low voices. The witnesses returned to their lodgings. The cavalry gathered outside, where Private Lara was waiting with Soot, who had spent the entire trial sleeping in a sunbeam on the amphitheater steps and had not contributed to the proceedings in any way. Seraphina stood alone in the amphitheater, in front of the Dragonbone throne. The throne was quiet now, its ancient presence faded, its judgment rendered, its light dimmed to a faint glow in the bone-white surface. It was just a chair again. An old, enormous, beautiful chair made from the bones of something that had once been alive and powerful and was now gone. She touched the armrest. The bone was smooth under her fingers, cool despite the southern sun. Footsteps on stone. She turned. Kaeldrith walked into the amphitheater. He had been on the hillside, as he had promised, close enough to hear, far enough to respect her demand that the trial be hers. He was in human form, wearing the black leather and dragon-scale coat, the obsidian pendant at his throat catching the late afternoon light. His hair was wind-tossed from the hillside. His dark gold eyes were fixed on her. He walked across the stone floor, past the evidence table, past the witness positions, past the place where Aldrich had drawn his sword and she had put him on the ground, and he stopped in front of her. They looked at each other. "You won," he said. "I won. You won without me. I told you I would. You told me a lot of things." His voice was low, close. He was close. He was very close. "You told me you don't run. You told me you don't beg. You told me you always come back. I told you the truth. You always tell the truth. It's extremely inconvenient." She looked at him. The afternoon light was warm on the stone, on the bone throne, on his face. The wind moved through the amphitheater, carrying the smell of salt from the amber coast and the distant sulfur of the volcanic north. "Kaeldrith," she said. "Seraphina. You're standing very close." "I'm aware." "Is this tactical proximity?" "No." "Is this the kind of proximity where I should lower my guard?" He looked at her. The dark gold eyes held hers, ancient, deep, burning with a fire that had nothing to do with volcanoes and everything to do with her. "Yes," he said. She did not step back. She did not reach for her sword. She did not evaluate threat levels or calculate escape routes or activate her disaster sense. For the first time in 3 years, Seraphina Voss did not prepare for combat. Kaeldrith kissed her. It was not a gentle kiss. It was not a tentative kiss. It was the kind of kiss that a man gives when he has waited for a very long time, longer than he wants to admit, longer than his pride will acknowledge, and the waiting is over. His hand came up to the side of her face. His fingers were warm, always radiating that deep volcanic heat. His other hand settled at her waist, over the dragon-scale cloak, over the belt where her sword hung, and he pulled her closer with the confident, possessive certainty of someone who does not ask for permission, because the answer is already in the way she is not moving away. She did not step away. She kissed him the way she did everything, directly, seriously, without hesitation. Her hand came up to the back of his neck. His hair was soft under her fingers, softer than she had expected from a man who could turn into obsidian and molten gold. She could feel the heat of him through the coat, through the armor, through the layers of cloth and leather and dragon scale that separated them. The dragonbone throne glowed behind them, a faint, warm, amber light that was not judgment but something older. Acknowledgement, approval. The ancient dragon whose bones formed the chair, recognizing the oath that was forming between the two people standing before it. Kaeldrith broke the kiss first. He pulled back just far enough to look at her, her face, her eyes, the 3 medals on her coat. That, he said, was not a reward. I didn't think it was. That was 2 people who have earned each other. She looked at him. The most powerful dragon king on the continent. The most dangerous man she had ever met. The first person in 3 years who had looked at her and seen not a weapon, not a disaster, not a problem to be managed, but a woman who was extraordinary, precisely because she was exactly what she appeared to be. Agreed, she said. He smiled. It was the real smile, the surprised, delighted, unguarded one that she had first seen during sparring, when she had almost hit him in the face. I should inform you, he said, that in dragon culture, a voluntary vow before the dragonbone throne constitutes a preliminary oath bond. What does that mean? It means I have formally declared my intent, and you have formally accepted, and the throne has witnessed it, and approximately 300 years of dragon law now considers us partners. I was going to say entangled, but partners works. Good. She adjusted the dragon scale cloak on her shoulders. Partners do patrols together. Are you available for a fire vein inspection tonight? Kaeldrith looked at her, at the woman who had just been kissed by a dragon king in front of an ancient throne and was now scheduling a patrol. You are, he said, absolutely, unequivocally the most remarkable person I have ever met. You said that before. I intend to keep saying it until you react to it. I reacted. You scheduled a patrol. That's how I react. He laughed. A real laugh, deep, warm, resonant, with the faintest rumble of dragon fire beneath it. The sound echoed through the empty amphitheater and bounced off the dragonbone throne and filled the space with something that felt, improbably, like joy. Soot, who had wandered into the amphitheater at some point during the conversation and was sitting on the evidence table washing his paws, looked up at the sound and meowed. Your cat approves, Kaeldrith said. My cat wants dinner. Then let's go, both of you. They walked out of the amphitheater together, the Dragon King and the Frontier Commander and the Black Cat, who did not solve mysteries or rescue anyone, but who loved his human with the kind of quiet, unshakable devotion that did not need words or dramatic gestures, just a warm lap and a gentle hand, and the knowledge that he would never be left behind. The cavalry was waiting outside. Meryn saluted. Dagna grinned so widely that the gap in her teeth was visible from 50 feet. Thessaly adjusted her spectacles, observed the faint flush on Seraphina's face, and said nothing, which was her way of saying, I told you so. Private Lara cried, because she cried at everything and was not ashamed of it. Private Rost nodded once. From Rost, this was practically an ovation. Corporal Annis, who had a black eye and a split lip, and the bearing of a woman who had walked out of a prison under her own power, looked at Seraphina and said, Welcome back, Commander. I didn't leave, Seraphina said. No, Annis agreed. You never do. Part 4, The Dragon Nest. Chapter 17, The Fire Vein Restoration. They returned to the Obsidian Reach. The Fire Vein crisis had not waited for the trial. In the 10 days they had been south, the disruption had worsened. The artificial channel that Lord Caden's agents had built was still active, still pumping battlefield resentment fire into the hatchery, and the dragon eggs were still silent. Seraphina went down to the hatchery the morning after their return. The heat was worse than before. The fire veins pulsed erratically, surging, dimming, surging again, and the air tasted of ash and copper and something bitter that stuck to the back of her throat. The eggs sat in their stone depressions, dark and still. She knelt beside the emerald egg, the one that had pulsed once 10 days ago. She placed her palm against the shell. Nothing. She opened her disaster sense. The golden lines bloomed across her vision, sharper and more defined than ever. She could see the artificial channel clearly now, a narrow, hidden conduit threaded through the natural fire veins, carrying the dark energy from southern battlefields directly into the hatchery's core. She could see where it entered the chamber, where it branched, where it merged with the natural flow and poisoned it. She could also see the solution. The channel enters through the west wall, 6 feet below the floor, she said. Kaeldrith was beside her. He was always beside her now. In the hatchery, a warm and watchful presence that kept the temperature regulated and the adult dragons calm. It branches into 3 sub-channels that feed the main convergence point. If we can sever the entry point and redirect the flow, the resentment fire will have nowhere to go, Kaeldrith said. It'll backlash. Into the wall, not into the eggs. The wall may not hold. Then you hold it. He looked at her. You want me to use my dragon fire to contain a resentment fire backlash inside a volcanic wall while you sever the channel? Yes. If I lose control. You won't. Seraphina, you saw the future. You saw what happens if I saw what happens if you're alone. She met his eyes. The golden cracks were bright in her irises. You're not alone. I'm here. I can see the disaster lines. If the backlash pushes you toward the edge, I'll see it 3 breaths before it happens, and I'll pull you back. By touching me. By whatever it takes. He stared at her. The hatchery pulsed around them, hot, unstable, alive with ancient fire. You trust me that much, he said. I trust you with my soldiers, my cat, and my fire vein patrol schedule. Trusting you with a volcanic backlash is just the next step. The corner of his mouth curved. Your scale of trust is very specific. I'm a practical person. Yes, you are. They began. Seraphina descended to the west wall, guided by her disaster sense. The channel entry point was hidden behind a natural rock formation, cleverly disguised, professionally built. Lord Caden's people had known what they were doing. They had spent months constructing this, threading it through the natural faults, timing it to go active after they were safely away. She drew her sword. The blade had been forged on the frontier from iron and dragon-scale alloy, strong enough to cut volcanic rock if you hit it at the right angle with enough force. She hit it at the right angle with enough force. The entry point shattered. The channel screamed, a sound that was not physical but psychic, the compressed fury of dead soldiers forced through stone conduits, finally released. The resentment fire erupted from the severed channel like blood from a wound, a gout of dark red-black energy that slammed into the west wall with enough force to crack the stone. Now! Seraphina shouted. Kaeldrith stepped forward. Black gold dragon fire erupted from his hands. Not the controlled, precise fire he used in sparring, but the full, ancient, volcanic force of a dragon king unleashing his power inside his own nest. The dragon fire hit the resentment fire and contained it, wrapping around it, pressing it back against the wall, sealing it inside the stone. The wall shook. The fire veins surged. The temperature in the hatchery spiked, hot enough to make Seraphina's armor plates glow at the edges, hot enough to sear the air in her lungs. She watched Kaeldrith through her disaster sense. The golden lines showed her his state, the energy flowing through him, the strain on his control, the edge between mastery and catastrophe. He was close. The resentment fire was fighting him, pushing back, feeding on the volcanic energy that flowed through his body, trying to pull him over the edge into the loss of control she had seen in her vision. 3 breaths. She saw it coming. The golden lines shifted. A cascade failure, a surge. The moment where the resentment fire would overpower his control and the volcano would wake. 2 breaths. She moved. 1 breath. She reached him. She grabbed his arm, not gently, not carefully, but with the full grip strength of a frontier soldier who had held onto a siege wall with one hand while pulling wounded soldiers up with the other. The contact broke through the fire. Her disaster sense met his dragon fire, and for one impossible moment, the two energies resonated. Gold on gold, her sight and his fire, human instinct and ancient dragon power, meeting at a frequency that neither of them had known existed. The resentment fire collapsed. It died not with a bang, but with a whimper, the compressed fury of dead soldiers dissolving, releasing, letting go. The dark energy dissipated into the volcanic stone and was absorbed, neutralized, returned to the earth. The fire veins cleared. The flow resumed, smooth, rhythmic, healthy. The amber glow returned to the hatchery floor, pulsing with the steady heartbeat of a living volcano. And the eggs began to beat. One by one, starting with the emerald egg and spreading outward in concentric rings, the dragon eggs pulsed with life. Shells glowed. Heartbeats thudded. Slow, strong, undeniable. The silence that had hung over the hatchery for weeks broke like ice on a spring river, and the chamber filled with the sound of 37 dragon hearts beating in unison. Seraphina and Kaeldrith stood in the center of the chamber, her hand still on his arm, surrounded by the glow of living eggs. "You pulled me back," he said. "I told you I would. You always tell the truth. It's easier than lying. Lying requires creativity. I don't have time for creativity." He looked at her hand on his arm. He covered it with his own. "Thank you," he said. She nodded. She did not say "you're welcome" because the moment did not need more words. The eggs were beating. The fire veins were clear. The Dragon King was standing beside her, unburned, unbroken, held back from the edge by a frontier soldier's grip and a disaster sense that saw 3 breaths into the future. It was enough. Chapter 18. The First Hatching. The first egg cracked 3 days later. Seraphina was asleep when it happened, genuinely asleep, in her bed, in her quarters, with soot curled in the hollow of her neck and one hand resting on the hilt of the sword propped against the bed frame. She slept the way frontier soldiers sleep, lightly, alertly, with one ear always open for the sound of trouble. The sound of trouble, in this case, was Dagna banging on the door at 4 in the morning. "Commander, eggs! Hatching, now!" Seraphina was dressed and armed in under 2 minutes. Soot, who had been dragged awake by the commotion, was stuffed into his sling with the efficiency of a woman who had practiced this exact maneuver under combat conditions. She reached the hatchery at a run. The emerald egg was cracking. Fine lines spread across the shell like frost on glass, each one glowing with green-gold light from within. The shell bulged, contracted, bulged again. Inside, something was moving, something alive, something fighting to be born. Kaeldrith was already there, standing at the edge of the egg circle. He was barefoot. He had come straight from wherever he slept, and wearing only a shirt and trousers, with his hair loose and his eyes burning gold. The adult dragons in the upper chambers were awake and vocal, their calls echoing down through the volcanic tunnels. Not alarm calls, but birth calls, the deep, resonant sounds that dragons made to welcome new life. The emerald egg cracked open. A head emerged, small, wet, green-scaled, with enormous amber eyes and tiny, unfocused pupils. The hatchling blinked at the fire vein light, opened its mouth, and produced a sound that was somehow simultaneously a roar, a hiccup, and a sneeze. It was the most ridiculous and endearing sound Seraphina had ever heard. The hatchling pushed free of the shell, tumbled onto the heated stone platform, and lay there in a puddle of egg fluid, trembling and blinking, and making tiny confused noises. It was about the size of a large dog, compact, wet, with stubby wings that were still folded against its body, and a tail that curled and uncurled with the spasmodic energy of a creature that did not yet know it had a tail. Serafina crouched beside the platform. The hatchling turned its head. Its enormous amber eyes found her face. It stared at her with the profound, unwavering attention of a creature that has just arrived in the world and is trying to determine whether the first thing it sees is food, a threat, or someone worth trusting. Then it sneezed again, lost its balance, and face planted on the warm stone. It made a pitiful sound, a tiny warbling cry that was halfway between a whimper and a squeak. And Serafina, without thinking, reached out and steadied it with her hand. The hatchling's skin was warm, warmer than the stone. Its scales were still soft, not yet hardened, still pliable, and they shifted under her fingers like living armor. The hatchling turned into her touch, pressing its small head against her palm, and the warbling cry stopped. It looked at her again. Then it climbed, scrambling, uncoordinated, with the flailing determination of a creature that has never used legs before, into her lap. Serafina looked down at the dragon hatchling sitting in her lap. She looked up at Kaeldrith. "It's sitting on me," she said. "I see that." "Why is it sitting on me?" "Because you're the first warm thing it touched after it hatched. In dragon culture, that's called an imprint greeting. It's not a full bond, that takes years, but it means the hatchling has identified you as safe." "I didn't mean to." "You didn't do anything wrong. You held it when it fell. That's all it took." The hatchling yawned. It was an enormous yawn for something so small, a wide, pink-gummed, toothless stretch that revealed a tiny flickering tongue. Then it tucked its head under Serafina's arm and went to sleep. Around the hatchery, more eggs were cracking. 2, 3, 5, 8. The hatchings came in waves, the shells splitting open one after another, releasing tiny, wet, bewildered creatures into the warm, amber light of the restored fire veins. Attendants moved among the platforms, catching hatchlings, checking vitals, wrapping the weakest ones in heated cloths. The adult dragon's birth calls reached a crescendo, a thundering chorus of ancient voices that shook the stone walls and resonated in Serafina's chest like a second heartbeat. Kaeldrith stood in the center of it all, his eyes blazing gold, his hands open at his sides, and the fire veins beneath his feet pulsing in rhythm with the birth calls. He was magnificent, the Dragon King in his element, surrounded by new life, his power flowing through the volcanic stone and feeding the hatchlings with the warmth they needed. He looked at Serafina, who was sitting on the hatchery floor with a sleeping dragon in her lap and an expression of total bewilderment. "Welcome to the nest, Commander," he said. One by one, as the hatchlings found their feet and began to explore the chamber, they gravitated toward the platforms where the fire vein flow was strongest. But several of them, 3, then 4, then 5, made their way to Serafina instead, drawn by the warmth of the hatchling in her lap, or by the residual energy of her disaster sense, or simply by the instinct that told them this person was safe. By the end of the morning, Serafina was sitting on the hatchery floor with 5 dragon hatchlings piled in her lap, one on her shoulder, and one attempting to climb her leg. Soot, who had escaped the sling at some point during the proceedings, was perched on the nearest stone platform, watching the hatchlings with the appalled expression of a cat who has discovered that his human has been collecting new animals and has not consulted him about it. A hatchling, a small bronze one with copper-tipped wings, approached Soot, sniffed him, and sneezed fire. The sneeze was tiny, a puff of smoke and a brief spark that singed approximately 3 hairs on Soot's tail. Soot gave the hatchling a look of such profound, withering contempt that the hatchling actually backed up. Then Soot turned, walked to Serafina, climbed onto her head, and sat down with the air of a cat asserting dominance over an increasingly chaotic situation. "Dagna, standing at the hatchery entrance with her arms crossed and tears running freely down her freckled face, said, "This is the best day of my entire life." Marin, beside her, nodded. Even Marin, calm, unflappable, Stonewall Marin, had suspiciously bright eyes. Thessaly observed the hatchlings, observed Seraphina, observed the cat on Seraphina's head, and said, "I'm going to need more medical supplies." Chapter 19. The New Decree. The weeks that followed were the busiest of Seraphina's life, and she had held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days, so that was saying something. The Dragonbone Throne's judgment rippled through the southern kingdoms like a stone dropped in still water. Lord Caden was exiled. Lord Marin paid restitution. Aldrich Hareth lost his military command and retreated to his family's country estate, where, according to Virena's intelligence network, he spent most of his time staring at the wall and drinking expensive wine. Seraphina did not feel satisfaction at this news. She did not feel pity either. She felt the clean, clear absence of a weight she had been carrying for 3 years, and she put it down and walked forward. She had work to do. The female cavalry, the Iron Maidens, was whole again. The 12 rescued soldiers were folded back into the unit, and the 7 who had ridden north with Seraphina were given field commendations by the Dragonbone Throne. The total strength was now at 63, the full original complement, and they were training daily on the second tier of the Obsidian Reach. But Seraphina wanted more than training. She wanted official recognition. The Iron Maidens had always been a noble-sponsored unit, funded, equipped, and commanded under the patronage of a southern noble house. That patronage gave the sponsoring house the right to reassign, disband, or transfer the cavalry at will. It was this clause that had allowed Aldrich to attempt his seizure, and Seraphina was determined to close the loophole permanently. She drafted a petition to the Southern Military Authority, and simultaneously to the Dragonbone Throne, requesting that the Iron Maidens be reclassified as an independent frontier guardian force, funded by the Crown, commanded by its own officers, and answerable to no noble sponsor. The petition required signatures from a frontier commanding officer, a Crown representative, and a recognized dragon authority. Seraphina had the first signature, her own. The Crown representative took some work. She rode south, met with the King's Chancellor, presented her case, the trial records, the commoner testimony, the Dragonbone Throne's judgment, and after 4 hours of argument, received the second signature. The third signature was easy. She walked into Kaeldrith's study, placed the petition on his desk, and said, "Sign this." He read it. He looked at her. He signed it. "You didn't even negotiate," she said. "There was nothing to negotiate. Your cavalry should have been independent from the beginning. The fact that it wasn't is a systemic failure that I have the power to correct. I corrected it. That was very efficient. I'm an ancient dragon. We invented efficiency. Also, you were going to stand here and argue until I signed it, and I have a treasury audit in 30 minutes. I was not going to argue. Your jaw was set. Your shoulders were squared. You had your command voice ready. That is your argument stance." "I have an argument stance?" "You have several. I've cataloged them." He paused. "The most dangerous one involves your left eyebrow. The muscle spasm. The articulate muscle spasm. Yes." She took the signed petition. She held it against her chest the way she held everything precious, firmly, protectively, with the certainty that she would not let go. "Thank you," she said. She meant it the way she always meant it, with every letter. "You're welcome." He stood up from his desk. "Seraphina." "Yes." The petition establishes the Iron Maidens as an independent force. It does not, however, address the question of where they will be stationed. "I assumed." The Obsidian Reach has a permanent garrison allocation that has been vacant for 8 years. The second-tier barracks are already being used by your cavalry. The fire vane system requires ongoing monitoring by someone with disaster sense capabilities, and the hatchlings appear to have collectively decided that you are their favorite human. She looked at him. "Are you offering me a permanent posting?" she asked. "I am offering you a permanent posting, a title, and a formal position in the Dragon Nest's military structure. War Commander of the Northern Reach, Royal Protector of the Dragon Nest, Oathbound General of the Obsidian Caldera." That's 3 titles. "I like titles. I collect them, like crowns." He gestured at the treasure chamber, visible through an adjacent doorway. "Would you like a crown? I have 47. "I don't want a crown." "What do you want?" She thought about it. The same careful, serious consideration she gave to every question. "I want my soldiers, my sword, my cat, the fire vane patrol schedule, and..." She paused. This was harder. This was the part she was not good at, the part that required words she did not have practice saying. "I want to be here." "Here in the Obsidian Reach?" "Here with you." The study was very quiet. The fire vane light played across the walls in amber spirals. The obsidian pendant at Kaeldrith's throat caught the light and held it. He walked around the desk. He stopped in front of her. He raised his hand and very gently fastened the dragon scale cloak clasp at her shoulder, the same gesture he had made the first night in her quarters when he had adjusted the clasp and stood too close and she had asked about her sword arm. "The cloak," he said, his voice low, "the oath before the Dragonbone throne. And now this." "What about them?" "In dragon culture, 3 voluntary gestures of acceptance constitute a binding oath." "You're telling me we've been forming an oath?" "I'm telling you that if you accept the posting, and you accept the cloak, and you accepted the oath, which you did clearly, then by the laws of the Obsidian Reach, we are oath-bonded partners, war commanders, equals." "Equals," she repeated. "Not owner and possession, not protector and protected. Equals. That is how dragon oath bonds work. Both parties stand." She looked at him, at the dark gold eyes, the dangerous face, the ancient, powerful, fiercely territorial, unexpectedly gentle dragon king who had flown her north in a snowstorm, given her his scales, fought beside her in a volcanic hatchery, and waited on a hillside while she won her own trial. "I accept the posting," she said. "Good. I accept the cloak. It looks better on you than it would on anyone else. And I accept you." He kissed her again. This time it was slower, less urgency, more certainty. The certainty of 2 people who had fought battles together, who had faced fire together, who had stood on the edge of a volcanic disaster and pulled each other back, and who had decided, clearly and deliberately and without reservation, that this was the beginning of something neither of them intended to let go of. Soot, who had followed Seraphina into the study because he followed Seraphina everywhere, jumped onto the desk, sat beside the ink pot, and demanded supper with the grave seriousness of a royal auditor. Kaeldrith looked at the cat, then at the ink pot still standing upright by a miracle, and said, "Your cat is auditing my table manners." "He does that." "The audit is with the Greyvale Marshes." "Is it important?" "Less important than supper, apparently." "Then it's fine." He looked at her. She looked at him. The cat looked at both of them from a puddle of ink, and for one moment, in a volcanic study lit by fire veins and filled with ancient treasures and the smell of spilled ink, everything was exactly as it should be. Chapter 20. The True Name. On the night of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, when the fire veins in the Obsidian Reach burned brightest, and the dragon herd gathered on the upper ledges to sing the old songs that shook the caldera walls, Kaeldrith spoke his true name. They were on the first tier, overlooking the volcanic city. The sky above the caldera was black and thick with stars. Below them, the fire veins painted the stone tiers in rivers of amber. The dragons sang, a deep, resonant, wordless chorus that vibrated in the stone and the air and the bones of everyone who heard it. Soot was sleeping in the quarters, having been firmly excluded from the ceremony on the grounds that the last time a small animal had been present during a dragon solstice, a squirrel had panicked and set fire to a banner. Seraphina stood at the caldera's edge, wearing the dragon scale cloak, her 3 medals pinned to her coat, her sword at her hip. The dragon song vibrated through her boots, through her legs, through her chest, matching the rhythm of her heartbeat. Kaeldrith stood beside her. He was in formal dragon rider attire, black and dark gold, with the obsidian pendant at his throat and a crown of twisted iron and volcanic glass on his head. It was the only crown she had ever seen him wear, and it looked as though it had been forged in fire and never properly finished, which she suspected was intentional. He was not a man who valued polish. He valued things that worked. In dragon culture, he said, a true name is given once. It is the name that exists beneath all other names, the name that holds the core of what a dragon is. It is not spoken lightly. It is not spoken publicly. It is spoken only to the one person the dragon trusts beyond all others. Seraphina looked at him. The stars burned above the caldera. The dragon song hummed in the stone. "You don't have to," she said. "I know." He turned to face her. The crown caught the fire vein light. His dark gold eyes were steady, deep, ancient. The eyes of a being who had watched centuries pass and had never, in all those centuries, found someone he wanted to say this to. "I want to." He took her hand. His fingers were warm. They were always warm. "My true name," he said, "is Kael'tharax Vor Ashantide. It means the fire that holds against the dark. It was given to me by my mother, who was the last queen of this nest before me, on the night I hatched, in the same hatchery where your emerald dragon imprinted on you." The name hung in the air between them. It was not just a word, it was a vibration, a frequency, a key that unlocked something deep and fundamental about the being standing in front of her. She could feel it in her disaster sense, the golden lines responding to the name, recognizing it, resonating with it. The fire that holds against the dark. "Kael'tharax Vor Ashantide," she said. The syllables felt strange in her mouth, too large, too old, too heavy with meaning, but she said them clearly, precisely, without stumbling. Something happened. The fire veins flared. Not dangerously, not the wild, destabilizing surges of the sabotage, but a clean, bright pulse that ran through the entire caldera, from the deepest hatchery to the highest ledge. The dragon's song shifted in pitch, rising, sharpening, a note of recognition that cut through the night air like a blade. Kael'tharax, closed his eyes. The fire vein pulse ran through him, and she could feel it through their joined hands, the volcanic energy of the nest flowing through its king, and the king accepting it, holding it, letting it burn steady and bright. When he opened his eyes, the vertical pupils were wide, wider than she had ever seen them, and the dark gold was shot through with fine lines of amber that matched the fire veins perfectly. "You said it correctly," he said. There was wonder in his voice, genuine, unguarded wonder, the pronunciation, the resonance. You said it as though you'd been saying it your whole life. "I have a good ear for battle commands." That was not a battle command. It sounded like one, the fire that holds against the dark. That's a defensive position. He laughed. The deep, warm, dragon fire laugh that she had first heard in the amphitheater after the trial. The laugh that came from a place of real joy and was not performed or calculated or careful. "Only you," he said, "would hear a dragon's true name and interpret it as a tactical doctrine. It is a tactical doctrine. Hold the fire, defend the position, don't let the dark through." "And what is your tactical doctrine, Commander?" She thought about it. "Stand in front of things," she said. "That's not a doctrine, that's a personality." "It's both." He raised their joined hands. In the fire vein light, their fingers were interlaced, his long, scarred, burning with inner heat, hers square, calloused, practical. Two hands that had held swords and shields and broken things and put them back together. "I give you my name," he said. The formal words, the oath words, the dragon words, older than the nest, older than the caldera, older than the mountains. "I give you my fire, I give you my hold against the dark, and I ask for nothing in return except what you choose to give." She looked at their hands, she looked at his face, she looked at the stars above the caldera and the fire veins below and the dragons singing on the ledges and the city carved from volcanic stone that had become, in the space of a few weeks, the closest thing to home she had ever known. "I don't have a true name," she said. "I'm not a dragon. I'm a frontier soldier with a disaster sense and a cat." "You don't need a dragon name, you need your own." "Seraphina Voss, commander of the Iron Maidens, Blade of the Gate, war commander of the Northern Reach." She paused. "That's a lot of names." "Pick the one that's truest." She thought about it. She thought about all the names she had been given. By the military, by the frontier, by the people she had saved, by the people who had called her a disaster, and the people who had called her a hero. She thought about the name on her father's forge, the name on her mother's grave, the name she had written on every dispatch and every warning and every report that had been suppressed and ignored and buried. "Seraphina," she said. "Just Seraphina, that's the true one." "Then I give my name to Seraphina, just Seraphina, and I ask her to keep it safe, not because it is fragile, but because it is hers." She tightened her grip on his hand. "I'll keep it," she said. "I keep everything I'm given. Ask my supply officer." "Your supply officer reorganized my treasure chamber." "She keeps things too. It's a unit trait." The dragon song crested. The fire veins blazed. The stars burned cold and bright above the warm volcanic dark. And on the first tier of the Obsidian Reach, two people who had been alone for a very long time stood together and held on. Epilogue, 1 year later. The Emerald Dragon, now named Virinthos, because Seraphina had let Private Lara choose the name, and Lara had chosen something from a book of ancient legends that she kept in her saddlebag, was the size of a large horse. He was also sitting on the second-tier barracks roof, and he would not come down. "Virinthos," Seraphina said, standing in the courtyard below with her hands on her hips and her commander's voice at full volume. "Get down." Virinthos looked at her, his enormous amber eyes, much larger now than when he had been a wet, trembling hatchling face-planting on the hatchery floor, blinked slowly. His emerald scales gleamed in the morning light. His tail, which was draped over the edge of the roof and dangling approximately 6 inches from Dagna's head, twitched. He did not get down. "He's testing you," Kaeldrith said. He was leaning against the courtyard wall, arms crossed, watching the proceedings with the expression of a man who has raised approximately 900 young dragons and is enjoying watching someone else deal with it for a change. "He's been testing me for 6 months. Young dragons test their bonded humans for the first 3 years. It's how they learn boundaries. He knows the boundaries. He's choosing to ignore them. Also a dragon trait. We're very good at selective hearing." Seraphina gave him a look, the left eyebrow look, the one he had described as an articulate muscle spasm. "I was not referring to myself," he said. "You ignored my patrol schedule 3 times this week. I modified your patrol schedule. There is a difference. You modified it by removing every patrol that takes me more than an hour away from the nest. I modified it based on current threat assessment and optimal resource allocation. You modified it because you don't like me being gone for more than an hour." A pause. "Both things can be true," he said. Virinthos, apparently bored with the conversation, spread his wings, still slightly too large for his body, giving him the awkward, gangly look of a teenager who had not yet grown into his limbs, and glided down from the roof. He landed in the courtyard with a heavy thud, folded his wings, and walked to Seraphina with the exaggerated casualness of a creature pretending it had always intended to come down. She scratched the ridge above his left eye. He closed his eyes and made the purring kettle sound that dragon hatchlings made when they were happy. Soot, watching from the courtyard wall, made a sound that was distinctly not a purr. It was the sound of a cat who has been displaced as the primary animal in his human's life and has feelings about it. Seraphina picked up the cat with her free hand, tucked him into the crook of her arm, and continued scratching the dragon's eye ridge with the other hand. "You're going to have to share," she told both of them. Soot glared at Varenthos. Varenthos glared at Soot. There was a tense moment, a silence charged with the ancient primal energy of two animals competing for the same human's attention, and then Varenthos leaned forward and licked Soot's head. Soot's expression was indescribable. It was an expression that combined outrage, horror, confusion, and the deep existential crisis of a cat who has been licked by a dragon and does not know how to categorize the experience. Dagna, watching from the archway, made a sound that was part laugh and part sob. "That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "It's a dominance display," Thessaly said, adjusting her spectacles. She had a clipboard. She always had a clipboard now. She had been tracking the hatchling's development, the cavalry's health metrics, and, Seraphina suspected, the ongoing data set of Seraphina's pupil dilation in Kaeldrith's presence. "Has the pupil thing stopped?" Seraphina asked. "No," Thessaly said, "but it's stabilized. Your baseline pupil diameter in his presence is now consistently 2 millimeters wider than in his absence. I've classified it as a permanent physiological adaptation." "You've classified my attraction to my partner as a medical condition." "I've classified it as a data point. Data points don't judge." "You're judging." "I'm observing. There's a difference." She made a note on her clipboard. "Also, your heart rate increases by 8 beats per minute when he enters a room, down from 12. You're either getting used to him or your cardiovascular fitness has improved." "Both," Seraphina said. "Both is acceptable." Thessaly walked away, clipboard tucked under her arm, spectacles glinting. Kaeldrith pushed off the wall and walked to Seraphina. Varenthos, who had been following the conversation with the wide-eyed attention of a young dragon who understood more than anyone gave him credit for, stepped aside to let the king through. It was a respectful step, the instinctive deference of a young drake to the ancient dragon whose fire veins fed the nest. "The treasury audit is done," Kaeldrith said. "Marin reorganized the gem trays again." "By what criteria this time?" "Emotional significance." Seraphina blinked. "Marin organized your gemstones by emotional significance?" "She created categories, strategically important, historically relevant, given as gifts," and he paused, with the expression of a man who is not sure whether to be touched or alarmed. "Remind me of the commander." "There's a category of your gemstones that reminds my shield commander of me?" "It contains 7 sapphires, an iron-gray diamond, and a piece of unpolished volcanic glass that she says has the same energy as your command voice." "My command voice has the energy of unpolished volcanic glass?" "I believe it was intended as a compliment." Seraphina looked at him. He looked at her. The courtyard was full of morning light. Varenthos was chasing his own tail. Soot was washing dragon saliva off his head with the grim determination of a cat who will never forgive this but will eventually stop talking about it. Dagna was laughing. Somewhere on the second tier, Private Lara was singing a frontier marching song, and the soldiers were singing back, and the sound carried through the volcanic stone like music through a cathedral. "I'm happy," Seraphina said. The words came out before she could evaluate them, before she could assess their tactical implications or consider whether they were appropriate for the setting. They came out the way true things always came out of her, bluntly, directly, without decoration. Kaeldrith's face changed. The ancient, guarded, carefully controlled expression that he wore like armor softened, not into vulnerability because he was still a dragon, and dragons did not do vulnerable, but into something that was as close to undefended as she had ever seen him. "Say that again," he said. "I'm happy." "Again." "I'm happy, and I will continue to be happy, and if you ask me to say it a third time, I will schedule it as a recurring item on the patrol report." You would put emotional declarations on a patrol report. I would put everything on a patrol report. Patrol reports are the foundation of organized military life. He kissed her in the courtyard, in front of the dragon and the cat and the soldiers and the morning light and the volcanic caldera that had become her home. When he pulled back, she said, "That's going on the patrol report too." "What category?" "Morale-relevant activities." "I've been classified as a morale-relevant activity." "You've been classified as essential." The word landed. She saw it land, saw it hit him, saw the impact move through him the way a vibration moves through stone. Essential. Not decorative, not optional, not a luxury or an indulgence. Essential. The thing you cannot remove without the structure failing. "Essential," he repeated. "Essential." He took her hand. She let him. They stood in the courtyard of the Obsidian Reach, the frontier commander and the Dragon King, the disaster seer and the fireholder, the woman who stood in front of things and the man who burned against the dark, and they held on. Around them, the Iron Maidens trained. The dragons flew, the fire veins pulsed, the cat washed his face, the hatchling chased his tail. And on the third tier, in a set of quarters that had once been cold and empty, a field desk sat beside a window overlooking the caldera. On the desk, 3 medals were pinned to a display board: the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winter Flame Star. Beside them, a fire vein map was pinned to the wall. Anat aided in Seraphina's precise handwriting with patrol routes, temperature readings, and a small note in the margin that read, "K. Modified schedule again. Discussed. Resolved." He apologized. Sort of. Beside the desk, a sword leaned against the wall. The frontier blade, dragon scale alloy, battered and resharpened so many times that the original edge was a memory. It was not decorative. It was not retired. It was ready. On the windowsill, a small stone bowl held a collection of objects that did not, at first glance, appear to belong together. A black cat hair, a fragment of emerald eggshell, a piece of volcanic glass, unpolished, the color of smoke, a pressed winter flower from the road to the Obsidian Reach, and a slip of paper folded very small, on which someone had written, in handwriting that was not Seraphina's, in ink that shimmered faintly gold, a single word: essential. Below the windowsill, in a basket lined with a dragon scale offcut that was worth more than most houses, Soot slept. He slept the way he always slept, curled tight, nose tucked under tail, one ear twitching at sounds only he could hear. He was not a magical cat. He did not have special abilities. He could not speak or solve problems or sense danger. He was just a cat who loved his human. And his human loved him back. And that, in the end, was the whole story. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Dragon Reject, Dragon King Regret.
Black water does not sound like water. It sounds like a crowd. I had one arm hooked through a carriage wheel that was turning under me and would not stop turning, and the other hand shut around a wrist that was smaller than my own and going slack. And every time I got my feet down the river, took them out from under me again, with the patience of a thing that had all night. Somewhere above us on the bank, a man was shouting a name into a storm. Not mine. He would not have known to shout mine. I could not feel my legs. I could feel exactly one thing, which was a pulse in that small wrist, going slower, and the arithmetic in my head had gotten very simple. I could keep the wheel, or I could keep the wrist. I let go of the wheel. It started 11 weeks before that, in a winter garden, over a plate of small cakes nobody was eating. I had been at Stonemarch 4 days when I saw the girls do it. There were 9 of them in the glass garden that afternoon, daughters of the northern houses, wintering at the hold the way noble daughters do lessons. Needlework, the long, slow apprenticeship of learning who you are permitted to sit beside. And there was a 10th, on the stone bench at the far end, alone, with a book she was not reading. I was 26 years old and 4 days into a post as underkeeper of the household linen, which in a hold that size means you go everywhere and nobody sees you. I stood in the doorway with an armful of tablecloths and watched a room of children perform a maneuver they had clearly performed 1,000 times. They did not point. They did not laugh. They simply moved a small tide, entirely soundless. One girl, and then another, and then the rest of them, until 11 feet of empty stone had opened up around the 10th child, and not one of them had appeared to do anything at all. She turned a page she was not reading. She was 11. She had a burn scar down the right side of her face and neck that had knitted the way burns knit on a growing child, tight and shining and pulling the corner of her mouth. She had her father's black hair, and she had it forward on that side, which I recognized because I have known a great many people who arrange themselves to be less available. She also had gloves on, indoors, in a heated glass room in the middle of the afternoon. I put down the cloths and I went and sat next to her. I want to be clear that I was not being noble. I have been asked about this a great many times since, and I have never once had a good answer. I sat down because there was a seat and because sitting is free, and because I had spent 4 years being the person the room arranges itself around, and I know what it is to have your own name given to you slightly wrong by everyone who says it. That is a bad book, I said. She did not look up. It is the only book. It is still a bad book. What is it? Improving Letters for Young Women of Rank. She turned another page. 12 of them are about posture. How many have you read? All of them. 4 times. She turned another. My posture has not improved. I laughed, out loud in a room where 9 girls had just moved 11 feet, and every head in that garden came around, and the girl on the bench went very still, in the way a creature goes still when a thing has happened that it does not have a category for. You are the new linen woman. I am. You are not allowed to sit there. Nobody has told me that. She looked at me for the first time. She had eyes like a lawyer. They will, she said. There was a man in the doorway. I had not heard him come. Nobody in that garden had. And I understand now that this is a thing he does deliberately and has done since he was 20. He was enormous and dark and dressed like a man who had been on a horse that morning, and he had one hand on the doorframe, and he was looking at the bench with an expression I had absolutely no way to read at 4 days' acquaintance. 9 girls stood up at once. "My lord," said the eldest of them, in the voice of a child who has been coached. He did not answer her. He looked at the bench for a moment longer, at the 2 of us on it, and then he turned around and walked away down the corridor without saying one word to anybody, including his daughter. "That was your father," I said. "That was the king," said Sigrid of Stonemarch, and went back to her bad book. "Here is what I was, so that the rest of it makes sense. 4 years before, at 22, I had been the fated mate of a ranked warrior of the Fenmarch pack, and at the ceremony, in front of 200 people, he had spoken the refusal. He had his reasons. He gave them at length. I was low-born. I was small. My mother had been nobody, and he had a career ahead of him that a mate like me would sit on for 40 years. It was all quite reasonable, and he said it kindly, and I have never hated him, which people find unsatisfying. What a refusal does is this. The bond goes in at both ends, and it comes out of only one. And the one it comes out of is the weaker wolf, and it takes your wolf with it. Mine did not die. Mine went silent. 4 years of nothing, where a whole second self had been no shift, no warmth, no voice in the back of the head, and a word for what I was afterward that follows you into every hall in the north. Rejected. There is no rank below it. A servant is a servant. A rejected Omega is a warning. So I had gone north until the story stopped arriving before I did, and at Stonemarch nobody had heard it yet, and I had 4 silver a quarter and a cot and a post counting bed linen, and I could have kept my head down for 20 years and been perfectly all right. I could have. Nobody made me sit on that bench. I want that written down, because of everything that came after. I sat down of my own accord on the 4th day, before anyone had asked anything of me, and everything after that was mine. I sat down again the next day, and the day after that. The 3rd day she tested me, because of course she did. Does it disgust you? Does what? She turned her head. Deliberately, full to the light, the whole right side, which I understood was a thing she had been made to learn to do as a weapon because nothing else in her life was. No, I said. Everyone says no. Then here is a better answer. It is a bad scar, and it was badly cared for while it set, and there is a woman in Ravensford who could have kept that seam from pulling your mouth if anyone had put her on a horse in the 1st month, and I am angry about that, and I have been angry about it since Tuesday. Sigrid of Stonemarch looked at me for a long moment. Nobody will say it is bad, she said. They say it is not so bad, then they leave. It is bad. It is also the 4th most interesting thing about you, and I have only known you 3 days. That is the day she started talking. Once she started, she did not stop. She was 11. She had read everything in that hold, including the accounts. She had a running feud with the falconer. She knew the name of every horse in the stable and the political opinion of every man in her father's council. And she had been so entirely alone for 3 years that all of it came out of her at once like a dam going. And here is the thing I noticed on the 5th day, and did not understand for another 8 weeks. When the 9 noble daughters did their soundless tide, they did not look at her face. They looked at her hands. Lady Halla of the Marches found us in the glass garden at the end of the 2nd week. She was the dead Luna's sister. She had run the king's household since the fire, and she had the specific beauty of a woman who has been extremely useful to people for a long time. How kind, she said, and the word did something unpleasant on its way out. Sigrid, your gloves. I am wearing them. You are wearing one. Halla's voice did not change at all. Both, please, and an 11-year-old girl with a face the whole court flinched from put on a 2nd glove, in a heated room, in summer weather, and said nothing. Halla turned to me with enormous warmth. You are the linen keeper. Bryn, is it? I do like to know everyone's name. She patted my arm. She is such a lonely thing. It is a great kindness. Do be careful not to raise expectations you cannot keep. She takes attachments badly, and there is always so much movement in a household. Then she went, and Sigrid took the second glove off and put it in her pocket, and did not look at me for the rest of the afternoon. If you want to know what a scarred girl at the top of the north was actually being punished for, because it was not her face, and it took me 8 weeks and a river to find out, stay with me and follow along, so you do not lose the thread. It gets much worse before it gets kind. The king, meanwhile, had begun a campaign. I want to be fair to him. He was the finest field commander in the north. He had held 4 borders for 11 years, and I have watched him take apart a council of grown men with 3 sentences and a map. What he did with me was this. Week 3, a chair appeared in the glass garden, a good one, carved with a cushion, delivered by 2 men who would not meet my eyes, positioned exactly beside the stone bench. No note. When I sat in it, he was in the doorway again, and when I looked up, he was not. Week 4, I received formally in writing, sealed, an invitation to attend the king in the map room to discuss the household linen. I attended. We discussed the household linen for 40 minutes. He had prepared. He had figures. At the end of it, he stood there with his hands behind his back and said, "That was satisfactory." And I said, "Yes, my lord." And he said, "We might do it again." And I said, "About the linen?" And he said, "Yes," in the voice of a man watching a bridge go down under him. Week 5, he arranged, through his second, to be walking through the lower court at precisely the hour I crossed it. Every day, for 9 days. Torvald told me afterward that the king had asked him to confirm my route, and that he had done it once and then refused, and that his king had then obtained it himself by asking the laundry, which is how the entire laundry came to know before I did. Week 6, he brought me a horse. I do not ride. He did not know that. It was an extremely good horse. It stood in the lower court for the better part of an hour, with a stableman holding it, while the king of the north explained its bloodline to a woman holding a basket of sheets. And I said, "At the end, my lord, I have never been on a horse in my life." And Garrick of Stonemarch looked at that animal for a long moment and said, with total sincerity, "Then that was poorly planned." It was the funniest thing that had happened to me in 4 years. I did not laugh. I have regretted that. The map room happened at the end of week 7, and it was not about linen. "May I ask you something," he said, "that nobody asks you?" "You may ask. I may decline. What does it do?" He was not looking at me. He was at the table with both hands flat on a map of a border he was not thinking about. The refusal. What does it actually do? I have heard it described by 9 men, and none of them have had it done to them. Nobody had ever asked me. 4 years. People arranged their faces and changed the subject, and I had begun to think the whole thing had happened to somebody else. "It takes your wolf," I said, "not kills." Silences. There is a second self in you from the time you are a child, and it is the warm one. And one afternoon in front of 200 people, a man says 11 words and it goes out like a lamp. And the rest of your life is you doing everything alone that you used to do with somebody. I found that my hands had stopped. The worst part is not the pain. The worst part is that everyone who hears about it moves one step back. Because a rejected wolf is proof that a bond can be wrong, and nobody wants to stand near the proof. The room was very quiet. "That is what they do to her," he said. "Yes, that is why I sat down." He put one hand on the back of the chair beside him, which I noticed and filed, and said nothing about for another 2 weeks. "I have been trying," he said, "to find a way to ask you to stay at this hold that does not put a wage or a rank or an order in your hand, because you have had enough of things put in your hand, and I have not managed it in 7 weeks, and I have begun to suspect that the entire approach is wrong." "It is." "Yes," he exhaled. "Yes, I thought it might be. What would you do if I were a boarder?" "Take it," he said instantly. "Try that." He looked up. "I want it recorded that the King of the North, at that moment, had the face of a man who has just been handed a map of a country he did not know was there. Lady Haller put me out of the gate 4 days later. She did it correctly, which is the thing about her. She did not need to lie. She simply had my name written to the Fenmarch pack for character, as any household does. And the answer came back in 11 days, and it said what it always says. And she called me to the steward's room with 2 witnesses and read it out. A rejected Omega, in a king's household, in constant unsupervised company with the king's only child and heir. "You should have declared it," she said, kindly, "that is all. It is not a punishment, it is a household matter. There will be a cart to Ravensford at noon." I did not argue. There is no argument. I went and got my box. Sigrid found me in the lower court, and she did not cry, and I would have preferred it if she had. She stood there with both gloves on, 11 years old, and said, "You said the 4th most interesting thing," and I said, "I meant it," and she said, "Everybody means it," and turned around and walked back inside, and that, I thought, was the end of the story. I was on the cart when the king came into the lower court. He did not shout. He never shouts. He said, to a yard with about 60 people in it, that the household role was his, and had never been the steward's, that Bryn of Fenmark was reinstated at his word, that she would take charge of his daughter's hours and her lessons and her keeping from that day, and that Lady Haller of the Marches was relieved of the household with thanks. 60 people heard him hand an 11-year-old heir of the North to a woman with no wolf, no rank, and a refusal on her record, in public, on a Tuesday, over the objection of the dead Luna's sister. I have never seen a man do a more expensive thing so quickly. Torvald told me that evening exactly what it had cost. Haller had 4 of the northern houses through her mother. She would go to them, and the grounds she would go to them with were now beautifully simple. A grieving king had removed his dead wife's sister from the care of his damaged child in order to install a rejected Omega, and had done it in front of witnesses. "He knows," Torvald said. "He did the arithmetic before he opened the door. He did it anyway. The 8th week is when I found out what I had actually been doing for 2 months. Sigrid had been in the stable yard with the falconer's boy, Ivar, who is 9 and afraid of nothing. I came around the corner in time to hear his mother take him by the arm, and I heard her say it, and she was not cruel. She was frightened. "You do not play with her, Ivar. She is not allowed." Not allowed. That is not a thing anybody says about a face. I walked into the map room that evening without knocking. "Tell me about the fire." Garrick did not move. 3 years ago. Everybody in this hold says the fire and nothing else, and I have never once heard anyone finish the sentence. Nobody flinches at her face, my lord. I have watched them for 2 months. They look at her hands. I put my palms on his table. She wears gloves indoors in summer, and your household has never once explained to me why. He sat down, which I had not seen him do in 11 weeks. The fire was set, he said, by a man of my own guard, paid by a house that wanted my line ended. In the West Wing, at night, in the room my wife slept in with our daughter. He said it in the flat voice of a man reading a ledger, because it was the only voice that would carry it. My wife did not come out. Sigrid did. And the man who said it was still in the corridor, and she was 8 years old, and she took the shift. The room was very still. At 8, he said, 4 years early. Nobody survives their first shift at 8, and she did, and the man in the corridor did not, and 40 people saw it happen, and every one of them has a mouth. 3 sentences and 3 years in them. They are not disgusted by her, I said. No, they are terrified of her. Yes, he put both hands flat on the table. And she does not know it. She thinks it is her face. She has thought that for 3 years. Because when she asked me, at 8, in a bed, with half of her burned, I told her it was her face, because a child can survive being told she is ugly, and I did not believe she could survive the other thing. His hands did not move, and I have not been able to take it back since. Every year it gets larger. Halla kept her gloved, and I let her. Because gloves are a small lie, and the truth is not. Something in me that had been gentle stopped being gentle. You have to tell her. She is 11. She is 11, and every child in this hold already knows. And they will tell her in a stable yard, in front of people, out of spite, on a day you do not choose. I straightened up. It has to be somebody who loves her, and it has to be indoors, and it has to be this week. He looked at me for a long moment. You said the word, he said. I did. The Guardianship Council sat on a Thursday, and Halla had the 4 houses she needed. Her petition was very fine. The king's judgment was compromised by grief. The air of Stonemarch was unsafe, and there she put the fire in front of the council in plain words for the first time in 3 years, and I watched 11 grown men lean back at the same moment, and the child was in the sole daily keeping of a woman whose own pack had refused her. She wanted Sigrid removed to the marches. Guardianship, not custody. Very reasonable. For the child's safety. 2 houses were going to vote for her. I could see it on them. I had told Sigrid the night before. I want to say what that was, because people talk about the ford and not about the room. I sat on the end of an 11-year-old's bed, and I told her that the court had never been afraid of her face, that they had been afraid of her since she was 8, that her father had lied to her for 3 years out of love and cowardice in that order, and that she had killed the man who set the fire, and that it had been the correct thing to do, and that she had been 8 years old. She did not cry then either. She said, I remember it. Then she said, I thought I dreamed it. Then she was sick, and then she cried for about an hour, and I sat there and did not say any of the things people say. And at the end of it she said, is that why nobody sits down? Yes, you sat down. I did not know, I said, because she deserved that. I would have anyway. But I did not know, and you are owed the truth about that too. So when Halla stood up in that council and produced the fire like a knife, Sigrid of Stonemarch, who was on the bench at the back because I had insisted she be allowed in the room, stood up in front of 11 lords and said, I know. She told me, you are 3 years late. You could have heard a pin drop on the other side of that hold. And then the 2 houses that were going to vote for Halla did not. And Halla lost. And if the story ended there, it would be a good story. She took the child that night. She had a carriage in the north yard within the hour, and Sigrid's own maid holding the door, and she was 2 miles gone before the hold knew. And she had chosen the storm on purpose, because a king cannot pursue what he cannot track, and rain takes the scent off a road. She had not chosen the Ardwater ford on purpose. Nobody chooses that. The ford is a ford 11 months of the year. And in a storm on a full melt, it is a river with a road under it. And her driver was a coastal man who had never seen it high. Torvald tells me I went out of that yard before he had gotten his horse turned. On foot, in the dark, on the river road, and that he shouted at me, and I did not hear him. That may be true. What I remember is arithmetic. 2 miles, 1 road, 1 ford, 1 hour. I remember the sound the carriage made. It does not sound like braking. It sounds like a big animal sitting down. Black water does not sound like water. It sounds like a crowd. I got the door, I got the maid out and up the bank, and I got Halla out, and I want it on the record, for whatever it is worth, that I got Halla of the Marches out of that river with both hands, and she did not thank me, and I did not require it. And then the wheel turned, and the whole box went over, and there was one arm through the window that was not moving, and I went back in. Here is what a rejected wolf has. In a river, in winter, at night, nothing. That is the whole of it. No shift, no second self to take the cold off you, or put strength in your arms that is not yours. Every other woman in the north has somebody in there. I had a body, and I had 11 weeks of caring about somebody, and that is genuinely all I brought. And I felt her, right at the end. That is the part I have never been able to explain to a healer. 4 years silent, and in the middle of the Ardwater with a child's wrist in my hand, something turned over in me, warm, once my own wolf, coming up out of wherever she had been put, to help. And then the cold took her. Properly, permanently, she came up to help, and the river had her, and she did not go back down. I got the wrist. I let go of the wheel. We came out about 200 yards below the ford, in the shallows, and Garrick of Stonemarch came off his horse into the water and took his daughter out of my hands, and I heard him make a sound I hope never to hear again. And then I stopped keeping track of things. I lost 11 days. Sigrid lost none. Children are astonishing, and she was up and complaining about broth on the 4th. I did not get my wolf back. That is permanent, and it is confirmed, and I have stopped seeing healers about it. She came up out of 4 years of silence to help me hold on to somebody else's child, and the cold took her for good. And I have thought about that a great deal, and I have decided I am proud of her. There is a white streak through my hair on the left now that came in over that winter and never went out. In Stonemarch they call it the ford mark. Children ask about it constantly. I tell them the truth, which they enjoy far too much. Halla of the Marches was not executed. Garrick did something colder. She was not charged at all. He had her sworn testimony taken about the fire. All of it. Including the 4 years she had spent keeping a child gloved, and had it read in every hall of the 4 houses that had backed her, and then he sent her home to the Marches with her rank and her income and her name intact, to live among people who had heard it. She has not left the Marches since. It was not clean afterward. 2 of those 4 houses have not sent a banner to Stonemarch in a year. There is a standing objection in the Northern Council to a Luna with no wolf, which is not a small thing. The North has never had one. There is no ceremony for it, and the priests had to write one, and they were not gracious about it. He knew all of that before he asked. He asked in the map room, in the worst possible words, having clearly prepared for a week. "I have run this as a campaign for 4 months," he said, "and every single stage of it has failed, including the horse, and I have concluded that the strategy was the error. So I am going to do it the other way." He put his hands behind his back. "I want you at this table for the rest of my life. I am aware of what it costs me. I have done the arithmetic 4 times, and I keep getting the same answer, and the answer is that I do not care." The kiss was 1 breath long, and it was not what I expected, which is that nothing in me caught fire. Something in me set down. 4 years of being the proof that a bond can be wrong, put down on a floor, in a map room, in front of nobody at all. A year on, this is what my life is. Sigrid is 12 and unbearable. She has a horse, a feud with the falconer that has entered its 4th year, and a standing seat at the council table that half the North disapproves of. And last month she took the shift on purpose. In daylight, in the training yard, with her father standing there, in front of about 40 people, which is the way you take a thing back from a story that has been telling itself about you. The woman from Ravensford came in the spring and worked the seam at the corner of her mouth for 11 weeks. It is better. It is not gone. Sigrid wears her hair back now, which nobody asked her to do. There are no gloves in that house. And in the glass garden, where 9 noble daughters once opened up 11 feet of empty stone without appearing to move at all, there is a long bench. And the bench is always full, and I have watched girls arrive late and stand there working out how to get a place on it. I go and sit on the end sometimes. Sigrid moves up. "So tell me, was he right, at 8, in that bed, to tell her it was her face?" He says he would do it again for the 1st year and not for the 2nd. I say he was wrong on the 1st night. We have had this argument for a year and neither of us has moved, and I would like some outside opinions. Tell me your theory below. And if you want to know what came up the road from Fenmark last autumn, because a man who once said 11 words to me in front of 200 people has since written to this hold 3 times, and you will not believe what he wanted, comment the Ford mark, and stay with me. Garrick and I are not finished. Follow along and I will tell you that one too. And wherever you are listening from tonight, if there is an empty seat beside somebody, it is not a rule. It is just an empty seat. Go and sit in it. There is a particular silence a hall makes when 300 people stop breathing at once. I was holding a cup. It was warm through the pewter, which was wrong, because I had set it down cold an hour before, and I have never in my life been able to stop my hands from knowing a thing before my mouth catches up. Every torch in that hall was behind me. Every face in front of me was waiting to watch me hand it over. He was already reaching. He had that look he got when his body had decided something and his mind was arriving late, and I understood with terrible clarity that if I let him take it from me, he would drink it, because he trusted my hands more than he trusted his own. So I did the only thing left. I lifted the cup, and I drank first. It started 19 days before that, on a road, with a chicken. Her name was Bramble. She was the worst creature the goddess ever put breath into, and she had gotten out again. I was 23 that autumn, and I had spent most of it on my knees, in the dirt behind the still room. which will tell you something about how my life was going. I had a place, and the place was small, and it was mine. Old Maud kept the still room for the village of Hollow Ash, and I kept Old Maud, which mostly meant grinding, straining, labeling, and being blamed for weather. In exchange, I had a cot, a shelf of my own, and one hen who had never once given me an egg without making me earn it in a foot race. That morning, she went straight up the bank and into the middle of the high road, and I went after her because a hen in the road is a hen in somebody's pot. I heard hooves. I assumed it was a cart. I was wrong. Bramble went left. I went left. Bramble reversed with the tactical instinct of a creature who has never lost anything, and I came down hard on both knees in the road with a fistful of tail feathers and a mouth full of language Maud would have swatted me for. Behind me, somewhere far off, I registered that the village had gone quiet. Not market quiet. Not funeral quiet. The other kind, the kind where every shutter in a street closes at the same time and every hinge in the street is suddenly very well oiled. I did not look up. I had a hen to catch. I got two hands on her and stood and turned, and there was a horse. It was enormous and black and stopped, entirely stopped, in the middle of the road, perhaps 5 paces from me, and behind it were 9 mounted men in dark iron, also stopped, and none of them were looking at me. They were looking at the man on the black horse, and the man on the black horse was looking at me. I knew what he was before I knew who he was. You cannot mistake it. The road held its breath around him. Even the light seemed to be on its best behavior. He was perhaps 30, dark-haired, one old white line of a scar through his eyebrow, wearing nothing that announced rank, except the way 10 armed men arranged themselves around him without being told. He had one hand on the reins and one on the pommel of his sword, and he had not moved since I turned around. Bramble chose that moment to try to leave via my sleeve. I am sorry, I told the horse, because it seemed the safest party present. She is not usually like this. She is usually worse. Nobody answered. One of the men in iron made a small sound in his throat. The man on the black horse said nothing at all. He looked at me the way you look at a word in a language you used to speak. And then something came out of the trees. It came at a dead run, black as the horse and twice as unnecessary, and I want to be very clear that I had exactly enough time to think that is a wolf before it stopped in the road in front of me, sat down in the dust like a dog at a hearth, and thumped its tail once. Behind me, someone in the village screamed into what sounded like a folded apron. The wolf looked at the hen. The hen, showing the only good judgment of her life, went completely still. The wolf looked at me. It had eyes like the underside of ice. Then it stood, walked past me, took the entire hen out of my hands with terrifying delicacy, carried her 4 paces, and set her down at the boots of the man who had come down off the black horse without my noticing he had dismounted. There was a silence. That, I said, is my chicken. He looked at the hen. The hen looked at him. He had the expression of a man reading a battlefield report that has been written in verse. He crouched, one knee to the dirt in the middle of the road, and he picked up my hen with both hands like she was a helmet full of water, and he brought her back to me and held her out. I took her. Our hands did not touch. He made sure of it. I noticed that he made sure of it, and I noticed that his hand stayed exactly where it was for a moment after mine had gone, as if it had not been given the order to withdraw. "Your animal," he said. "Your animal," I said, and nodded at the wolf, who had lain down across the road as though it intended to stay there through the winter. His jaw moved once before he found anything. He does not do that. He seemed practiced. He has never done that. "You should tell him," I said. "He has clearly not been informed." There is a moment when a very powerful person decides how to take a thing, and everyone in earshot can hear the decision being made. The 9 men in iron had gone the particular kind of still that men go when they are about to have opinions later. He did not laugh, but something went through his face and did not come out the other side, and he turned it toward the trees to have it privately. "You are not afraid of me," he said. "I have been on my knees in a road for the last while, my lord. I have used up my dignity. Fear is expensive." "My lord," he repeated. Was that wrong? Behind him, the largest of the iron men cleared his throat and said, without any inflection whatsoever, "That is the king." Everything in me went very cold and very calm, which is what I do instead of sensible panic. I looked at the king of the Iron Territories, in the road, in the dirt on one knee of his trousers where he had crouched for a hen. "Then I apologize for my chicken," I said. "Do not." He said it too fast. He heard himself say it too fast. I watched him hear it. "She is. The road is public." "It is. You had every right to be in it." "I did." "Chasing a hen," he said, as though testing whether the sentence could hold weight. "She is a bad hen." "Yes," he said, "I could see that." He got back on the black horse. The wolf did not move. He had to say the animal's name twice, and the second time it stood with the specific slowness of a creature making a point. And it went to him. And it looked back at me once from the bend in the road, and then they were gone. And Hollow Ash opened its shutters, one at a time, to stare at me. Maud hit me with a cloth when I got back. Then she sat down. "Wren," she said, "do you know what you have done? Caught a chicken. You spoke to the king. He spoke first," I said. "Mostly he spoke second. It is difficult to say." 2 days later, a rider came from the fortress with an offer, and this is the part everyone gets wrong when they tell the story now. It was an offer. The king's household wanted a still-room hand for the winter. Maud's tinctures went up to the fortress twice a year, and someone had finally decided to keep the source closer. And I could say no. I asked the rider 3 times whether I could say no. He looked increasingly haunted and confirmed each time that I could. I thought about the cot and the shelf and the small good life on the edge of the road. I said yes. Nobody made me. I want that written down somewhere. Because of everything that came after, I chose the door, and I walked through it myself, and I took the hen. The fortress at Greywater sits on stone above a valley the color of wet iron, and inside, past all that grimness, there is a kitchen the size of a barn where it is always warm and always 4 in the afternoon. I liked it immediately, which felt like a moral failure. The king's second was the enormous silent one from the road. His name was Gunnar. He met me at the gate, looked at the crate under my arm, and did not ask. "That is a hen," I said. "I can see that it is a hen. She is not a gift. No one," Gunnar said, with feeling, "has suggested that she is a gift." The court found out about me by the end of the week. Because courts are made of ears, I was carrying a tray of dried yarrow across the back of the Great Hall on the 4th evening. The hall was full. The tables were down. The king was at the high seat listening to a man from the Eastern Holdings explained something about grain, with the expression of a man being slowly buried in it, and the wolf came off the dais. 300 people watched a wolf the size of a plough horse cross the hall and come to me and lie down across my feet. Not near my feet, across them. Full weight, a living hearthstone with opinions. I stood there with a tray of yarrow and a wolf on my boots, while the king of the Iron Territories closed his eyes very briefly, like a man asking the goddess for a favor he knew he had not earned. "He is," Halvar started. Everyone in the hall leaned forward to hear how that sentence ended. "Warm," I offered. "It is a cold hall. I do not blame him." Halvar looked at me down the length of that room, with something naked passing over his face, there and gone, and then Lady Dagny of Ashfell laughed the way you throw a stone. She was seated at his right hand, which told me everything about what she had been promised and by whom. Gold at her throat, 3 generations of grain treaties behind her, and the specific beauty of a woman who has never once had to be interesting. "How charming," she said to the hall. "The beast has found the kitchens." "The still room," I said. "I beg your pardon? I am from the still room, my lady." "The kitchens are through the other door." I shifted the tray. "It is an easy mistake if you have not been." I felt the hall take that in. I felt Gunnar, 20 feet away, stop breathing on purpose. I got out of there with my tray and my dignity, and a wolf following me the whole way to the still room door, where it lay down and stayed until nearly dawn. That was the first night something was left outside my door. If you want to know whether I survived my first winter in that court, whether the king ever managed to finish a sentence near me, and what his wolf did on the night of the naming feast, in front of everyone, stay with me and follow along so you do not lose the thread. It gets stranger from here. It gets much stranger before it gets kind. The gifts arrived like weather. A hare, first, laid out on the threshold with obscene pride. Then a boot. Not a pair. One boot, belonging to a knight who came looking for it at midday and could not meet my eyes. Then a knife. I picked it up out of habit, and my hand told me before my head did, it was a still room knife, thin-bladed, weighted at the heel. Exactly the shape you want for scraping root without bruising it. I had been using a mutton knife for 3 weeks and complaining about it to nobody. "He is a wolf," I told Bramble. "He does not know what a paring knife is." Bramble had no theory. 4th night, a book. Herb Law, the good northern one, worth more than my mother's house. It smelled of ink, and there was a smudge of it fresh on the leather where a thumb had been. I told myself wolves live in libraries. I told myself a great many things that autumn. The king, meanwhile, had begun malfunctioning at close range. I do not mean he softened. In the hall, he was law itself. I watched him settle a blood dispute between 2 holdings in under a minute with 4 words and no visible effort. And I watched grown warriors go quiet when he came into a room the way water goes flat. And then he would turn around and find me holding a basket and set down a cup with such enormous care that it made a noise, and say something like, "The corridors are cold." They are. They have always been cold. That is often the way with corridors. Yes, he would say. And then stand there. And then leave. He left his library door open. Every night. A hand's width, light spilling into a corridor I had no business in, and I told myself for 11 days that it was a draft. On the 12th night I stopped in it. He did not look up from the map he was not reading. You may come in or you may go. The doorway is the coldest part of the room. I came in. That was my choice too. The library at Greywater smelled of pine resin and old paper, and the particular smoke a fire makes when it has been going all day. He had a chair. There was a second chair. The second chair had no dust on it, which I noticed and filed, and did not say, "May I ask you something no one asks you?" He set down the pen. "That is a great many things. Why is your door open?" The fire moved. He looked at it instead of me, which I was learning was the closest he came to flinching. "There was a year," he said, "when this room was very full. My father's council, my brother, men who are dead now. The door was shut so often, I stopped hearing it close." He turned the pen over. "I found I did not like the sound of it, so I stopped making it." "That is not an answer about me." "No," he agreed. "It is not." And there it was, the pause where the next word should have been, held so long I could hear the fire eat through a log. "They say you do not sleep," I said, to give him somewhere to put it. "They say a great many things. They say your wolf has been leaving offerings at a still room door like a lovesick boy." His hand went still on the pen, entirely still, in the way a thing stills when it has been caught. "He is not," Halvar stopped. Started again. "He does not consult me. That must be difficult. You have no idea." He said it with such genuine exhaustion that I laughed out loud, and he looked up at the sound like a man who had heard a bell in a town he thought was empty. I left before I could ruin it, but I stopped in the doorway, because I am not a good enough person to have gone straight out. "My lord." The knife was well chosen. "I will tell him," he said. 3 days later I found out what he meant by that. I was in his study fetching the ledger of stores, sent by Gunnar, entirely permitted. And the wind took the door, and the wind took a page. And I picked up off the floor a list of names. The naming feast comes at the turn of the year, and every household of the Iron Territories sends its daughters to be presented. And the king's household writes the list of who will be received. It is the oldest ordinary cruelty in the territories. Rank decides. Ash Fell heads it. A still room hand from Hollow Ash does not appear on it at all. My name was on it. My name was on it, crossed out and written in again beneath. And crossed out. And written in again beneath that. 4 times down the margin in the same hand. Harder each time. The last one carved so deep the quill had gone through the paper. It was not a scribe's hand. It was the hand from the smudge on the book. I stood in that study for a long time. And I thought about a knife with the right weight in it, which no animal alive has an opinion about. I thought about a book of northern herb lore that answered a thing I had said aloud to a hen. I thought about a door that had been open for 11 nights, and a chair with no dust on it. I thought about a man who could end a blood feud in 4 words, and could not tell me the corridor was cold without needing 2 attempts. It had never been the wolf. It had been him. Every time. He had hidden a courtship behind an animal's reputation, because an animal is forgiven anything, and a king is forgiven nothing, and because if I refused a wolf, no one would ever have to know he had been refused. Something in me that had been amused stopped being amused. I put the list back exactly where it had been. I went down to the still room, and I ground bitterroot until my arms burned, and by the time the bowl was empty, I had stopped being a woman, watching a strange and funny thing happen at a distance. Let him leave his gifts. Let him leave his door open until the snow came in. If he wanted me on that list, he could come down to the still room and say so with his own mouth. Lady Dagny made her move 4 days before the feast, and she made it well. I came down at dawn to a still room that had been opened in the night. 6 months of work on the floor. Every jar of the king's winter tincture broken, the good silver measures gone, and a purse of Ashval coin sitting in the wreck of it like an egg in a nest. By noon I was standing in the great hall, being accused of theft. Dagny did it beautifully. She did not raise her voice. She was sorry. She had hoped it was not true. She had heard the girl was ambitious, and one hears such things about girls from the villages, and of course a household must be able to trust its still room, since so much of what a king swallows comes out of it. That last part landed in the room like a dropped plate. Half the court had watched a wolf lie across my feet. Now they were being invited to remember that I made the things he drank. The penalty for theft from the king's household is the road and a brand. Gunnar told me later it would have carried. That is how close it was. Halvar stood up. "The still room is under my hand," he said. "Not the household's. Mine. Any accusation against it comes to me first." And none came. He looked down the hall at Dagny of Ashval, who had a grain treaty in her pocket and 400 armed men behind her father's name. "You have accused my house of failing to notice a thief for 2 months. Which is it, my lady, that I keep thieves, or that I am blind?" The silence had teeth in it. "My lord, the Ashval alliance is a matter of grain," he said. "This is a matter of my word. Do not put them on the same table again." He broke the betrothal negotiation right there, in front of the Eastern Holdings, 4 days before the feast, and every man in that hall started counting what it would cost him by spring. It cost him a great deal. I want that on the record as well. And then he came down off the dais and stopped in front of me, and the whole court watched the most powerful wolf alive fail entirely to find a sentence. "You are," he said. "I am fine, my lord." That was not what I was going to say. "I know," I said, "but it was going to take you a while." He made a sound. I am almost certain it was a laugh. He turned it into a cough with the skill of a man who has been doing that for weeks. That night I did not wait for the door to be open. I knocked on it, which nobody in that fortress had done in years, and when he opened it, I held up the list I had taken from his study. He looked at it. He did not lie. I will love him forever for the fact that he did not even try. "How long have you known?" "Since the knife," I said. "Wolves have no opinion about paring knives, my lord." "No," he said, "they do not." "Why?" He set the list down on the table and put 2 fingers on it, as though it might get up. "Because I have been Alpha King for 11 years, and everything I want, someone hands me before I have finished wanting it." He looked at the fire. "You cannot ask a woman with no rank if she wishes to be looked at by the man who owns the road she stands on. There is no honest answer to that question." So I let him do it. His hand moved once on the table. He wants what I want. He simply has no shame about it. And if you had swept the hair off your threshold and shut the door, I would have known, and no one would have had to watch me be refused. "Coward," I said. "Yes," he agreed, entirely calm. "You put my name on that list 4 times. I took it off 4 times. Why did you take it off?" "Because the feast is a market," he said, "and I would not have you stand in it. And because the last name I wrote on a list of mine was my brother's, for a border ride that I ordered. and he did not come back from it. He stopped. The fire ate through another log. I have not been certain since then that wanting a thing near me is a kindness to it. 3 sentences, and a life in them. I had asked for one true thing, and he had put it on the table between us like a blade he was done carrying. "Ask me," I said. "Ren, you have spent 19 days asking me through a wolf. Ask me with your own mouth, and I will give you an honest answer, and you will have to stand there and hear it." He crossed the room. He stopped 3 paces away, which was 2 paces further than he needed and exactly as far as he could manage, and the space between us sat there being the loudest thing in the room. "Come to the feast," he said, "not as the still room. Come as yourself, where they can all see you, and let me stand up in front of the territories and be what I have been for weeks, which is a man who cannot think straight in a corridor." "Yes," I said. He closed his eyes. That was quick. "I have had 19 days, I said. You are the slow one." The naming feast filled the hall to the walls. Every household of the Iron Territories, every daughter, every banner, and me in a borrowed green dress that Maud had wept over and Gunnar had personally carried up the hill. I made the king's tincture that afternoon, as I had every week since I came. Bitter root and yarrow for the old wound under his ribs that stiffened in cold weather, and he took it after the first course, publicly, every time. Because a king who is seen taking medicine is a king nobody is poisoning quietly. I brought the cup out myself. Dagny of Ashfell had planned that too, I think. The girl from the village carrying the cup up the length of the hall in front of everyone, so that when he fell, 300 people would already know whose hands it came from. There is a particular silence a hall makes when 300 people stop breathing at once. I felt it through the pewter. It was warm. I had set that cup down cold on the sideboard an hour before, and warm meant opened, and opened meant added to, and my hands knew it 2 full steps before my head did. Moonsbane goes in warm. It will not dissolve otherwise. He was already reaching for it. That look on his face, the one where his body had decided and his mind was arriving late, and he trusted my hands more than his own, and he would have drunk it in front of everyone, and been dead before the second course. I could have thrown it down. Then it would have been my word against Ashfell's, a wet floor, and nothing proved. So I lifted the cup, and I drank first, and I did not stop until I had taken enough that no one in that hall could ever say it was theatre. Then I put it down and said, "Into the silence. That is Moonsbane." It was added after I made it. I have just taken enough of it to prove that, and I would like the sideboard searched before anyone leaves this room. Moonsbane does not burn. That is the trick of it. It goes in like well water, and then the cold starts, and it starts in the bones. It came up through me in a wave, and it did not stop coming. I got one hand onto the edge of the table. I remember thinking, with great irritation, that I was going to ruin Maud's dress. I remember the sound the hall made when the King of the Iron Territories came over the high table. He got there before I went down. I heard him say my name, and it was not a king's voice at all. It was a young man's. And then the wolf was there, off the dice, through the crowd, scattering 300 people like grain, and it put itself down beside me and howled in a way I hope never to hear again. The cold went for my heart, and I fought it. I want that understood. I did not lie there, and get rescued. I lay on the floor of the great hall, with my hand shut around a broken measure of pewter, until there was blood in it, and my own voice going out of me in pieces. And I said, "Sideboard." The cup was warm. Somebody put a hand on it, and it was not mine, until Gunnar had 5 men at the sideboard, and one of Ashvel's women had run 3 steps toward the north door and been caught by her sleeve. Then Halvar's arm was behind my shoulders, and he was saying something, and I was cold all the way through. And the last thing I got out was, "You are not as cold as you think you are, my lord." And I did not hear his answer, because I was gone. I did not die. Maud had taught me what Moonsbane takes and how much, and I had drunk enough to prove it, and stopped one swallow short of enough to finish it. And that swallow was the only calculation I made all evening. I lost 4 days. I lost feeling in 2 fingers for a season. There is a thin white line across my palm where the pewter went in that has never gone away and never will. I woke in a room that was not the still room, with a fire built too high, and a wolf asleep across the whole foot of the bed like a fallen wall. And the door was open. Halvar was in the chair beside it, and had been, Gunnar told me, for the better part of 4 days, hearing petitions in a doorway because he would not go further from the room than that. He did not make a speech. He looked at me for a long moment with his face doing the thing it had been trying not to do since a road in Hollow Ash. "They are all still here," he said hoarsely. "The territories. Nobody has gone home. I have not held court. You must hold court." "I know. Halvar, you said my name. I did." He came and sat on the edge of the bed and took my bandaged hand in both of his very carefully, the way he had picked up a hen out of a road. "I am trying to catch up to him," he said. "I am so far behind him. You owe me nothing, not for the room, not for the fire, not for any of it. And if you want the cart to Hollow Ash, it is at the gate, and it will always be at the gate. But he chose you in a road with a chicken in your hands, and he has never once been uncertain, and I have been uncertain for 19 days. And I am done being uncertain, and I would like to say it in front of all of them tomorrow, if you will let me. I have thought many times since about what to say to a thing like that. What I said was, 'Bring the chair.' He was very still. 'What?' 'The one in your library with no dust on it,' I said. 'You have been keeping it for someone for 11 years. Bring it down to the hall and put it beside yours, and I will sit in it, and then you will not have to make a speech at all.' The kiss came before the hall, not after. It was brief, and it was not what I expected, which is that nothing in me caught fire. Something in me set down. 11 years of a stranger's weight, and 23 years of my own, put down on a floor at the same time. And the quiet after it was the loudest thing I have ever heard. Then, he went and got the chair himself. He carried it the length of the great hall in front of the assembled territories, and set it beside the wolf throne, and did not explain himself to anyone. Lady Dagny of Ashvel was not exiled. Halvar did something colder. He sent her home with her father's grain treaty intact, and every one of her family's court appointments stripped, and had the sideboard testimony read aloud in each of the 5 holdings, so that she would live a long life in a house where everyone knew. Her woman confessed and took the road. Ashvel has sent no daughters to a naming feast since. It was not clean afterward. I will not pretend it was. 2 of the eastern holdings sat out the spring muster to see whether a king who put a still room hand beside him could still hold a border. He could. Gunnar handled the first one, and Halvar handled the second personally. and I am told the second holding has been extremely agreeable ever since. There are still men in that hall who look at my hands before they look at my face. There are women who came to me for a headache tincture in the first month, specifically, to see whether I would flinch, and I did not, and they come now for real ones. A year on, this is what my life is. The still room is mine, and has 3 girls in it, and one of them is better than I was, which is a hard and good thing to learn about yourself. The library door does not get closed. There is a hen named Bramble who lives in a fortress and has an opinion about the wolf throne, and there is a wolf the size of a plough horse who catches her twice a week and brings her back to me with insufferable pride, and a king who has stopped apologizing for him. A letter came from Hollow Ash in the spring. Old Maud, 4 lines, no greeting. I hear you are Luna. I hope you are still labeling your jars. The road is fine. Send Yarrow. I sent Yarrow. Last night I came up the corridor late with cold hands and found the light lying across the stones the way it has every night for a year. A hand's width of it. Waiting, he was at the map table pretending to read. He did not look up. You may come in, he said, or you may go. The doorway is the coldest part of the room. I did not go. I never do. He knows that. He leaves it open anyway, and that, if you want the truth of the whole thing, is the entire story of how the most feared man alive came to be married to a woman who was, on the day he met her, losing a fight to a chicken. So tell me this, because the court is still divided on it, and I would like to settle a wager, do you think he truly meant to hide behind that wolf, or was he hoping, every single night, that I would notice the ink on the book? Tell me your theory below. And if you want to know what happened the winter Ashfell's brother came to Greywater with an old claim and a very short temper, comment the wolf, and stay with me, Halvar and I are not finished yet. Follow along and I will tell you that one too. Where are you listening from tonight? Wherever it is, I do not remember deciding to move. One moment the cup was in his hand, small, silver, warm with spiced milk, and the next it was on the floor, and he was in my arms, and the room had gone the particular silence that comes right before every grown man in it starts shouting at once. Someone was screaming for the healer. Someone was screaming my name like an accusation, and underneath it, so quiet only I could have heard it, a voice I had learned better than my own said one word, and it was not the child's name. It was mine. I would like to say I was brave. I was not. I was terrified, and holding on and doing the only thing I have ever been good at, which is not letting go of what needs holding. It started 11 weeks earlier, on a Tuesday, with a boy who was not supposed to be afraid of anyone, and a king who had forgotten how to walk into his own nursery. My name is Ren, and before any of this I was nobody in particular. 23 winters old, laundry rough hands, the kind of face servants have, forgettable on purpose. I had worked in Ashfell Keep since I was 11, first in the washhouse, then the kitchens because I had a way with children too young to know they should be afraid of me. The nursery. I liked it there. Children did not care that I had no name worth mentioning and no dowry worth counting. They only cared whether you sang the lullaby with the right ending. I had never once spoken to the king. Ashfell was Alpha country, which meant the king's word moved through the keep like weather. You did not question it. You simply dressed for it. Halvar Ashfell had ruled since before I was born, the strongest wolf in 4 territories, a man other alphas addressed carefully, even when they outranked him in everything but the ability to break a man's spine with one hand. None of that was the part the kitchen girls whispered about. The part they whispered about was his son. Prince Bram was 4 years old and had gone through 11 nursemaids in as many months. Noble girls, mostly daughters sent by fathers, hoping a place in the nursery might become a place beside the throne. Each one lasted a matter of days. The boy did not bite, did not scream, did not so much as raise his voice. He only had to look at you wrong, eyes going gold at the edges, teeth changing shape in his mouth before the rest of him caught up, and the girl in question would be gone by supper, weeping into her father's coat about a monster in a crib. He was not a monster. He was a boy whose mother had died shifting to save him from a fever no herb could touch, and whose wolf had come into the world a full season before he had any way to understand it. I did not know that yet, the day they sent me in. I only knew that the housekeeper looked at me the way you look at someone you are fairly sure will not be missed. They did not tell me what had happened before I arrived. I only saw it in pieces, 2 noble girls near the stairwell, both crying, one of them missing a slipper. A steward wringing his hands, and through the open nursery door, low growling that did not sound like it belonged to anything 4 years old. "Go carefully," the housekeeper said, which was not comforting. I went in anyway, because someone had to, and because I had never yet met a child I could not out-stubborn. The room smelled of scorched wool and fear sweat, and in the corner, half-shifted, crouched something that was mostly boy and partly wolf, and entirely undone. Fur along his forearms, one eye gone gold, his small chest heaving too fast, the growl coming out of him steady and low, like it was the only thing holding him together. I did the only thing I could think to do. I sat down on the floor, cross-legged, right where I was, and I did not try to touch him. Then I started singing. It was an old washerwomen's lullaby, the kind with no fine language in it, about a moon that always came back no matter how far it wandered. I did not have a good voice. I had a steady one, which I have since learned matters more. Bram stopped growling somewhere around the 2nd verse. By the 3rd, the fur along his arms had gone back to skin, and his eye had gone back to brown, and he was watching me with the wet, astonished look of a child who has just realized no one is going to run. By the 4th verse, he had crawled into my lap without asking permission from either of us, and by the time I reached the part about the moon coming home, he was asleep, one fist closed in the front of my apron like he intended to hold that too. I did not notice the king in the doorway until I finished singing. He was not a small man made smaller by worry, the way I had half expected, imagining some anxious father from the stories. He filled the doorway the way weather fills a valley, and he had not moved, not one step closer, not one step away, for however long he had been standing there. I found out later it had been the whole song. "You didn't run," he said. It was not a question, and it was the first thing the King of Ashval ever said to me. "No, Your Grace. Everyone runs." I looked down at the boy asleep in my lap, one fist still fisted in my apron, breathing slow, and even for what I was later told was the first time in a month. "He's 4, I said. "He's not everyone. Something happened in the king's face that I did not have a word for yet. I would spend the next several weeks learning that word was the sound a very old door makes the first time someone tries the hinge. I was given the nursery permanently within the week. No one asked if I wanted it, but I did not correct them. Because I did. Bram wanted his door left open at night, and someone within call if he woke reaching for a mother 2 years gone. I could give him both. The king's second, a broad, quiet man named Oscar, who had held Halvar's flank in 3 border wars, came to inspect me on the 3rd day, in the way old soldiers inspect anything they intend to protect. He asked what herbs I kept for nightmares, whether I could stitch a wound if the boy shifted wrong in his sleep, whether I would run if things got frightening. I said I already hadn't. He nodded once, like a man closing a ledger, and after that he brought me tea from the kitchens most evenings, unasked. And I thought, for longer than I should have, that this meant he was on my side, lower in the pack. Everyone still knew where I belonged, and it was not standing close enough to the Alpha's heir to matter. Ashval's hierarchy ran the same as every pack's. The king at the top, his second below him, ranked warriors, the pack proper, and then the ones like me, who existed mostly to make the ranked comfortable. A laundry girl with her hand in the crown prince's future was not a story. It was a scandal, waiting for a reason. Lady Odessa Vantry gave it one within a month. She arrived from the Eastern Territories with 3 trunks and the settled confidence of a woman who had been told her whole life she would one day be Luna. She had very nearly been. 2 winters before Astrid. Before the king's heart had been spoken for elsewhere, and Odessa's family had swallowed the insult and waited, the way families like hers always do, for the world to circle back around to what they were owed. She found me in the corridor outside the great hall the day of the autumn gathering, Bram's small hand in mine, and she looked at the 2 of us the way you look at a stain you intend to have someone else remove. "How touching," she said to the 3 ladies flanking her rather than to me, the kitchen girl playing nursemaid to the whole future of the territory. I do wonder what the king imagines he's teaching his son, being raised by someone who empties his chamber pots. Bram's hand tightened in mine. I felt the small tremor start up his arm, the one that meant his wolf was listening too. "I don't empty his chamber pots," I said, pleasant as anything. "I have a girl for that. I only handle the parts of him that matter." One of her ladies laughed before she could stop herself. Odessa did not. The king found me in the library 3 nights later, which I would come to learn was where he went when the crown got too heavy to wear in front of anyone else. I was there returning a book Bram had insisted on, despite being 4 and unable to read, and I did not expect the King of Ashval to be sitting in the dark with no candle lit, a cup of something untouched at his elbow. "You don't have to make excuses to my second in command," he said without turning around. "Oscar reports everything to me. I know what Lady Vantry said in the corridor. I wasn't making excuses, Your Grace. I meant it. I know you did." A pause where the next word should have been. "That's rather the problem." I did not ask what he meant. I have found that people tell you the true thing faster if you let the silence do the asking instead of your mouth. "My son has not slept a full night since his mother died," he said finally. 2 years, 11 nursemaids. I had begun to think it was permanent, that I had a son who would grow up half a wolf with no one able to reach the boy underneath it, because I could not reach him either. Not since Astrid. His hand closed slowly around the untouched cup. And then a laundry girl sat down on my floor and sang to him like it was nothing at all. "It wasn't nothing," I said. "It's a very good lullaby." That surprised a sound out of him that was almost a laugh. The first I had heard, low and rusted, like a hinge that had not moved in some time. "Why does he trust you?" he asked. Everyone else, he smells the fear on. Why not you? I thought about lying or being clever and decided against both. Because I'm not afraid of him, I said. I don't think anyone's told him that's possible. He looked at me for a long moment in the dark. The kind of look that in a Bordia story would have ended in something neither of us could take back. He did not close the distance between us. Neither did I. He set his cup down instead, gently, the way you set down something you have decided not to break yet, and wished me good night. The days after that fell into a shape I had not let myself want. Bram found reasons to be wherever I was, insisted his lessons happen in the kitchen so I could listen, brought me things from the gardens with the fierce seriousness only a 4-year-old can manage. A stone shaped like an egg, a feather, once an alarming beetle he clearly expected me to keep. Twice I found him asleep outside my door, instead of his own, and both times it was Halva who carried him back, and both times he lingered a moment too long in my doorway before he left. The nursery door itself had been locked every night for 2 years before I came, I learned from one of the older maids. Locked from the inside, by the king's own order, the year Astrid died. I did not ask why. I only noticed that somewhere in my 2nd month, it had stopped being locked at all. I did not know yet that a king's grief and a king's advisor can look identical from the outside, both quiet, both careful, both watching. If you want to know whether the door staying unlocked was enough to save us, whether a boy who was not supposed to trust anyone got to keep the one person he had chosen, stay with me, follow the thread here, because what happened next in that nursery is not a story I could have predicted, and I lived it. I found the workshop by accident, chasing Bram through a wing of the keep I had never had reason to enter. He got there before I did, and was already sitting cross-legged on the floor, the way I had taught him without meaning to, in front of a low table covered in wood shavings, and a half-finished carving of a wolf no bigger than my hand. "Papa's," he said, when I caught my breath enough to speak. "He does it at night. He thinks I don't know." The wolf was rough in places, overworked in others, the kind of thing made by someone teaching himself a craft he had never needed before, one late hour at a time. I did not have to ask who had started it, and not finished, because Bram already had, matter of fact, the way children say the hardest true things. Mama was making it, for my naming day. She didn't get to finish. I was still crouched there, the little wolf warm from Bram's hands, when the king found us both. He did not shout. He did not even look surprised, exactly. More like a man watching a door open on a room he had meant to keep shut a while longer. 2 years, he said, and his voice had gone somewhere very far away. I told myself I'd finish it before his next naming day. And then I didn't. And then I told myself I'd never be able to give it to him at all, because every time I picked it up, I was giving myself permission to feel something again, and I had decided that was a debt I did not get to collect. Not after what loving her cost him. His eyes went to his son, then, unwillingly, to me. Not after what it might cost the next person. I understood, all at once, the shape of the thing I had walked into. This was not a man who did not feel. This was a man who had spent 2 years convincing himself that feeling was a weapon aimed at everyone he pointed it at. Something in me went very still and very clear. "With respect, Your Grace," I said, "that's the most cowardly thing I've ever heard a king say." He looked at me like I had struck him, which, in a manner of speaking, I had. You don't get to decide his grief is a debt, only you get to pay, I said. And I did not soften it, because I was done softening things for people who outranked me. He is 4 years old, and he has already learned that love disappears if he holds it too tightly. You are teaching him that lesson twice, once when his mother died, and again every single day you refuse to finish that carving out of some idea that wanting things is dangerous. I don't care what it costs you. Finish it. He needs his father back, more than the pack needs you protected. I had never spoken to anyone that way in my life, let alone a king. A month earlier, I would not have dared. He did not answer for a long moment. Then he crossed the room, picked up the half-finished wolf, and set it in his son's open hands. "Happy early naming day," he said, and his voice cracked on it in a way I do not think he intended anyone to hear. Bram threw both arms around the carving like it might run off, and then unexpectedly around his father's neck, and Halvar knelt there on the workshop floor holding his son with a wooden wolf caught between them, and I stood in the doorway of a room I had not been invited into, and understood that I had just watched something come back from the dead that was not Astrid, and never could be, but was real all the same. Oscar found me in the still room 3 days later, where I had gone to make more of the calming tisane Bram liked before bed. He still brought me tea most evenings. He still asked after the boy with what I had taken all along for genuine care. "The border lords are asking questions," he said, without preamble, about why the crown prince's closest attachment in the world is a laundry maid with no house behind her name, about what it means, that the king has not so much as looked at a marriage contract in 2 years, and now suddenly looks settled and content, and everyone in this keep knows exactly why. Is there a question in there, or just a complaint? The question is whether you understand what you're standing in the middle of. His voice was not unkind. That was almost worse. This isn't a story about a boy and a lullaby anymore, Ren. It's a succession. Ashvel needs an alliance in the east before winter, or the border lords start wondering if a king without a Luna is a king worth testing. I am asking you, as someone who has watched this pack survive 2 wars, to consider stepping back, for the boy's sake, for all our sakes. I told him I would think about it, because it seemed the safest thing to say to a man built like a door frame. I did not tell him that I had already decided, in the workshop 3 nights before, that I was done stepping back from anything. The naming day ceremony was set for the turn of the season, the formal presentation of the Alpha's heir to the full pack, and Lady Odessa made certain the whole court knew she considered it obscene that the king's chosen nursemaid, her word, chosen, said like an accusation, would be anywhere near the dais. She went to the pack elders directly. I found out only because Oscar told me, grim-faced, that there had been a formal complaint lodged. That pack law technically required the child be presented by someone of ranked blood, and that the king was refusing to hear a word of it. He's going to lose ground he can't afford to lose, Oscar said, over a laundry maid holding a boy for 1 ceremony. Then maybe the ceremony should catch up to what's actually true, I said, instead of the other way around. He looked at me for a long moment, and something moved behind his eyes that I mistook, completely, for exhaustion. The naming day hall was full, every ranked family in 3 days' ride, silver and fur, and the particular hush that comes before a king's son is shown to his people. I stood at the edge of it, in a borrowed grey dress, not on the dice, because pack law had won that much. and Bram had made it very clear he did not care what the pack law said. He was not doing this without me where he could see me. Oscar carried the ceremonial cup himself. Spiced milk, warmed, the same as always. The same tradition since before Halvar was born. And knelt to offer it to Bram with his own hands, the way the second in command always did. The moment meant to say the whole pack stands behind this child. Bram took it, looked for me first, the way he always did before anything new. I nodded. He drank. He was on the floor before the cup finished falling. I do not remember deciding to move. One moment the cup was in his hand, and the next it was on the floor, and he was in my arms, and the room had gone the particular silence that comes right before every grown man in it starts shouting at once. I could smell it on him before the healer arrived, underneath the milk, a bitter green thread of wolfsbane root, enough to drop a grown man for an hour, and nearly enough to stop a 4-year-old's heart outright. I got 2 fingers into his mouth and made him bring it back up before it went any further down. Because I had spent 12 years in a still room, and I knew exactly what I was smelling, and exactly what came next if I didn't. The root burned going in either direction. By the time the healer reached us, my hand was blistered, where his sickness had run over it, and I did not feel it yet. And Bram was breathing, shallow but breathing, and someone was screaming for the healer, and someone was screaming my name like an accusation. It was Oscar. She did this, he was saying to anyone who would listen, to the whole silvered hall. She had access. She had the herbs. She, Ren, just my name, Lo, and not an accusation. Halvar was on his knees beside us before I had registered him crossing the hall, one hand checking his son's breathing, the other closing, briefly, hard, around my blistered one. She saved him, he said, not loud, but the kind of quiet a room full of wolves cannot help but hear. You are standing in front of me accusing the one person in this hall who acted before the rest of you finished screaming. It was, of all people, Lady Odessa who said it first. He carried the cup himself, her voice cut clean through the noise, and every head in the hall turned, because it was the last voice anyone expected to speak in my defense. I watched him do it. No one else touched that cup between the kitchens and the dais but Oscar. Her eyes, when they found mine, held nothing warm in them, and also, for the first time, nothing cruel. I do not like you, girl. I have never pretended to. But I know what I saw, and I am not in the business of letting a man poison a child and call it someone else's crime. Oscar did not run, and he did not deny it long. Something in his face had already given up the fight before his mouth caught up. I would not have let it kill him, he said low, like that made it a smaller crime. Enough to frighten. Enough that the whole hall would see this keep is not safe, with a commoner running its nursery. Enough that you would finally hear reason about the alliance, before the Border Lords lost patience entirely. I have bled for this pack twice over, Halvar. I was trying to save it from a mistake you were too besotted to see. You put wolfsbane in my son's cup. I miscalculated the dose. Halvar rose slowly, and the whole hall rose with the change in the air. The particular electricity of an alpha's wolf coming very close to the surface without quite breaking through. You have been at my side since before I had a crown to wear, he said. You will still be the man I remember when I was young enough to need you. But you put your hand on my son to win an argument, and there is no Border Lord in this hall, no alliance in the East, no version of the succession you were so desperate to protect. that is worth more to me than that boy's life. His voice did not rise. It did not need to. Oscar Vantry. I had not known until that moment they shared a house name, that Oscar was Odessa's own uncle, that the alliance he had been so desperate to force was his own family's, is stripped of rank, exiled beyond Ashfell's borders by sundown, and if he is seen inside them again, he will be met as any other threat to this pack is met. Bram stirred in my arms before anyone else moved, blinking up at me with the dazed, furious clarity of a child who has just been extremely sick and is extremely unhappy about it. "You made it come back up," he said, accusing, which from a 4-year-old who had nearly died an hour before was the finest sound I have ever heard. I did. "You're welcome." He burrowed into me instead of answering, one small fist finding the front of my dress the way it always did, and said, muffled, to no one in particular, "I want Ren to hold me at the ceremony. Not a person of ranked blood." Ren, Halvar looked at his son, and then at the hall full of ranked blood that had spent 4 months trying to explain to him why that was impossible, and then at me. "Pack law," he said, loud enough to carry to the doors, "requires the heir be presented by someone the pack itself has chosen to honor." He crossed the space between us in 3 strides, and knelt, the King of Ashfell, on both knees, in front of every noble house in his territory, not to me but to his son, gathering us both up together, and rose with Bram still in my arms, and his hand closed once more around mine. "I am naming her tonight. Before all of you. Not as a nursemaid. As the woman this pack's heir already chose for himself, and the woman I intend to make his mother in truth, if she will still have either of us after the day we have given her." He turned enough to look only at me then, and every ounce of formality went out of his voice. "Will you?" I had thought, somewhere in the last 11 weeks, about what I would say if a king ever asked me anything. I had not once imagined it would be this simple. "Yes," I said. "Obviously yes. Ask me something hard next time." He laughed, the rusted hinge sound all the way open now, and kissed me in front of the entire assembled nobility of Ashfell, brief and unpolished and entirely too public, and I felt something in me that had been braced for 11 weeks, maybe longer, finally set itself down. The fallout was real, and it was not gentle. Oscar's exile cost Ashfell an ally in the east within the season. Odessa's family took it as an insult, regardless of which side of it she had stood on, and pulled their trade routes north for 2 winters before quiet diplomacy mended it. The border lords muttered. A few ranked families left court early and did not return for the spring gathering. Being chosen does not erase the structure you were chosen out of. It only means you spend the rest of your life a little bit argued about, and I have found I do not mind that nearly as much as I expected to. Odessa, for her part, did not become my friend. She became something stranger, an ally who disliked me on principle and defended me on evidence, which I have come to think is rarer and more honest than most friendships I have had. 6 months later, the nursery door stands open day and night, because no one in this keep has needed it locked in a long while. The wooden wolf sits finished on Bram's windowsill. Halvar sanded the last rough edge himself, the week after the ceremony, and did not let anyone else touch it. Bram has stopped shifting when he is frightened, and started shifting when he is delighted instead, which the healer tells me is the more usual order of things. Last week, a letter came from the wash-house woman who trained me at 11 years old, half in disbelief that the girl who used to scrub sheets in her yard was now, of all things, expected to be called Luna by autumn. I wrote back that I could hardly believe it either, and that she should come to the wedding, and that yes, I would still remember how she took her tea. I still sing Bram the same lullaby most nights, though he tells me now that he is nearly 5 and far too old for lullabies. And then he asks for it twice more before he will close his eyes. I think about the day I sat down on a nursery floor with no plan beyond not running, and I think, sometimes, that the whole of my life since has been the world quietly rewarding the one thing I have always been stubborn about, refusing to leave, when leaving is the easy thing to do. Halvar says I saved his son twice. I only ever meant to save him once. I have decided not to correct him. A king should be allowed to be wrong about something, every now and then, especially when it means I get the credit twice. I still wonder, some nights, what would have happened if Osgar's dose had been a little more precise, or if Odessa had chosen her family over the truth in that hall. I do not like where that thought ends, so I do not finish it. But I wonder about you, too. Whether you saw Odessa coming, or whether she surprised you as much as she surprised me. Tell me your theory in the comments. Comment the wolf if you want to hear what Bram says the day he finally meets a sibling. And if you want more nights like this one, a king learning how to be brave in the small ways, a boy learning that love does not have to disappear, a girl who never once ran, stay close. There is more of Ashval left to tell, and I would rather tell it with you listening. Where are you tonight, while you are listening to this? I would love to know. The 4th time I packed that bag, nobody stopped me. I want you to understand what that meant. After everything, no wolf at the gate, no enormous grey shadow materializing out of the dark to take the strap in his teeth and haul 4 days of my dignity back up the stairs. The gate simply opened, and the road simply lay there in the moonlight, and for the first time in 4 days, I got to walk through it exactly as I had been demanding to. I made it about a mile before I understood that I had not won anything. There were 3 men on that road who had no business being on it, and they were not surprised to see me, and one of them said my name. My name, out loud, on an empty road at midnight, like a man reading it off a list, and I finally understood why the wolf had never once let me reach that gate. 11 weeks earlier, I had arrived at Carrow Keep, owing a dead man's debt, and I had counted every single day until I could leave it. My name is Linnea, and I break horses, which is a trade people find charming, until they watch me do it, and realize it mostly involves being thrown into a fence by something that weighs 800 pounds, and has opinions. I was 4 and 20 that spring, stable-born, no house, no rank, no dowry beyond a good hand with a difficult animal. My father died owing the crown 90 silver he could not pay, and in Carrow a debt does not die with the man. It passes down. So it passed to me, and I came to the king's stables to work it off the only way I knew how. And for 2 years I broke the crown's horses and counted my days, and did not once let myself think of that place as anything but a sentence I was serving. Carrow was Alpha country, which meant the king's word was weather and the king's debts were law. King Dacian ruled from the keep, the strongest wolf in the northern reaches, and in 2 years I had spoken to him precisely never, because a woman working off a dead man's debt does not chat with the man who holds it. That is the part everyone gets wrong when they tell this story. They tell it like a romance. It started as a ledger. The day my term ended, the debt master signed my release, and I walked out of that office lighter than I had been in 2 years. And I went straight to my room over the stables and packed my bag. It was not much of a bag. Everything I owned fit in it, with room left over, which tells you most of what you need to know about my 2 years at Caro. A change of clothes, my father's knife, a coil of good rope, the whole of my life, and it did not even strain the strap. I carried it to the west gate at dusk. I got perhaps 9 steps past the gatehouse before something very large came out of the dark. I have worked with animals my entire life. I know exactly how a predator moves when it intends harm, and this was not that. The king's wolf, and there was no mistaking whose he was. The thing was the size of a plough horse and had eyes like a struck match, walked out of the shadows, sat down directly in my path, and looked at me. Then he took the strap of my bag in his teeth, quite gently, and pulled. "Let go," I said. He did not let go. He pulled, with the patient, unhurried certainty of a creature who has all night and knows you don't. And my bag came out of my hand, and he turned around and carried it back through the gate. I want to be clear that I followed him, not because I had decided anything, because he had my father's knife. He carried that bag up 2 flights of stairs into the room I had just emptied and dropped it on the bed. Then he sat down next to it, tail curled around his paws, and looked at me with an expression of enormous personal satisfaction. "That's stealing," I told him. He yawned. I packed it again the next morning. He took it off me at the same gate, at the same 9 steps, and carried it back to the same bed. I tried the east gate on the 3rd day, because I am not stupid, and discovered that he was apparently capable of being at the east gate too, and that he found my attempt at strategy so delightful that he brought the bag back at something close to a trot. By the 4th day, the entire stable yard had started placing bets, which is how I ended up in the king's own study, 4 days into the most humiliating standoff of my life. Demanding an audience, I had no standing whatsoever to demand. Your Grace. I dropped the bag on the floor between us, which I am told is not how one addresses an Alpha King, and which I could not at that moment be made to care about. Your wolf has stolen my luggage 4 times in 4 days. King Dacian looked at the bag, then at me. He was younger than I had expected from 2 years of hearing about him, and considerably better looking than was strictly fair. And he had the specific stillness of a man holding something enormous, very carefully in check. "That does sound like him," he said. "That's it? That sounds like him? I'm not certain what else you'd like me to say. I'd like you to say why." I heard my own voice getting away from me and let it. "I've paid the debt. I've got the release signed. I am the only person in this entire keep who is legally, formally, on paper, allowed to walk out of it. And every single time I try, your animal takes my bag off me like I'm a puppy that's wandered too far from the litter. So call him off. Whatever this is, tell him to stop." Something moved behind the king's eyes. It was there and gone, and I did not have a name for it yet, but I have thought about it a great deal since. "I have no idea what he's doing," Dacian said. That was the first lie. I did not know it yet, but I clocked it, because I break horses for a living, and I have spent my whole life reading exactly the small flinch a body makes when it is saying a thing its own bones disagree with. He said it too smoothly. He said it like a line. "You're the Alpha King," I said. "He's your wolf." He is, and in 11 years he has obeyed me in everything, in battle, in council, in every moment that has ever mattered. Dacian looked at the bag on his floor, and his jaw did something complicated. And apparently, the one thing in the world he will not do is let you through my gate, and I cannot explain that to you in a way that will satisfy either of us. So order him. I'd rather not. No, he said. I find I would rather not. And then, before I could get my mouth around any of the several things I wanted to say to that, he picked up my bag himself and handed it back to me with the grave courtesy of a man returning a dropped glove, and said, I'm told you're very good with the grey mare. Nobody else can get a saddle on. Is that true? And I stood there with my own luggage in my hands, entirely outmaneuvered, and understood that I had just been dismissed by a man who had answered nothing, and somehow left me feeling like I'd been given something. His wolf was a liar, and I was beginning to suspect he was too. The days after that fell into a shape I had not planned for, and did not know how to refuse. I kept packing. He kept not explaining. The wolf kept intercepting. And, I will admit, because this story does not work if I lie to you, that somewhere around the 6th attempt, it had stopped being a fight and become something closer to a conversation. I would carry the bag out. He would take it. I would tell him exactly what I thought of him the whole way back up the stairs, and he would listen with his ears forward, like a creature receiving high praise, and drop it on the bed and sit on it. He started sitting on it. That was new. Apparently 4 days of returning it had not been sufficiently clear. I tried in the second week to outthink him. This was arrogant of me, and I paid for it accordingly. I gave the bag to a carter headed south and walked to the gate empty-handed, on the entirely sound theory that a wolf cannot steal luggage that is not there. I got 11 steps, 2 better than my record, before I understood that he was not at the gate at all. He was 200 yards down the road, sitting in the middle of it, with my bag between his paws and the carter nowhere in sight, radiating the smug tranquility of a creature who has anticipated you and would like you to know it. Where is the carter? He thumped his tail once. I never did find out. The stable yard's betting had by then developed into something with rules. Old Hester, who ran the tack room, was holding the coin and had, I was informed, given me odds so poor that 2 of the grooms considered it a personal insult to the sport. Somebody had started a tally on the tack room wall. Somebody else had drawn a small and deeply unflattering portrait of me under it. The worst part, the genuinely unbearable part, is that I had begun looking forward to it. I would carry the bag out at dusk, and he would be there every time, and there was something in being expected that I had not felt in 2 years of that keep. Nobody at Carrow had ever waited for me. I was the girl who paid a dead man's debt. I was a line in a ledger with hands. And here was this enormous, ridiculous animal who rearranged his entire evening around the certainty that I would try, and who had never once been wrong. I told him so on the 9th night, halfway up the stairs, with my life in his teeth. You know I'm going to keep doing this, I said. He set the bag on the bed, sat down on it, and looked at me with what I can only describe as enormous patience. Right, I said. So are you. Fine. And in between, there was the king, who did not once ask me to stay. That was the strange part. That was the part I could not get my teeth into. A man whose wolf was physically preventing my departure had a great many things he could have said to me, and he said none of them. He did not order me to remain. He did not offer me wages, or a position, or the 1,000 small hooks a powerful man uses to keep a person where he wants her. He asked me about horses. He asked me what I would do with my freedom, and listened to the answer like it mattered. Once, when I told him I meant to buy a paddock in the south and break horses for people who paid in coin rather than in ledgers, he went quiet for a long moment and then said, "That's a good plan. You should have it," in the voice of a man reading his own sentence aloud. He never touched me. He never once closed the distance between us in all those weeks, and I noticed the not closing more than I have ever noticed anything a man actually did. Master Ferren was the only person in that entire keep who seemed to be on my side. He was the crown's debt master, a mild, apologetic little man with ink on his fingers who had signed my release himself. And he sought me out in the stable yard in my second week of the standoff, wearing an expression of genuine concern. "This has gone on long enough," he said. "It isn't right. You've paid what you owed. I signed it. I have the record. A free woman being kept in this keep by an animal. Whatever the king says about not controlling it. If you'd like, I can arrange things quietly. Papers, a horse, a route the gate watch won't be looking at. You'd be gone before anyone noticed." I could have cried, honestly. 2 weeks of an entire keep treating my life like the stable yard's favorite comedy. And here was one small ink-stained man treating it like an injustice. Why would you do that for me? Because I've spent 30 years watching this keep grind people up in its ledgers, Ferren said, and I would like, just once, to see one of them get out. I did not know, that afternoon, what I was actually being offered, or by whom. I did not know that the kindest man in Cairo was the only one in it who wanted me on a dark road, alone. Or why, if you want to find out what a king is hiding when he refuses to ask for the one thing he wants, and whether a woman who has spent 2 years counting the days to a gate can survive finally walking through it, stay with me. The reason that Wolf never let me reach the road is not the reason any of us thought, and I lived every second of finding it out. Lady Sorrel made her position clear in my 3rd week, in a corridor, in front of an audience, the way highborn women always do. She was everything I was not, and she had spent, I gathered, a year and a half being extremely certain she would be Caro's Luna. And she looked at me the way you look at manure tracked onto a good rug. "How resourceful," she said to her ladies, rather than to me. I did wonder how a stable girl would manage it. Training the beast, apparently, since she couldn't train the man. "I don't train anything that doesn't want training," I said. "That's rather the difference between us. You've been trying to saddle him for a year and a half, and he still won't take the bit." One of her ladies made a sound she tried very hard to turn into a cough. Sorrel's face went the color of a bad wine, and I thought, walking away, that I had just met the person who would end up being my problem. I was wrong about that, and it very nearly cost me everything. The thing that changed it all, I found the way I have found most of the important things in my life. By being somewhere I had no business being, on an errand nobody had given me. Orin sent me to the king's study with a report on the grey mare, because Orin was the king's second, and had apparently decided somewhere in the 3rd week that the stable girl was going to be a permanent feature, and might as well be useful. Dacian was not there. His desk was, and on his desk, weighted under an inkwell, was a document with my name on it. I read it. I am not sorry. It was a writ of free passage signed and sealed by the king himself. Safe conduct through every gate and every road in Cairo. Immunity from any claim, crown or otherwise. Beneath it, a deed, a paddock. 40 acres in the south, good grazing, bought outright and held in my name, with a purse attached sufficient to stock it with the kind of horses I had told him once, in an unguarded moment, that I meant to spend my life breaking. Everything I had ever said I wanted, all of it, bought, signed, and sitting on his desk. Dated 11 weeks ago, the same week I first tried to leave. He had been sitting on it for 11 weeks. He had never sent it. And I stood there in his study, holding proof that the man whose wolf would not let me through the gate had, that very same week, quietly bought me a life I would never need to come back from. You weren't meant to see that. He was in the doorway. I do not know how long he had been there. 11 weeks, I said. You've had this 11 weeks. You could have handed it to me the first night, and I'd have been gone before the frost. Why is it still on your desk? And Dacian, who had lied to me smoothly and easily for 11 weeks about a wolf we both knew perfectly well, was doing exactly what he was told not to, finally stopped. Because if I hand it to you, you go, he said. And if I ask you to stay, you stay. And I will never know for the rest of my life whether you stayed because you wanted to, or because a king asked you to. You came here owing me 90 silver. For 2 years, every single thing you did in this keep, you did because I held a piece of paper with your father's name on it. His voice had gone rough. There is no version of me asking you for anything that isn't the crown asking. You cannot say no to me, Linnea. Not really. Not in a way either of us could ever trust. So I decided the only honest thing I could do was buy you the means to leave, and say nothing, and let you go. And the wolf, he said, with the specific despair of a man who has been losing an argument with himself for 11 weeks, does not care about my principles. The wolf has known what he wants since the first week, and has no intention whatsoever of pretending otherwise. And I have spent every single day since telling him to stand down, and every single night being quietly, shamefully glad he doesn't listen. He dragged a hand across his face. So yes, I lied to you. Every time. I know exactly what he's doing. He's doing the thing I've forbidden myself to do, and I have not stopped him. And I am not going to pretend that makes me innocent. Something in me went very still and very clear. 11 weeks. 11 weeks of a man tying his own hands so thoroughly that the only part of him free to want me was the part that couldn't speak. 11 weeks of me packing a bag out of pure spite at a man I had decided was toying with me. And the truth was that he had been the only person in that entire keep treating my freedom as though it were actually mine. And I was furious. Not at the lie, at the arithmetic. You absolute coward, I said. And I did not soften it, because I was done softening things for men who outranked me. You worked all that out on your own, did you? Sat here for 11 weeks deciding what my yes was worth, deciding I couldn't be trusted with my own answer, and never once thought to ask me what I thought about it. I put the writ down on his desk. You don't get to protect me from my own choice by making it for me. That's not honor. That's just a nicer looking cage than the ledger was. At least Master Ferran's paperwork was honest about what it was. He did not answer. He had, I think. No answer. Hand me the writ, I said. Properly. Look at me and hand it to me. And then ask me the question you've been swallowing for 11 weeks. And let me be the one who decides what my own answer is worth. That's the only version of this that's real. Anything else, and you're just the ledger with better manners. And that, I understand now, though I did not then, is the exact moment my life stopped being in danger from a wolf and started being in danger from a man with ink on his fingers. because I had just decided to stay. And Master Farron, whose kindness I had been so grateful for, could not afford that at all. I found out why the next morning, and I found out the way I find out everything, which is by being underestimated in a room full of paper. I went to the debt office to have my release copied. I wanted my own record of it, now that I intended to stay by choice rather than by sentence. And Farron was not there, and his ledgers were. My father owed 90 silver. The ledger said 190. In a hand that was not the original clerk's, the 9 had been made into a 19, and it had been done cleanly, and it had been done years ago. And when I pulled the volume beneath it, and the one beneath that, I found the same clean, careful alteration on 11 other names, 11 other stable-born, houseless, unimportant people quietly serving an extra year, or 2, or 4, on debts that had been paid before they ever started counting. I had finished paying my father's debt 2 years ago. I had spent 2 years of my life working off a decimal point that a mild little man had drawn with his own pen, and he had signed my release only when the king's wolf started making me visible, and he had offered me a horse and a quiet road, and papers the gate watch would not look at, not to free me. To make certain the only person in Cairo who had ever had reason to open his ledgers was somewhere no one would ever find her. Which brings us back to the road. The 4th time I packed that bag, nobody stopped me. No wolf, no grey shadow at the gate. I had told the stable yard I was riding south to see the paddock, and Farron had heard it. And Farron had made absolutely certain that this time the gate was clear, because he had spent 11 weeks watching a wolf keep me alive, and had finally found the one night I would walk out of that keep, with no one watching but him. 3 men on an empty road at midnight, and one of them said my name like he was reading it off a list. I got my father's knife out of my bag. I want that on the record, because people have since decided I was rescued, and I was not rescued. I was helped. I put my knife in the first man's arm to the hilt, and I put my boot through the second one's knee, because I have spent my whole life being thrown into fences by animals that weigh 800 pounds, and I have never once had the luxury of going quietly. The third man got a hand on me. He did not keep it long, because the wolf came out of that dark, like something the road itself had produced. And I understood, in the half-second before everything happened at once, exactly what he had been doing at that gate for 11 weeks. He had not been keeping me in, he had been keeping me alive. Some part of him had known, the way animals know, the way the king never did, that the day I walked through that gate unaccompanied would be the day someone had arranged for me to. What followed was fast and brutal and mercifully brief. Dacian was a minute behind him, on foot, having apparently run a mile in the dark from a keep he'd left the instant his wolf did. And I have since had a great deal to say to him about the fact that he did not stop to bring guards, and he has never once apologized for it. Farron did not run. That was the thing about him. He had never once needed to run in 30 years, because nobody looks twice at the man holding the pen. He was still in his office at dawn, ink on his fingers, when Orin brought him the 11 ledgers I had stacked on his own desk, with the alterations marked in my hand. He tried, at the reckoning, to say it was clerical. 30 years of small, mild errors, all of them, coincidentally, in the Crown's favor and in his own pocket. All of them, coincidentally, on people whose names no house would ever speak for. It did not work. There were 11 ledgers, and there were 11 people, and by the end of that season, every one of them was standing in Caro's great hall, being handed back the years he had stolen, which the crown could not actually give them, and paid for instead in silver and land, and a formal apology from a king who read every single name aloud himself, slowly, looking at every single face, because he had decided that a man who signs a ledger he has not read is a man who deserves exactly what his kingdom becomes. I stood at the back for that, and I did not go up when my own name was read. I had already been paid what I was owed, and it had not come in silver. It had come 11 weeks earlier, from an animal who had decided the girl in the ledger was worth 2 flights of stairs a night, at a time when not one person in that keep, including the man who signed her release, including the king himself, including, if I am honest, the girl, had thought she was worth anything at all. Orin found me at the back of that hall and stood beside me without saying anything for a while, which I have come to understand is how that man says a great deal. He wanted to read yours first, Orin said eventually. I told him not to. Told him you'd hate it. I'd have hated it. That's what I said. He watched Dacian work down the list, name by name, face by face. 11 weeks I watched that man sit on a writ he bought you and say nothing. I thought he was a fool. I've served him 11 years, and I've never once thought that before. And I told him so, twice. Orin's mouth moved, barely. He said he'd rather be a fool than a man who'd taken a yes that wasn't free. I didn't understand it at the time. Watching him read those names, I think I do. 11 other people spent years in a cage nobody checked, I said, because everyone was too busy being frightened of the king to bother reading what they were signing for him. Orin nodded slowly, and now he reads everything. Every ledger, every order, every name. It's made him unbearable to work for and considerably better at his job. He glanced at me. You did that, not the wolf. You. Lady Sorrel, I should say, had nothing to do with any of it. She disliked me thoroughly and honestly, and to my face for 1.5 years. And it turned out that was the most trustworthy relationship I had in that keep, because at least I always knew exactly where her knife was. It was the man who brought me tea and called my situation an injustice who put me on that road. I have thought about that a great deal since. The people who tell you plainly that they want you gone are almost never the ones who arrange it. They stitched my arm in the king's own study, and the healer told me it would scar. And I decided I did not mind. A woman who spent 2 years working off a debt she did not owe ought to have at least one mark that she chose. Dacian did not leave while they worked. When it was done, he took the writ of free passage off his desk. 11 weeks of a man's cowardice, sealed and signed, and he knelt in front of my chair, and he handed it to me, properly, looking at me. There, he said. It's yours, the road, the paddock, the 40 acres, all of it. No claim, no debt, no crown, nothing owed to me or to anyone. You can be gone by morning, and there is not one thing in this world I would do to stop you. And I want you to hold it in your hand while I ask, so that you know exactly how free you are when you answer. Ask, then. Stay. His voice cracked on the one word, a man who had not let himself say it in 11 weeks. Not as my subject. Not as anything you owe. Stay, because I have been quietly, unforgivably in love with you since the week you told a king his wolf was a thief, and his excuse was worse. And I would rather be told no by you honestly tonight than be said yes to for the rest of my life by anyone who was never free to say anything else. I kissed him first, with the writ still in my hand, because I wanted him to see me choose it. It was brief, and it was warm, and it settled something in me that had been braced for 2 years against ever wanting anything I was not permitted to have. That's a yes, I told him. For the record, since you've clearly been agonizing, for 11 weeks, your wolf worked it out in 4 days. My wolf, Dacian said, with enormous feeling, is a liar, a thief, and the only honest thing in this entire keep, and I have never once forgiven him for any of it. The fallout was not gentle, but most of it landed where it should. 30 years of a debtmaster's arithmetic came apart in a single ugly season, and several noble houses discovered their comfortable little labor arrangements had died with Farron's ledgers. The whole debt bondage system at Carrow was dismantled inside the year, on Dacian's order, which cost the Crown a genuinely absurd amount of money, and which he has never once mentioned regretting. 6 months later, I still break horses. I refuse to stop, and Dacian, who has learned by now which of my stubbornnesses are load-bearing, had the paddock built inside Carrow's walls instead of arguing. So the woman the court now calls Luna still spends her mornings being thrown into a fence by the grey mare, in front of an increasingly resigned audience of guards who have been forbidden from helping. The 40 acres in the south are still mine. I have never sold them. I ride down twice a year to look at them, and Dacian always asks, with a very carefully casual face, whether I've enjoyed the trip, and I always tell him the truth, which is that the best part is coming back. I keep the deed because a woman should always know exactly where her own road is. That is the entire point of having chosen not to take it. His wolf, having won comprehensively, has entirely abandoned any pretense of good behavior. He sleeps across our doorway. He steals things. Orin has taken to calling him the Luna's actual second-in-command, which Dacian permits, mostly because arguing with the wolf about anything has a perfect record of not working. Old Hester never paid out the stable-yards bets. She ruled, with the authority of a woman who has run a tack room for 40 years and answers to no crown, that since I had eventually stopped packing, of my own free will rather than being stopped, the entire wager was void. There was nearly a riot. 2 grooms are still not speaking to her. I have been informed that the tally is preserved on the tackroom wall as a historical document, and that the unflattering portrait has been retouched, which I am choosing not to investigate. And the bag is still on the shelf. That absurd, half-empty bag that held the whole of my life and did not strain the strap. I never unpacked it, not properly. I keep it up there where I can see it, because for 4 days it was the only argument I had, and because a wolf with better sense than either of us carried it up 2 flights of stairs every time I was wrong about where I belonged. I still wonder what would have happened if Farron had been a little less kind to me, or if I'd taken his horse and his quiet road the first week he offered. I do not like where that thought ends, so I do not finish it. But I wonder about you. Did you see Farron coming, or did you spend as long as I did, being certain the danger was the woman who insulted me in the corridor? Tell me your theory in the comments. Comment the bag if you want to hear about the first time Dacian tried to help me with the grey mare and ended up in the water trough in front of his entire war council. And if you want more nights like this, one, a king who tied his own hands rather than take a yes he hadn't earned, a woman who packed the same bag 9 times out of spite, and a wolf with no principles whatsoever and considerably better instincts than either of them, stay close. There is more of Caro left to tell. Where are you listening from tonight? I would love to know. Everyone in that hall knew which door not to open. I was the only one who hadn't been warned. But that is not where I want to start. I want to start with the night the whole court went silent. He was on his knees on the dais, and the cup was already falling. I remember the sound it did not make, no clatter, because I caught it against my palm before it struck stone, and the wine that should have been in his blood by morning ran down my wrist instead. 100 faces, his among them, looking up at me with an expression I had no name for yet. Lady Sorrel's voice, high and certain, saying the word witch. And the king's wolf, enormous and gold-eyed, stepping between me and every blade in the room before its own master could rise. I did not know, in that moment, whether I had just saved his life or ended mine. Let me go back. It started 3 weeks before any of that, with a door I was told to sweep past and did not. I had been in the king's household 4 days when they sent me to the wrong wing. That is the honest version. The healer's mistress, a brisk woman named Edda, who had inherited me the way one inherits a draft, handed me a tray of clean linen and a pot of steeped willow, and told me to leave it outside the third door and not to knock. I was 22 years old, newly bound to a household I had not chosen, the lowest ranked person in a fortress full of wolves who could hear my heartbeat from across a corridor. Omega. The word followed me like a smell I could not wash off. In the village I came from, it meant gentle hands and a soft throat. Here, it meant last to eat and first to be forgotten. I had made peace with that. Peace is cheaper than pride, and I could not afford pride. What I could not make peace with was a wound left to rot behind a closed door because everyone was too frightened to tend it. Because I could smell it, even through oak, even under the smoke and pine of the pack house. I could smell the particular sweetness of a wound that had been dressed wrong and left too long. My grandmother taught me that smell before she taught me my letters. It means someone is dying slowly enough that the people around them have stopped noticing. So I knocked. Nobody had told me that the third door in that corridor was the one door in the entire kingdom you did not open. Nobody had told me the man behind it was the Alpha King, Halvar of the Iron Territories, the strongest wolf alive, who had turned away every healer sent to him for 2 years and sent the last one out with a scar she would carry to her grave. Nobody had told me he did not permit anyone to see him weak, because a weak alpha is a dead alpha, and a dead alpha is a leaderless pack, and a leaderless pack is a war. I knew none of it. I knocked, and when no one answered, I went in. The room was dark and cold as a cellar. The fire burned down to sullen orange, and in the bed, propped against the headboard like a felled tree someone had leaned upright, was the largest man I had ever seen, watching me with eyes the color of a coin held to a flame. "You are not Edda," he said. "No," I agreed. I set the tray down. "Edda is afraid of you. I don't have the seniority to be afraid of you yet. Give me a week." I did not know he was the king. I want that understood. I thought he was some old warrior the household kept out of sight, some uncle too proud to die politely. If I had known, I would still have gone in, but I would not have said that, and he knew it. and I think that was the first thing about me that he could not put down. He did not laugh, but something moved at the corner of his mouth that he had clearly forgotten how. "The wound on your side is killing you," I said, because there was no point being delicate about a smell that filled the room. "May I look at it?" It was not a question. He noticed that too. His jaw worked. No one looks at it. Then no one has been doing their job. I was already rolling my sleeves. I'm new. I haven't learned yet which jobs I'm allowed to refuse. There is a particular silence a powerful man makes when he has forgotten what it is like to be spoken to as though he is simply a person with a problem that has a solution. I have come to know that silence very well. That night, it was only a stranger's silence, and I filled it with the practical noise of a healer at work, unstopping the willow, tearing linen, asking him to turn toward the light. And here is the thing I have never told anyone. When I peeled back the old dressing, and the wound was exactly as bad as my nose had promised, a deep, ragged thing along the ribs that should have closed months ago, and had instead been kept open like a mouth that would not stop speaking. I did not flinch. Not because I am brave, because I was concentrating. Fear is a luxury of people who have the leisure to imagine outcomes. I had a wound in front of me and two hands, and the two occupy the whole of a person if you let them. He watched me not flinch, and something in the room, something that was not the man, went very still and very attentive. The way a wolf goes still when it has heard a sound it has been waiting years to hear. I would learn what that stillness was soon enough. I cleaned it, I packed it. I told him it would have to be reopened properly and drained, and that it would hurt, and that I would not lie to him about the hurting, because people who lie to you about pain cannot be trusted about anything. He listened. When I finished and stood to go, he spoke to my back. "What is your name?" "Ren." "Ren." He said it the way you test the weight of a blade you did not expect to like. "You truly do not know who I am." "You're the man in the third room," I said, "who is going to let me back in tomorrow. Because your side is going to feel worse before it feels better, and you're going to want the one healer who isn't scared of your temper." I paused at the door. "Whoever you are." I found out who he was the next morning, when Edda saw where I had come from and dropped an entire tray of tinctures. The whole household knew by midday. The Omega. The new one. The one who walked into the king's sick room and walked back out with all her skin. They looked at me in the corridors the way you look at someone standing on thin ice who does not appear to know it. Osric found me by the well before noon, the king's second, a broad, quiet man with a scar through one eyebrow and the wary patience of someone who has spent years managing a grief he is not permitted to name. "You went into the third room," he said. "I did. Do you understand what you did?" "I dressed a wound that 6 of your healers were too frightened to touch," I said. "And I'm going back this afternoon to do it again, because it is going to kill him inside the month if someone does not, and I would rather it not be on the week I arrived." I hauled my bucket up. "Is there a reason you'd prefer he die tidily behind a closed door? Because I've met men like that, and I've never understood them." Osric looked at me for a long moment. Whatever he had come to warn me away from, he set it down. "He let you back in," he said, half to himself. He has not let anyone back in since. He stopped. That stop had a shape to it, a person-shaped hole. I noticed it and filed it away, the way I file away everything I am not yet meant to understand. "Since who?" I said. "Come to the hall tonight," Osric said instead. "The king takes his meal there when he is well enough to sit. He has not been well enough in some time. If he is tonight, it will be because of you, and the court will need to see who did it." A grim flicker. "Wear something you don't mind being looked at in." I owned 2 dresses. I wore the less patched one, and I told myself I was not nervous, which is the particular lie you tell yourself right before you learn how nervous you are. The Great Hall of the Iron Territories is built to make you feel small, and it succeeds. Stone the colour of a storm cloud, a fire pit you could roast an ox in, and at the head of it, a throne carved into the shape of a rising wolf, so that whoever sat there sat in the jaws of it. Long tables, 100 wolves who had all heard the story of the Omega and had all come to look at her. And on the table, at the king's right hand, beside his own cup, a second cup, empty, turned very slightly inward, the way you set a place for someone. No one touched it, no one filled it, no one looked at it, which is how I knew everyone in that hall was always looking at it. I did not know whose it was. I would. The king came in on his own feet, which I gathered was a thing that had not happened in weeks, and I watched a room of hardened warriors try to hide their shock behind their cups. He was pale and moving like a man carrying something heavy and invisible, but he was upright, and his eyes found me at the low end of the hall before he had taken 3 steps. That was mistake enough. An Alpha King does not look for the lowest ranked person in the room. But it was not the king who disgraced us both. It was his wolf. I had not seen him shift. I did not see it then. He did not shift, not fully, that is the point. The great gold beast simply seemed to arrive, pacing out from behind the throne as though it had been waiting, and the hall went silent, in the particular way a hall goes silent when the natural order has just been broken over someone's knee. The wolf came straight down the length of the great hall, past the nobles, past the ranked warriors, past Lady Sorrel, who half rose with her hand extended and her chin lifted, and every expectation on her face that the beast was coming to her. She was the most beautiful woman in the room, and had been raised, I would learn, to be the Luna of the Iron Territories since before she could walk. The wolf did not so much as slow for her. It came to me at the very foot of the tables, and it lay down across my feet with a thud that shook the trestles. And it put its enormous head in my lap, and it sighed the sigh of an animal that has finally set down a weight it has carried alone for 2 years. I sat there with the king's wolf in my lap, and 100 wolves staring, and my hand, of its own accord, coming to rest on that great gold skull, as though it were any frightened creature I had ever gentled. At the head of the hall, the king had gone the colour of ash. He opened his mouth. He closed it. For the strongest wolf alive, he looked in that moment exactly like a man whose dog has done something unforgivable in front of important guests, and who has no earthly idea how to explain that the dog is smarter than he is. "He does not," Halvar said, and stopped. His voice was not working correctly. "He does not do that." "He seems fairly certain that he does," I said. and the wolf's tail thumped once against the stone, and somewhere down the table, a young warrior made the fatal mistake of laughing, and then could not stop. And then the whole low end of the hall was shaking with the kind of helpless laughter that only escapes when everyone has been frightened for a very long time, and is suddenly, absurdly, not. The king of the Iron Territories stood in the jaws of his wolf throne and watched his own beast choose a kitchen-adjacent Omega in front of his entire court, and could not command it back. And I understood two things at once. The first was that I was in more danger now than I had ever been in my life. The second was that his wolf had known something about me for exactly 1 day, and his mouth had not caught up to it. And I was going to spend a great deal of time watching the distance between the two. If you want to know what his wolf knew, and whether I survived what Lady Sorrel did about it, because a woman raised her whole life to be queen does not lose the throne to a healer's apprentice quietly, then stay with me. Follow this one to the end. The court had already decided how my story went. They were wrong about nearly all of it, and so was I. Lady Sorrel came to the healer's quarters the next morning. She did not come to threaten me. She was cleverer than that. She came to warn me, she said, out of kindness, because I clearly did not understand. "You are not the first," she said, drifting through my still room, touching my jars with one gloved finger, as though checking for dust. His beast has done this before. It is grief, you understand, not a bond. Grief makes a wolf strange. It attaches to whatever is nearest. She smiled at me, and it was a lovely smile, and it was made entirely of ice. The last one it attached to, he nearly killed. Did they tell you that? He does not remember doing it. His wolf does not know its own strength when the wound speaks. She survived, barely. A pause, precisely weighted. I would hate for a sweet, brave thing like you to learn that lesson. She left me with that, and I will admit it did what she meant it to do. It sat in my chest like a stone all day. Because it explained the door. It explained the 2 years of turned-away healers, the room kept dark, the second who could not finish his sentences. It explained why a man would rather rot than be touched. Not pride, not temper. He was not protecting his dignity behind that door. He was protecting whoever might come through it. And I understood then that everyone in that hall who had warned me which door not to open had been telling me the wrong story. They thought the danger was that he would hurt me. They had it exactly backward. The danger was that he would rather die than risk it. And no one, in 2 years, had loved him enough or been foolish enough to call that what it was. Cowardice, dressed up as protection. I have a low tolerance for it. I discovered that about myself that day. So I went back to the third room, and I reopened the wound properly, the way it should have been done 2 years before. And it was as bad as I had promised him. His whole body locked. The gold wolf paced the walls. And at the worst of it, when I had my hands inside a hurt that would have made a battlefield surgeon blanch, the room went cold. Not chilly. Cold the way a grave is cold. Frost bloomed on the inside of the window in the middle of a summer morning, and the air thickened until it was like breathing wet wool, and the king's eyes rolled to me, gold and enormous and afraid. Not of the pain, of me being near it. "Get back," he said, and his voice had the wolf in it, doubled, wrong. Ren, get back. It does not. I cannot always. No, I said. The frost crept across the floor toward my knees. My grandmother had a word for this. Some wounds are not only in the flesh. Grief that is refused long enough stops being a feeling and starts being a weather. And it will do what any storm does to whatever will not get out of its way. Your wolf will not hurt me, I said, through teeth that wanted to chatter, keeping my hands exactly where they were. It has been trying to get me into this room for 2 years, and it finally managed it. It is not going to waste that. You do not know what it did. I know what it did. The cold was in my bones now, a deep ache like winter arriving early inside me, and I did not move. It kept you alive. That's what a wolf does. And this wound, Halvar, look at me. This wound is not infected. I lied to you the first night, or I was wrong, one of the two. It is clean. It has been clean for a long time. I had understood it only as I said it, the way I understand most true things. Your wolf will not let it close. That is what I have been fighting. Not rot. Your own beast, holding the edges open, because... I stopped. Because I had seen, at last, what the wound was. It was not one wound. It was 2 blade marks side by side, and between them a third mark that was not a blade at all, the print of a hand. A large hand, as though someone had held the wound shut with his own palm in the last moments of his life, and the wolf had made a monument of the place that hand had been. The second cup, the person-shaped hole in Osric's sentence, the empty seat at the king's right hand, turned very slightly inward. Who held this closed? I whispered. The king of the Iron Territories, the strongest wolf alive, turned his face to the wall so I would not see it break, and said one word. Aldrich. His brother. I did not need to be told the rest. A younger brother, a shared battle, a hand pressed to a mortal wound that was never his own. Aldrich had died with his palm against Halvar's ribs, holding his king, his brother, together with the last of himself. And Halvar's wolf, which loved with an animal's absolute refusal to accept loss, had decided that if the wound closed, the last of Aldrich closed with it. So it kept the door of his own body open for 2 years, bleeding rather than forget. That was the moment everything in me that had been wary went quiet, and something harder took its place. Because you cannot heal that with willow and clean linen, and I was not going to leave it. I understood, kneeling in the frost with my hands full of a grief that had learned to bleed, that I had walked through the one door in the kingdom no one else would open, and I was not walking back out and leaving him alone in the cold. I did not decide it. It was already decided, the way his wolf had already decided about me. Then we don't close it yet, I said. My voice had changed. I heard it change. We keep it open on purpose, together, where I can see it, instead of you keeping it open in secret until it kills you. You don't get to grieve him by dying slowly in a dark room, Halvar. That's not honoring him. That's just making the pack bury 2 of you. The frost stopped its crawl. Aldrich held you together with his hand. Fine. I have 2. I'll hold it. but you have to let me in the room." The gold wolf stopped pacing. It came and lay down against my back, warm as a hearth, and the cold went out of the air all at once, and behind me on the bed, the king of the Iron Territories wept, the way a man weeps who has not permitted himself to for 2 years, silently, enormously, ashamed and unable to stop. I did not turn around. Some things you give a person by not watching them. "There is a second cup at your table," I said instead, to the wall, so he would have something to answer that was not the size of what had just happened. Everyone pretends not to see it. It is his. I know. I finished the dressing. My hands had never stopped. "You should fill it sometime. An empty cup says he's gone. A full one says he was here." I sat back on my heels. Grief and pride wear the same coat, in my experience. It's very hard to tell them apart in a dark room. Easier in the light. He did not answer for a long time. When he did, his voice had come back to itself, roughened. "No one speaks to me the way you do." "That's their loss and your bad luck," I said, and stood, and my knees ached with cold, and my hands ached with use, and I felt more myself than I had since I arrived. "I'll come tomorrow. Fill the cup tonight. That's not a healer's order. It's just advice you're free to ignore, like all the good advice I've ever given anyone." The corner of his mouth did the thing it had forgotten how to do. This time it remembered all the way. What followed over the next days was the most ridiculous courtship in the history of the Iron Territories, and I was only half a participant in it because the other party was a wolf. The king himself did not court me. He did not know how, and I think he did not believe he was allowed to, a man that steeped in grief. But his wolf had no such scruples, and his wolf was, I regret to report, a menace. It began with my missing hairpin turning up on the king's own pillow, which mortified him so thoroughly that Osric had to leave the room. It escalated. The wolf took to lying across my threshold at night, so that I stepped over 100 pounds of alpha beast every morning. And every morning the king would appear in the corridor, rigid with dignity, to inform me that it would not happen again. And every night it happened again. Once, at a full council, in front of every lord of the territories, the wolf padded the length of the chamber and set a single winter rose on the map table directly in front of my chair. Where had it even found a rose? And then sat down and looked at its own king with an expression of frank expectation. And Halvar put his face in his hand and did not speak for the rest of the session. I laughed until I cried in the still room afterward. It is a very particular joy, being chosen that badly by something that cannot help itself, while the man it belongs to stands 3 paces away, going quietly out of his mind. Because that was the tension of it. And it was better than any nearness. He stood 3 paces away when one would do. He handed me a book on wound law across the width of a table, when he could have passed it to my hand. He held my eyes across the great hall until the holding said everything, and then broke it deliberately. Always him, always first, because he had decided he did not have the right, and his wolf had decided he was an idiot. And the second cup, from the second night onward, was full. I noticed. I did not remark on it. Some things you give a person by not watching them. Osric found me again by the well, a week on. He looked younger. It frightened me a little. How much lighter a man can look when a grief he has guarded finally has help carrying it. "Whatever you are doing," he said, "do not stop." "I'm not doing anything," I said. "I'm just the only one who didn't know which door to avoid." "No." He shook his head slowly. "Everyone knew which door to avoid. You're the only one who decided the man behind it was worth the risk. There's a difference." He looked at me steadily. "There are those at court who noticed that too, and they are not glad of it." He meant Sorrel. I knew he meant Sorrel. What I did not yet know was how far a woman raised to be a queen will go when the throne walks past her outstretched hand for the second time in her life. I found out at the naming. It is an old ceremony of the Iron Territories, a formal court gathering where the king confirms the standings of his household for the year. Who is raised, who is kept, who is cast down. Halvar, well enough now to hold court, well enough now to laugh once in a while where people could hear it, had called it for the first time in 2 years. The whole territory came. I stood at the low end of the hall in my less patched dress, because I was still an Omega, still the lowest ranked person in the room, and I had no expectation of being named at all. Lady Sorrel had other plans. She rose before the king could speak. It was a breach of every custom, and she made it look like grace. She held a cup, a beautiful thing, chased silver, and she offered it up the hall toward the dais, toward the king, and she spoke in a voice pitched to carry to the farthest wall. "A gift for my king," she said, "to his health, to his recovery, and to the healer who restored it." The word came out of her like a splinter. "Let him drink to her, before us all, and settle the question the whole court is asking." It was cleverly done. To refuse was to insult her house. To make me drink was beneath the dignity of the moment. So of course he would drink, the king, to end it graciously, and none of us would think about the fact that Lady Sorrel's grandmother had been the most gifted poisoner in 3 territories, and that skill is a thing that runs in blood. I knew. I do not fully know how I knew. A healer knows the smell of most things that kill, and under the wine and the crushed mint there was the faintest ghost of something bitter, something my grandmother had made me memorize with a switch across my knuckles. Monkshood. Enough to stop a heart and be called a bad night's rest by morning. The cup went up the hall, hand to hand, toward the king, who was already reaching for it with the easy courtesy of a man ending an awkward scene. I did not shout. Shouting would have been the end of me, the Omega accusing a lady of the king's court, on a feeling, in front of the whole territory. They would have called it exactly what Sorrel needed them to call it: jealousy, ambition, witchery. She had built the trap so that any noise I made snapped it shut on my own throat. So I did not make noise. I walked. I walked up the length of the great hall, past the nobles, past the ranked warriors, the way the wolf had once walked toward me, and I reached the dais just as the cup reached the king's hand. And I did the only thing that could not be argued with. I took it from him, and I struck it out of the air. The cup fell. I caught it against my palm before it hit the stone. I do not know why. Habit. A healer catches things. And the poisoned wine ran down my wrist instead of into his blood. and the hall erupted, and Lady Sorrel's voice rose above all of it, high and certain and triumphant, because I had just handed her the ending she wanted. "Witch!" she cried. "She strikes the cup from the king's own hand. She cannot bear him honored. Seize her!" And that is where the night I began with began. Because the king came down off the dais, not up in fury, down, onto his knees, on the stone in front of the whole court, and took my wine-soaked wrist in both his enormous hands, and did not look at Sorrel, and did not look at his guards, and looked only at me. "What was in the cup?" he said. Quiet, just for me. But his wolf said it for the whole hall. The gold beast came out from behind the throne and stood between me and every drawn blade in the room, hackles high, and it turned its head and looked at Lady Sorrel, and it snarled, not at me, at her. The whole court watched the king's wolf name the threat, and it was not the Omega. "Monkshood," I said. My voice did not shake. I was proud of that later. "Enough to be called a bad night's rest by morning. Smell it yourself, my king. It's on my skin now instead of in your heart. You're welcome to be angry with me for the striking of your cup. I'll take the punishment for the discourtesy gladly." I lifted my chin. "I would rather be flogged for insolence than bury you for manners." The hall had gone utterly silent. Halvar lifted my wrist. He smelled the wine, and I watched the king of the Iron Territories understand, in front of his entire court, exactly how close he had come, and exactly who had stepped between him and it, and exactly who had planned it. He rose. He did not let go of my hand. "Lady Sorrel," he said, and his voice was the one I had heard through the wound, doubled, the wolf in it, and it filled the hall to the rafters. "You will be escorted to the Eastern Tower tonight, and to the border by dawn. And if you are found within the Iron Territories after that, my wolf will settle the question the whole court is asking." "Do you understand what it is asking?" She did not answer. She had gone the color of ash. I knew that color. I had seen it on him, in a dark room, a lifetime ago. "It is asking," Halvar said, "why anyone thought this woman was the danger in my hall." He turned. He was still holding my hand, in front of all of them, and he did the thing his wolf had been trying to make him do for weeks, the thing his grief had told him he had no right to. He raised my hand to his mouth, and he pressed his lips to my wine-stained knuckles. One breath, no more. The kind of kiss that is a sentence and not a scene. And what broke open in me was not desire, though there was that, buried under everything. It was recognition. The vertiginous, unbelievable recognition of being seen all the way down by someone who had every reason to keep his eyes closed, and choosing, in front of the world that made him a king, to open them anyway. "His wolf chose you the first day," he said, low, just for me, though the hall heard every word. Without asking me. It always was ahead of me. I have been trying to catch up to it since you walked through a door you had no business opening. His thumb moved once over my knuckles. I am asking now, late and badly, and in front of far too many people. Stay. Not as my healer, but stay. I looked at the king kneeling, no, standing, but he had knelt. They all saw him kneel, and I thought about the second cup, full now, and the frost that had stopped crawling, and the wolf asleep across my threshold, and the man who had rather bled for 2 years than risk a single soul in a dark room. I told you the first night, I hadn't learned yet which jobs I was allowed to refuse, I said. The whole hall leaned in to hear the Omega answer the king. I've decided I'm refusing this one. You don't get to be alone in the cold anymore. That's not a healer's order. I let him see me smile. It's just advice you're not free to ignore. The gold wolf sat down between us and thumped its tail against the stone, insufferably pleased with itself, and the great hall of the Iron Territories, which had come to watch an Omega fall, watched instead the strongest wolf alive be caught, at long last, by the one person too new to know she was supposed to be afraid. They mated us under the next full moon, which is the proper way of it, and I will not describe that night, except to say that the second cup at the king's table has stayed full ever since, and that we drink to Aldrich before every meal, out loud, by name, so that no one in that hall ever again mistakes grief for something to hide behind a closed door. The wound closed. I want to be clear that it cost something, the night it finally knit. The cold came back one last time, worse than before, the whole chamber white with frost and the air gone to stone in my lungs. The wolf's grief making its final argument that to close the wound was to lose the hand that had held it. I held on. I put my own palm over the place where Aldrich's had been, and I told the wolf, out loud, that a hand does not have to stay pressed to a wound to have held it. That letting go is not the same as forgetting. And I do not entirely know whether it understood the words or only my refusal to leave. But the frost melted. The scar sealed under my hand, silver, shaped faintly like a palm. And it stayed that way, so that Halvar carries the mark of his brother's last choice on his ribs, healed instead of open, remembered instead of bleeding. He touches it sometimes without knowing he does. I never tell him. Some things you give a person by not watching. 6 months on, I am the Luna of the Iron Territories, which still strikes me as an administrative error no one has caught. I have a still room the size of my old village's chapel, and an apprentice of my own now, a frightened boy from the Eastern Holdings, whom I sent on his 4th day to the 3rd door in the healer's wing, with a tray of clean linen and instructions not to knock. He knocked. Of course he did. I chose him for it. A letter came last week from the village I grew up in, from the healer's mistress, who once told me I would never rise above soft hands and a soft throat. She had heard, she wrote, that an Omega girl from her own house had married a king, and she did not believe it. And could I confirm the rumor so she could put it to rest? I confirmed it. I did not gloat. Gloating and grace wear the same coat in my experience, and it is very hard to tell them apart from a distance. Easier up close, where you can see which one is smiling. Halvar found me writing the reply at his own table, in the seat at his right hand, which is not empty and never will be again, though there is still a full cup beside it that we do not drink from, because it is Aldrich's, and some places you keep set. What are you telling her? He asked, reading over my shoulder in the firelight, his wolf a warm gold weight against both our feet. The truth, I said, that no one told the new healer which patient to avoid, and that it's the best mistake I never made. So here is what I want to know, from you, before I close the door on this and let you go. Do you think his wolf knew what it was doing that first day in the hall? That it chose me on purpose, the way an animal chooses, sure of things the rest of us take 2 years and a poisoned cup to work out? Or do you think it was only grief, reaching for the nearest warm thing, and got luckier than any of us deserved? Tell me your theory below. I have lived inside the answer for 6 months now, and I still cannot decide. And if you want her story to keep going, the boy at the third door, the letter yet to be answered, whatever walks up the length of the Great Hall next, comment the wolf and stay with me, because there is always another door in this fortress that someone has been told not to open. I have made a habit of opening them. Where are you listening from tonight?
The scar begins at the corner of Draven's jaw and ends just below his left ear. In dragon form, it appears as a pale groove in otherwise perfect black scales, a line where the scales refuse to grow back completely, where the skin beneath refused to settle, tender in a way that dragon skin is never supposed to be. For 11 years, no one has touched it. Not the imperial physicians, who tried once and were driven back by a sound Draven had never made before or since. Not the council ministers, who learned early that the space within 2 feet of that scar was a boundary you did not approach unless you wanted to discover very quickly how fast an emperor can move. Not even the chief steward, Baron, who had served Draven for 20 years and understood his silences better than most people understood speech. No one. Not once. Not in 11 years. There is a story about how the scar came to be. In the Jade Palace, all the servants know it, though they say it only in whispers. In rooms they are certain the Emperor cannot hear. The story goes like this. 11 years ago, Emperor Draven's Empress tried to kill him. She used a blade forged in the Ashen Mountains, where dragons go to die, where the rock itself holds the memory of Dragonbone. Such a blade, properly made, is the only weapon in the known world that can end a dragon emperor. The Empress had spent 4 years acquiring it. She almost succeeded. Draven survived. The Empress did not leave the palace alive, and the scar on his jaw, the place where the blade kissed him before he caught her wrist, remained. Not as an open wound. It healed. But the scales above it grew back wrong, and the tissue beneath them took a shape that the original had not held, and the place itself remained. An archive. A record of the moment someone he had loved decided to destroy him. This is the story the servants tell. What they do not tell, because they do not know it, is what the scar actually does to Draven. It is not pain, or not only pain. It is something harder to name. A sound that starts somewhere in the center of his chest and moves upward when anything gets near it. A sound he has learned, over 11 years, to push back down before it becomes audible. The sound, if he let it out, would be grief. That is the thing no one knows. The scar does not hurt because of the blade. It hurts because of who held it. I want you to understand this before we go any further, because in 6 weeks, a woman named Mira is going to walk into the dragon chamber of the Jade Palace. She is going to kneel beside Draven's enormous scaled head. She is going to open her apothecary case with steady hands, and she is going to reach out and press her bare fingers against that scar. She is going to do this without hesitation, and Draven is going to let her. That is what this story is about. Not the blade, and not the Empress who held it. This story is about the particular courage required to touch someone else's oldest wound, and about what happens when the person carrying that wound finally permits someone near enough to heal it. After the attempt on his life, Draven retreated, not from the palace, and not from his duties. He continued to hold council. He continued to sign declarations and receive ambassadors, and adjudicate the legal disputes that flowed upward to the throne. From the outside, nothing changed. He was the same emperor, precise, correct, unhurried, but inside the chambers that were his alone, Draven shifted to dragon form and stopped shifting back, not for weeks, then not for months, then, without anyone marking the exact moment of transition, simply and permanently. He had been the Emperor in human form for most of his adult life. He was now the Emperor in dragon form. The council adapted. They built a chamber large enough to hold him. They acquired furniture scaled to his dimensions. They learned to read a dragon's face, because a dragon's face, if you study it long enough, is as readable as a human one. What they could not do was reach him. There is a difference between understanding a face and understanding a person. Draven's council understood his expressions very well. They did not understand what was happening behind them. They did not know that the reason he stopped shifting was not preference, or convenience, or even grief, exactly. It was protection. In dragon form, Draven was harder, scaled. The parts of him that could be touched were further from the surface. In dragon form, a person has to work much harder to reach him. In human form, he is afraid of being reached and not surviving what someone finds when they get there. The imperial physician had attempted to treat the scar 3 times in the first year after the Empress died. The first time, Draven moved away. The second time, he made the sound. The third time, the physician entered the chamber, found Draven with his back to the wall, and his head turned so that the scarred side faced away from the door, and understood without a word being spoken that this treatment was finished. The physician filed a report. The scar showed no signs of active infection. It appeared stable. He recommended monitoring. He did not record that he had no intention of monitoring it himself. For 11 years, no one approached the scar. There was no formal prohibition. There did not need to be. The Emperor had communicated his wishes through 11 years of consistent, unmistakable refusal. The court learned to work around it. The palace learned to look away. And Draven continued to govern from inside his scaled form, untouched, unasked, unreachable. Until the supply convoy from the Vale of Rue arrived carrying, among its other cargo, an apothecary named Mira, who had not received the part of the briefing that explained why it might be better to look away. Mira was 26 years old, and had been treating wounds since she was 14. She had learned the work from her mother, who had learned it from her grandmother, who had established the only apothecary practice in the Vale of Rue, through sheer stubbornness and a memory for botanical compounds that bordered on the remarkable. Mira had inherited the memory. She had also inherited the stubbornness, which her mother called a gift, and most of her patients called a minor inconvenience, usually on the days when they wanted to stop a treatment early, and Mira calmly told them why they were going to continue. She was not the kind of beautiful that court painters made women beautiful. She was precise, which is a different quality. Her hands were always clean and always moving. She kept notes in a shorthand she had developed herself because she wrote faster than she could transcribe standard characters, and had stopped apologizing for the fact that her records were unreadable to everyone except her. She looked at wounds the way other people looked at familiar roads, with full attention and without alarm. She had learned not to flinch at pain, not because she was indifferent to it, because she had learned, over 12 years of practice, that flinching is not useful. Pain needs acknowledgement. It does not need the person treating it to perform distress alongside it. 3 years before the story begins, Mira lost her sister. Lena was 22. A fever came on fast and moved faster. Mira knew what it was. She had the compound that might have helped. She did not have enough of the primary ingredient, because the Vale of Rue was a small place with seasonal supply routes, and she had used the last of her fever bane 3 weeks earlier on an elderly patient whose fever had resolved. Lena died on a Tuesday morning. Mira was sitting beside her, holding her hand, watching. What Mira took from this was not guilt in the way people expect guilt to look. She had done everything she could. She knew that. What she took was something more precise. The knowledge that there is a gap between knowing what is needed and having enough of it in time. That gap had cost her Lena. She did not intend to find herself in that gap again. This is why, when the Imperial courier arrived in the Vale of Rue with a requisition notice requesting an apothecary for a 12-month posting at the Jade Palace, Mira packed her cases and said yes before she finished reading. The Jade Palace had the largest botanical repository in the known empire. She would have access to compounds she had never been able to source in the Vale of Rue. She would be able to fill the gaps she had been working around for years. She did not know there was a dragon. The requisition notice did not mention this. Mira arrived at the Jade Palace on a morning in early autumn, when the air still held the warmth of summer, but the light had already shifted. She carried 2 cases, one for her compounds and instruments, one for her books, her records, and 3 spare aprons, because aprons wear out faster than anything else in an apothecary's working life. The head steward, Baron, met her at the outer gate. He walked her through 3 courtyards and 2 long corridors, and then stopped outside a door and cleared his throat carefully.